Not quite what we wanted or expected pre-race, but it is what it is. Just a time to stay calm, get all your thoughts together. There's a couple of cars, the 851 car there. It looks like they're in a pub car park meet, sort of showing off their Astras or their, sort of woofers and tweeters and whatever. They've got the bonnet open. Nothing's happening to the car. Just the bonnet's open. It can't have been that hot driving it around onto the Nordschleife to get it there. But it looks like they're literally in there with their hands in their pockets, like they're in a pub car park at St Albans on a Friday evening. Like look at my hose clips, or look at my turbo, look at my airbox. There's absolutely no activity going on in that car.
But the other side of that is a lot of the cars in the field are running in a production class, and we saw a little Honda Civic earlier, and it did look like someone was driving it to the supermarket in the nicest way possible. They'd be driving it far harder than that, but in terms of the level of their performance, but they are a definitive class within this field. They have every much right to be there as the cars at the front end of the field, but it does give a particular dynamic to the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, is that you have to care for yourself and care for others, and you have to manage yourself and, more importantly, manage other drivers, particularly if you're hooning your way through in an SP9 class car. But as always in a multi-class championship, the drivers have to work the hardest are not the ones in the fastest cars or the slowest cars. They're the ones in the middle grid of cars, because they can overtake, but they can also be overtaken. And so they've got a very, very tricky job to do. And also a lot of them are in very large class entries. So they've got enough of a race just competing with their immediate rivals. Now the boards are going up, so it does mean racing is starting to approach. Just waiting for those to turn around. I think they're the 3-minute board. So we're under 3 minutes and counting until the cars will be allowed to consider what is about to follow next. And it's always a great moment when the grid on the Nordschleife is cleared. And Peter just mentioned that we start off on the Grand Prix loop, but we don't use all the Grand Prix circuit. You go through the fantastic first corner that, as you know, dips into it's a tightish right-hander that feeds into a left, followed by a tighter left, then a right. Then you're freed a little bit, but instead of going down the hill and turning left before you get to that left-hander, which is effectively turn number, depending on your numbering system, 5 or 6, you then double back to the right. So you do half of the traditional Grand Prix circuit. You don't go all the way down to the bottom of the hill, and then you go through the wonderful dip, the chicane coming up the rise, and that catches out people at the first lap of a 4-lap race. I hope I'm wrong today, but more often than not, it has proved to provide a moment or two, and then hey, we've finished with a bit of the Grand Prix loop. Let's take to the Nordschleife, and the track goes to the left through the Nordkera, and off they go through the Hatzenbachs and what I call beyond. And that is the magic of these events.
I love how you refer to the rest of the circuit after Hatzenbach as beyond.
Well, it's just something. It's almost. We've talked about this before. It's almost like, right, I've done the Grand Prix loop. I have space to put my elbows out the window, space to overtake, and now flick the switch. Different mindset. We're on the narrow, twisty, rising, bucking, falling Nordschleife. Wonderful.
And it is absolutely incredible. And it is a delight to drive it. Not only is it technically and challenging, and from an engineering point of view, these teams that want to, a win anywhere is fantastic, but a win on the Nordschleife is quite something. It would just a class win, never mind an outright win, let alone the Premier standard, the N24 we've got, the Nürburgring 24-hour. That's quite extraordinary. But it's a challenge to these drivers. That's why drivers flock to, as you said. They keep coming back year after year after year. They set us effectively certainly, let's say, the European template last year for going racing again, when we started really quite early after lockdown, and got us out there and racing and showed us how to do it. And some of that system's still in place with the way that works. And we saw it at Paul Ricard last weekend, with where to refuel the cars away from the pits and different bits and social distancing. But it's great to see, and there's a reason for this. I mean, there's 33 cars in the SP9 top GT3 category in this race, which is quite incredible. Bruce said earlier there were only 20 last time. Only 20. That's quite good. 33. I was expecting a few more this time, but what? Another 50% and a bit more? It's incredible.
Well, look, you'd be really, really chuffed if you ran a championship and you had 33 cars. It was just for GT3 cars, and you got 33. You go, amazing. But hey, guys, there are another 130 cars behind you. That is the real measure of what the NLS is all about. And look, there is more colour. I know, looking down at a Falcon Motorsport Porsche, you got that brilliant turquoise front end, but I'm sensing the sun is starting to bounce back off. I am such an optimist, but even if it was grey, I really wouldn't mind, because cars going out to play, and they are rolling away from the grid for the final formation lap. 4 hours of racing is ahead. A wonderful low camera angle. The camera's been put down on the circuit as the cars drive past. It makes them look bigger, wider. louder. The sad sight is the grandstand, the other side from the pits, is empty, but later in the year, fingers crossed, we'll have the fans back in, because it's just such a fantastic championship. But the SP9 class cars, they go past us, they go past us, they go past some more. Then a car not in the class, but in the class below, the Glickenhaus. Great to have that back. Car number 54, always a favourite with the fans. Their glorious SCG 004C. This weekend, Thomas Much, Felipe Fernandez Laza and Frank Meyer, all very, very loyal to that project. And of course, Glickenhaus will be playing in the World Endurance Championship as well. They're stepping up. So again, success breeds success, and motor racing people are sporting people. Why stay at one level when you can try the next step up the ladder? But the sun is definitely starting to go through as the shine onto the bonnets of the cars, as the white flags are waved. The cars going around on this short formation lap. They're going to get back around to the grid and really get unleashed. But some of the familiar faces, Peter, not quite at the sharpest of the sharp end.
Yeah, it's going to make... We don't need more variables to make it more interesting, but it's going to be the case. I think we're on for... NLS races are never dull. When have we had 4 hours of dull racing? It doesn't happen. There's always something going on, up and down the order, top to tail, doesn't really matter. I think we're potentially on for an absolute corker now.
Well, we're ready. The cars are very ready indeed. So looking forward to the racing that is going to follow very soon indeed.
Zwei Familien. 40 Jahre Firmengeschichte. Unsere Produkte entstehen zu 100% in Deutschland. Mit Herzblut und Hingabe. Wir schaffen den Technologietransfer von der Rennstrecke auf die Straße. Handwerkskunst, Erfahrung für diesen einen Moment. Das ist die Nürburgring Langstreckenserie. Das ist H&R. Performance made in Germany.
Sicher ans Ziel. Auf allen Straßen, bei jedem Wetter. Mit den zuverlässigen Sommerreifen von Falken. Jetzt Falkenreifen kaufen und Tankgutschein sichern. Weitere Informationen auf tankgutschein.falkenreifen.de. Falkenreifen.
Ein hartes Duell. Kollision zwischen den beiden. Damit ist das der Führungswechsel zu dritt nebeneinander.
Maximale Reaktion.
Da brennt der Falken-Porsche.
Drama. Das Auto hat einen längeren Boxenstopp vor sich.
Und hier kommt der Gesamtsieger.
Der Rowe NLS Rückspiegel. Am Sonntag um 18:30 Uhr auf diesem Kanal.
Oh dear, we have a faller on the formation lap. A Motorsport, a car parked with its nose against the barrier. It's car number 350. It's a Porsche. It's got a course vehicle around behind it. Is that on the Grand Prix loop? I think it's on the Grand Prix loop. Hasn't got its way around on the formation lap. Just a quick flick. Please stay with me. That was a Black Falcon. Well, what he said, Black Falcon. They have many cars in the field. That's in running in the SP Pro class. So for Noel Nagel-Sieck, Florian Nijman and Hendrik von Danwitz, the Black Falcon Porsche is not playing the game. Nosed against the barriers. I think I'm just trying to work out where exactly that was. But it's got a course vehicle trying to pull it away, but the rear wheel's spinning on the grass that's still soggy.
It looks like it's just before it goes onto the Nordschleife itself there, but it's like it's turned right, and you say it was definitely against the barrier. It did engage reverse and spun its wheels on the grass, but then didn't seem to have engaged going forward again. So I'm not sure whether it's just collected the barrier there and just maybe broken a steering link or something on the right hand side that we can't see because it's against the barrier. But I'm sure we'll come back to that car. But what
ignominious.
Exactly what I was going to say. What an ignominy for taking the car out there on the one lap. We don't know the reason. It might be very genuine.
Ignominy. They've all got it. No, it's not right, is it?
No. We've gone back to carry on days there. Stop.
Yeah, stop right now. Just. Peter, I see blue sky. You know, I'm just like this stuck record. I see good weather. I do see good weather, but long shots are showing sunlight starting to glint off the cars. We talked about how some manufacturers, their cars seem to work better in the cooler, damper conditions. Maybe they're suddenly thinking, And so the Mercedes that are starting 13th, 17th and below, maybe this is something that gives them hope, but they've got to get around that first lap, not lose any more positions. They've got to grab as many as they possibly can. Peter's bet his house on the fact that... No, you haven't, have you?
No, you bet
I bet your house.
Yes.
That the top qualifying Mercedes, number 2 from Get Speed, will be up to, where did you say got on to 10 by the time
I allowed a safety net there. I said it would be inside the top 10 by the first lap. I'm predicting...
Okay, and I said it would be inside the top 10 by the time they get to Hatzenbach.
Okay.
Right, the castle is clear to be seen. Wonderful helicopter shots, timeless. And I do love circuits with history, and very few circuits have more history. As we ride on the Rover live helicopter shots, looking out over the circuit, looking down to a paddock behind the pits that is so full of motorhomes. It's a very big paddock anyhow. They even drop on down to the ancillary paddock, which is effectively almost backs up to where the drivers are turning left in turn 2. It's so full, and that just encapsulates and makes plain how many cars are competing in this race. 160 plus, 165 on the entry list. We don't know exactly how many will start, because I've seen some that weren't on my entry list and others we know have hit barriers, and as we saw, one of the Porsches hasn't made it around the formation lap, but riding with the cars out around the circuit, being treated to images from car 620. We have normally about a dozen cars carrying onboard cameras, and car 620 clearly not in the top group. That's one running one of the 3 groups. Car 620 is one of the many extras. Oh no, there it is, sorry, it's the Alf Claben Motorsport Renault Clio Cup car. So that will offer, if we get some footage after about lap 3, images of a sudden flash of colour, a blur, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the top runners will come powering past. Of course, the driver of the Clio will be giving it everything they can, but they're in a production class, so under 2000cc production class. So for them, if they can stay close to a Porsche Cayman, you're doing a very, very good job indeed. The big boys and girls in the top class will be coming past. It is almost warp speed in comparison.
It certainly is. And just going back to your weather bit there, you say you're bright and cheery and optimistic. And I wonder, before you became a commentator, did you want to be a weatherman or indeed a weather girl?
No, they have to report rain. I only report good weather, and then I describe how much snow is falling. I look up, not down.
Living in England, that was obviously a bit of a flaw in your plan there.
Yes.
You only be a very periodic weather reporter. Indeed. I understand. Right, all clear now.
Had to move on to another career with sunshine. And magic and noise. Great news. The number 3, one of the 2 Falcon Motorsport Porsches. This one shared by Lars David Arnold, who knows every inch of this track just so well indeed. And Thomas Preining. And they will be in there. They're not quite at the sharp end of the field. In fact, they're 19th on the grid. Another car you always expect those 2 Falcon-tired Falcon Motorsport Porsches to be at the front end. The sister car, rather better place, that's up in 11th. They're down in 19th. So, again, so many cars just outside the top 10, just going down to 20th that could and should work their way forward. But it's so competitive in the SP9 class that it's going to be far from easy. But right now, we've got Schubert Motorsport on pole position in their BMW number 20, white, black and bright yellow alongside one of the two red and white Fricadelli Racing Porsches. They qualified second, which is the one shared by Mathieu Jaminet and Earl Bamber, and the sister car in sixth. But the team that probably took the prize in qualifying, its cars between the two of them. They've got two of the Rover Racing BMWs, in fact both the Rover Racing BMWs in third and fourth on the grid. That was a very effective qualifying session for them. So we'll see which of those black, yellow and white BMW M6s will be the one with the bragging rights by the time we get to the first round of the pit stops.
Well, you mentioned earlier, didn't you, about putting a couple of wheels on the grass and the dry is one thing and then the wet the other. But we saw that on the culmination of the first lap in our last race, didn't we? That the Fricadelli Porsche and the Manthey car, Fricadelli on pole, and they went round, did the whole lap, came through Dottingerhoe, and as they came up to Tiergarten, Manthey ended up with, I was being kind and generous and benevolent and saying they put half a tyre on the grass, and you said, well, no, they put all the tyres on the grass on that side of the car, and took the lead. And we said that first lap was the lap to do it, and they did it with literally seconds to go, coming up into the Tiergarten to nab it. And as we said before, that morale, what it does for the team, seeing your car pop into view for the first time, that started second on the grid, which is fantastic anyway, but it's not P1. And all of a sudden to see it there, and it stayed there right to the end.
It was what we call a full-fat racing manoeuvre. It was fantastic. The helicopter shots just actually reinforce, A, how many trees there are in the Eiffel Forest, but B, the fact the circuit, this isn't sacrilege, this is just a comment, it makes it look as though it's an access road. It is so narrow between the trees, very barriers, very small grass verge, curb, which in some places is almost as wide as the grass verge, and then the track. The track is only at best, if you put the SP9 class cars side by side, the width of 2.5 of them. So you get one trying to overtake another, and the first one not wanting to be giving too much room, and the use of grass is commonplace, not always advised.
Well, there's a difference between racing and rallying, and there's a fine white line literally divides them here at the Nürburgring, certainly on the Nordschleife part of the circuit, i.e. the vast part of the circuit, 90+%. I've never worked out the actual statistic, I'm sure somebody will, of these two laps combined. But not only that, you've got that fine white line and a bit of grass, as Bruce has said. It's not much more than a car width wide, certainly from Hatzenbach down, where you suddenly accelerate off the GP circuit, through the Wiedochtstrain, off you go down Hatzenbach, and as you say, you metaphorically like, strap in, here we go, take a breath, we're off onto the Nordschleife. But you've got that tiny width of grass to the right-hand side and left-hand side, and then the barrier. So there is no runoff, no error, no room for error, no margin, and you really, really have to watch there. But beautiful, beautiful conditions for the start of this race. 60 seconds race?
60 second running of the IBAC.
We've been doing this long enough, Bruce. It's quite nice to come across something that actually predates us in motor racing.
Yes, a number larger than our number of years.
Yes.
And just seen that the Fricadelli number 31 Porsche has got Dennis Olsen. The original lineup was Klaus Avelin and Maxime Martins, and I saw Martins' name next to it earlier, so maybe Klaus is not competing this week, or maybe there are three. 74% is the number, thank you very much. Tim, what was your guess before the 74% was proffered?
Only 74%?
I believe everything that Tim Gray tells me.
I'm not doubting, but it just seems a small number. But only 74% of the lap is Nordschleife.
That must include the full Grand Prix circuit, doesn't it? Now? Anyhow, we will
seems low to me.
Work that one later. So for the crews, it's 20.8 kilometres of the 28.2. So for the crews, all they can do now is sit back in the pit garage, look at their banks of screens, and one of the busiest sections on the screen is the incident report that runs at the bottom of the timing screen. And Peter's job is to look at that. It's at the bottom of his screen. He's all ready, because particularly if you've got a greasy circuit, those incident reports come in thick and fast, and there is an awful lot to keep an eye out for. And in fact, I'll tell you what, one thing that slightly concerns me is the fact that the timing screen I'm looking at now is the finishing positions from the last round of the NLS at the moment. So Olsen is not on board this weekend. He just finished second. So I was waiting for the grid order to be flipped around, and Nicky Thiem isn't here with car 11 because car 11 isn't here. So he was third home. So we'll hopefully get the update of the timing screens. And hopefully wherever you're watching, you've already got it. But I think we're in the right place at the moment, and they'll flip over once the racing gets underway.
Well, I'm glad you clarified that, Bruce, because I was just about to put myself into a straitjacket in a padded room, because I was sitting thinking, I can't see Olsen on the engine. It's a Nicky team, are you sure?
Yeah. But
and he's third on the grid. No, he's not. There isn't an Audi that far ahead.
It's a sign that says 29 laps, and now I realise that is the finishing order from last time around. But you've got that on your screen. Tim's going to maybe try and fiddle and jiggle and make things happen. But what we can tell you is the cars are now probably the front-running cars are halfway and more around the lap of the circuit, but it's such a long formation lap. And in fact, they're just going up past Dottinger Höhe, where the track is right alongside the main road. And as little as 20 years ago, the fields to the left of the main road, side away from the circuit, were just that. But now they're full of factories and race teams and tyre centres. And it is a massive business. The Nürburgring Nordschleife had many, many years simply as a racing circuit, also made, of course, not just to solve unemployment in difficult times almost a century ago in this very agrarian part of Germany, but it was used for a bit of testing. But the testing from all the top manufacturers is now absolutely legend. And don't forget, of course, it's a circuit, the Nordschleife, that you can on appointed days turn up, pay your money, go and lap. And I just think that is mind-blowing. I'm only just very glad that a teenage me with a new driving license didn't know about that back in 1949. So the field going up towards the end of the lap, and it's not an easy end of the lap. You've had the long straight from Dottinger Höhe, and then you approach through a fast left kink where that brilliant overtaking manoeuvre that Peter described happened at the end of the opening lap a few weeks ago. But the field is side by side, 2x2 formation, and it goes as far as the eye can see. 3 groups split across 160 plus cars. The NLS is ready for its 3rd race of the championship, and the stage, Snowy, is well and truly set.
It most certainly is, and as you say, nice and bright and sunny there, looking brilliant as the white Porsche pace car comes and brings them through Tiergarten. For the last time, racing about to start. That'll peel into the pits, and they'll be going racing. Who's going to be into the first turn? I hesitate to use turn 1, I don't like those phrases, but who's going to be into the first turn? And there's a couple of Mercedes that want to come through that field there, and we are about to have some live action of our 62nd one of the running of this race. Quite incredible. I think it's been going, this circuit's been here since what, 1923? I think it is, open.
Yeah, 22, 23.
Yeah.
And it's that sort of calm before the storm, 2x2, just looking for the lights on the starting gantry, and they've already flicked to red, and a very good start from the pole man, but the Fricadelli Porsche on the outside of the front row has been swamped by one, almost both of the Rover Racing BMWs. They're 3 abreast in the battle for second place, but suddenly the Porsche finds a burst of speed and goes from 3rd back into 2nd, but the Schubert Motorsport BMW, thank you very much, into the lead of the race. 2x2, by 3, by 4, effectively in position behind. But for Schubert Motorsport, that pole position was very, very useful indeed.
We've got the Fricadelli car up to 4th as well, I think. So we've got 1 in 2nd and 1 in 4th at the moment. They're running a little bit wide on the grass there through the left-handers first part of this GP circuit. This is where they get the chance to really capitalise. 2 broken BMWs side by side with equal pressure, not quite being one another teammates' room, in fact squeezing one another out a little bit onto the grass there. That wasn't very teammate friendly, was it?
Yeah, I'm just quickly trying to work out which is which. One's got a black windscreen strip, the other's got white, otherwise they're black, yellow and red. Black, yellow and white livery, identical. Black, yellow, white is the colour of the race leading car, and it's pulling clear. In behind, they're really jostling position. Falcon Motorsport trying to make some moves. That's done well. It's come from outside the top 10 up to about 7th place. That's car number 4. Martin Ragginger sharing that with Klaus Bachler. But the first 2 cars have got away. I just can't believe how good that Porsche was. Fricadelli number 30. That fell back to 3rd place, nearly to 4th, and then seemed to just find some more power and get back into 2nd place before the first turn. The Glickenhaus starting to make moves, but those first 2 just now turning off the Grand Prix loop, and they're 3 car lengths between them, 5 car lengths back. And the big mover and shaker on the opening lap has in fact been that number 4 Porsche up to 6th place from 11th. They've done a great job. The Mercedes, as yet, the charge muted, not into the top 10.
So not before Hatzenbach then?
Might have just got in the top 10, now I consider things. But what has happened is that BMW from pole position from Schubert Motorsport is making a break. The Fricadelli Porsche trying to hang on. That's car number 30, so 20 from 30. Meanwhile, on another piece of the circuit, the second batch of cars, Porsche Caymans, left, right and centre, the TCR class cars, are getting ready for their start. And even further back around the circuit, the production class cars will be biding their time, but waiting until their turn will start. But this second group, led off by the KTM Crossbows, 5 of them nose to tail at the front of the field, waiting to see which will get the jump down to the first turn.
And Joe, what I didn't get last time, didn't I? Bruce, while we're going through that last bit there, I was thinking, I had a look down the order. I can't see that Lamborghini, unfortunately.
We didn't expect to. It's a real shame, because one of the joys of all of this is just the manufacturer variety. So we've had to strike, and it's just unusual not to have the Conrad Motorsport car, a car that we've talked about having great speed over the last couple of years, some fabulous cameo performances, but just unkindly for them, not often the ones that really merit their performance. Second start, very tidy down into the first turn. The second turn looking good indeed. This one, Sully, they feel a bit more strung out than the top class, but those 5 KTM Crossbows at that front of the field already starting to pull clear. But again, through those first sequence of corners, you think after turn 2 you know the position, but as long as you've got the left-hand entry, the tight entry to turn 3, you're normally laughing, except if someone's bold enough to go around the outside, then they're on the inside for turn number 4. And if you're Rover racing and you're side by side with your sister car, of course you just put it on the grass as you exit turn 4. It's all about making sure you've got the bragging rights in the pit garage, staying just the right side of the law, of course.
No love lost when you go racing.
Yeah, just mentioned the KTM Crossbows are one of the BMWs. You shouldn't say that in an NLS race. There are many, many BMWs kicking up the dirt as they come out of the little cut through that takes them from turn 5 onto the rest of the Grand Prix loop. But 5 of the KTM Crossbows, there are 7 in all, making a break at the front of the second pack of cars. Then a bank of Porsche Caymans. Then further back, a good dozen places further back, the second pair of the KTM Crossbows trying to make up ground on those ahead.
I'd say, sadly, no sign of the Triple F Motorsport Lamborghini. It does look like it has it on. I would love to be proven wrong still and just didn't get a camera shot and see it, but I can't see it yet. Obviously, we haven't completed a racing lap yet, so nothing on the timing screens.
But with the Nürburgring 24-hour qualification race, there could well be that car out before the end of the race just to get some mileage in. You know, rather than rush through, because when it bounced into the barriers, into the tyre wall early this morning, went in backwards, sort of aerial. It was an aerial attack. An awful lot of bodywork would need to be changed, and a lot of other things beneath the bodywork need to be checked that they're true. So right now it's BMW's left, right and centre as the third group of car comes through that final chicane onto the start-finish straight. And a fabulous mix of Porsche Caymans, BMW's, the M2 racers. Great little class.
And being very racy, the pole-sitting car in that class getting hadn't got anywhere near the straight with it. It was pointing straight at a Tiergarten and he was off.
Well, you know, it's always a lottery, not just the weather here. As it gets brighter and brighter on the start-finish line, when will the lights in the starting gantry over the circuit go from red to green? They flick very early. He was ready for it, and off they go into the lead of the race. But even withstanding that, just like the first two classes, this part of the track is wide. There are 4 or 5 cars abreast going down to the first corner. Last few cars coming through. Pits, for once, all very quiet. And again, nice negotiation of the first couple of corners. And again, I use that word from time to time, but I'm going to use it again. Meanwhile, somewhere else further around the circuit, the battle to lead this race. When we last saw it was Schubert Motorsport leading the way in this race. And there's such gaps between the timing intervals around the circuit that all I can tell you is our race leaders are working their way towards to Wipperman, then Esbach and Brunchen. And
which is partly why they catch we say that first lap is so important, because they catch the third group leading, because it's a staggered start of 3 groups. They're not just that they're that quick. There's that staggered start, as you say. They're halfway through that lap when the third group start, and 2/3 way through when they kind of get up to speed. So that third group are now just coming to the end of their GP circuit, the bit that they use, or as much of the GP circuits we do use. They don't use it right down to the bottom, as you say. And in fact, just looking at the track map, and now the Group 3 cars are just going through the Wiederaufstieg and starting to go onto the Nordschleife as a leading group of coming up to almost Schwalbenschwanz.
Yeah, exactly. Gone through Flansgarden, and again, that's a fantastic section of the circuit. Just can't wait until we start riding through there with an onboard camera, because it is just magical. But it's the flow you need to get to work through that section of the circuit. And for once in this race, in fact, probably, as we said, the only time the race leading car has nobody in front of it, unimpeded. Those first 2 were escaping the Schubert BMW at the lead of the race. And in behind the Fricadelli Porsche, the number 30, the two front row starting cars have made their break. And then the two Rover Racing BMWs tucked in behind. The second of the Fricadelli Porsches is running in 5th place, but all quite spaced out by SP9 standards. Normally, at the moment we're looking at sort of 5 car lengths between them. They get onto the drag from Dottinger and they start to catch a tow, but 1, 2, 3, 6. Still looking to the top Mercedes. I think it's in about 11th place. Might have picked up 1 position. Hope for more, but the first 2 have got a very tidy advantage. And if you want to know which of the Fricadelli Porsches is the one with green wing mirrors, you need these little things to help us out. Always so difficult from a distance. That's car number 30, the front row starter. Then the two Rover Racing BMWs. It's the one with the black windscreen strip, head off the white. Top Mercedes with the Grello Porsche, just the tail end of the top 10. Waiting. And in fact, top Mercedes has just lost another position.
I was just going to say that. It's the Getsby car, I think, is having a bit of a duking out there. One of the Audis down Dottinger. They got the run coming out there onto the Dottinger and sat behind him and just had the run down up to Tiergarten and got it done. Didn't quite get it done before Tiergarten. Had to go around the right-hand side track, which is the wrong way because the left-hander into that. But you arrive at the top, you land at the chicane. It's almost like sort of Dingle at Brands Hatch in the UK.
Yeah.
You sort of arrive and land, and here we are. But the Audi kept it all fair and square and got through, and there was the job done.
Well, just over half a second, 0.625 of a second, the gap between first and second. Then nearly 4 seconds back to those two Rover Racing BMWs. And right now, the early stage of the second lap, Fricadelli, number 30, right on the tail of the pole starting Schubert Motorsport car, made a better run through the first sequence of corners on the Grand Prix sector of the track. Yeah, 3.5 seconds back from Bamber to Katzberg. So it's Alexander Sims leading the way, Earl Bamber in second place. It's BMW from Porsche, another BMW, Nicky Katzberg, another BMW, Marco Wittmann, then Patrick Pilet making up ground, started 6th up to 5th in the number 31 Fricadelli Porsche. 6th place, Klaus Bachler. He had a really good opening lap, gained 5 positions from 11th place. The number 4 Fulco Motorsport Porsche. Just taking a little look down the order to see where the top Mercedes is, and it's actually Marcello, instead of gaining positions, has fallen back from 13th to 15th. He's got Maro Engel right on his tail, 2 of the prime Mercedes protagonists, sharing the same piece of real estate, 15th and 16th though.
My house is safe.
I'll get you next time, Snowden. I'll get your house.
I've heard that before.
So, that's enough about the mortgage agency. So what we have is the first 2 making their break. They were 3 seconds clear, 3.6 seconds clear of the battle behind them, which is now hotting up. 2nd through to 6th. Katzberg, Wittmann, Pilet, Bachler, almost nose to tail. But the first 2 have made that break. Alexander Sims just makes things work for him, doesn't he, when he's in BMWs? Really, really fantastic racer. And he's had a really clean opening lap. But as Peter can tell him, his time with nobody in front of him could be short. Not because he's going to be picked off necessarily by the Fricadelli Porsche with Earl Bamber in behind, but because he's only got about a fifth of the lap when I look at my tracker map between him and the tail ender of the third group of cars. So as he goes through Arenberg and turns hard to the right over the crest, down into the dip, mind that could be anywhere around the Nordschleife, that little description. The tail of the last group just going down the hill towards Exmüller, not even at Exmüller yet, so closing in fast. The overtaking will start very soon indeed.
You say a very experienced driver, young Alexander Sims there. I suppose he's getting on for a driver, isn't he? He's 33 now. He's a platinum rated driver, of course. Not surprising with his background. Daytona, Formula E. So that's quite interesting. Talking about Formula E and Mahindra Racing. Obviously, done the Nürburgring last year with Rover Racing, NLS quite a bit. So he's quite experienced, but also in a mix of teams as well. So BMWs. That seems to be his forte. That's what he's very well known for. Vastly experienced, Le Mans, you name it. What hasn't he done? But this Daytona, said Sebring, and it's currently in Formula E, which has got to be a totally different discipline.
Well, with someone like Alexander, though, he's very, very technical. So he's one of the drivers who can really thinks about his racing in enormous amount. So you can be sure nothing really surprises him. He has his head switched on before he gets into a car. Right now he's stretching his legs at the front of the field and will be delighted to see this. Well, he won't be too delighted to find that Earl Bamber's not too far from him, but the fact that second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth are now slightly smaller in his rearview mirror. So Schubert Motorsport, BMW leading the way. One of the two Fricadelli Porsches in second, and the sister car Patrick Pilet in fifth place overall. So looking pretty good for them. So Rover Racing, Fricadelli Racing, between them they have 4 of the top 5 runners in this field.
And also be remiss, Bruce, not to mention that Alexander Sims, of course, in the Rover Racing BMW, was one of the winning car of the 24-hour last year, alongside Nicky Katzberg and Nicky Ellerly. So he kind of knows the Nürburgring quite well.
Yeah, and it shows as well, because you mentioned Katzberg there. He is in third place overall. There's nothing like experience. But this race will suddenly start to get a very different complexion. The last of the third group of cars now just coming onto start-finish straight, and the race is just getting towards that little kink at the end of the run back from Döttinger-Höhe. So closing in fast, and we'll catch them somewhere, I think, on the Grand Prix loop. In fact, there's some tail-enders who hadn't yet made it back to the end of their first racing lap. They're just at the front of the picture, and the charge is coming through behind them. Headlights ablaze, a greater speed in the backdrop down the long run back to the end of the lap. I'm glad to report the early morning mist has burnt away. We have sunshine around the Nordschleife. The start was delayed by 2 red flag periods during qualifying and the commensurate repairs thereafter. But at the front of the field and the back of the field, it's sunshine for the third round of the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, the 62nd IBAC ADAC ACS Cup. The circuit's got history, so has this event. Plenty of it. Now, at the end of the opening lap, we've mentioned the top runners in the top class, SP9 Pro. The top Pro-Am runner is car number 25 in 7th place overall, and that's Huber Motorsport Porsche, going increasingly well this season. And it's Nico Menzel at the wheel of that. The top SP9 Am runner is car number 50, down in 26th position. That's Arno Klaassen driving with Michael Heinrich and Rudy Adams in their privateer Audi. Top car in any other class, Cup X, in 23rd position overall. That's number 922, Reinhard Koffler. If anyone knows how to make a KTM sing, he's the person. As he's showing this weekend with Stuck and Stuck, Ferdinand and Johannes, both sons of Hans-Joachim, and doing very well indeed. 23rd overall, so they've got the run of things at the moment. And we mentioned the Glickenhaus just a few places further down, just one place further back, leading the SPX class. That's the SCG. Thomas Much at the wheel, Frank Meyer and Felipe Fernandez-Laza will be showing that. And the weather has improved by so much, Snowy, that I can actually see, looking down on the circuit from the helicopter, the shadow of the helicopter. And we couldn't have even seen the helicopter earlier. It was just too grey and misty. So things are improving all the time.
Indeed, great helicam shot there, but of course our race leader on the Döttinger-Höhe comes out once again into that traffic already.
And what's happened is the better placed of the Rover Racing BMWs, Nicky Katzberg, has gained a second or two back from them. I think as soon as they hit traffic, he just got it in the right place, or maybe it was, yes, now they're going past the production class cars, left to the left, right to the right. And at the moment, all clean and tidy, all Schubert Motorsport, but it's very tight at the front. It was 0.625 of a second at the end of lap 1. We're now down 0.156 of a second. The challenge going to the outside down to turn 1. Good attempt there from Earl Bamber. The outside becomes a long way round, and a long way round he has made work. He's got his nose in front as they start turning to the left into turn 2. So for Alex Sims, he's got to work out what to do, because of course the better line into turn 3 is the right-hand line, sorry, the left-hand line, which is exactly where Earl Bamber's put it. No fight back just there as we get to turn 4 from erstwhile race leader Alex Sims.
Well, Sims didn't give him a lot of room there, did he? In fact, let's just say he opened out the steering and blended out to the left. There is a bit on that turn 3 part there where there's a nice bit of tarmac at the circuit there. You can run into that. We've seen people use it. Shireen Smits loved that bit of track there. It was always an overtaking opportunity for her around the outside and tuck back in.
And the good news,
he got squeezed out there, and I think actually the Porsche it was almost as if it was touch and go. I think Alexander Sims thought as that was being completed, he was going to back out of it. He didn't, and he kept it in. I think Alexander Sims, you saw, he had to sort of jink to the right, and he's like, I've got to acquiesce at some point. It's a big lump of metal at Porsche, and it's not going to disappear, so he's got to go somewhere. But a great manoeuvre around the outside there. And Bruce, in his excitement, is now just throwing all his notes at me.
It's all right, I revised them. I know them all amazingly well.
That.
But the good news is...
I thought you were just test me.
But the even better news is that Nicky Katzberg, while all that was happening, that change of lead has closed right onto their tail. He'd taken a couple of seconds off them by the time they approached the end of the drag back towards the pits. But as they fought, he gained ground behind. And equally, Marco Wittmann and Patrick Pilet are closing in. So suddenly, having had our top two making good an escape on the opening lap, we've got probably 2.5 seconds covering the top 5. And then behind Pilet, there's a gap, but there's a great battle for that 6th place with Klaus Bachler holding on. Nico Menzel, the top SP9 Pro-Am class runner in 7th, is giving the Falken Motorsport rival a very, very hard push indeed. And for Ferrari fans, they've got 8th place, only one position down from the grid, and they've got the gun driver in that car, to use that American terminology, Daniel Kalvitz. So he's giving as good as he's getting, but in turn he's having to keep back probably the most famous car, team, manufacturer and race livery combination in the Langstrecken history. Of course, the Grello Manthey Porsche all over the tail of the Ferrari.
Now, sudden closing of speed there for the two Rover BMWs, and it's not just into the corner, the normal bit we get under braking there, but the second of the two Rover BMWs, Wittmann, in the number 98 car, suddenly caught up on Nicky Katzberg and just came out of nowhere, but brought under the tow with him Pilet in the Fricadelli Porsche right behind him. These obviously SP9 Pro cars. I'm not quite sure what happened there, whether it was just back markers or something, slowing down a tiny bit of Katzberg. Well, but Wittmann just suddenly just gained 5 car lengths with him, but he brought Pilet in the Fricadelli Porsche right with him.
Right, we talk about how traffic can give and it can take away, but we'd had Earl Bamber take the lead out between turn 1 and turn 2. He's gone. He's off away up the track. He's gained about 2 or 3 seconds in traffic. And Alexander Sims, he knew he already had Katzberg right on his tail, but Wittmann's right on Katzberg tail, and in turn Patrick Pilet almost nose to tail, covered by 1 second, cars second through to 5th place, but escaped up the circuit as our new leader, Earl Bamber, and the traffic was kind to him, and he's made the very most of it. And for now, Alex Sims has a bit of clear track up ahead of him, but that won't last long. In fact, it's lasted only as far as 3 corners later. He's all over the end of a production class car, but he's got ahead just before a kink. That's all right, but got to ride your luck a little bit, and the Rover Racing BMWs work the position as well. But just poor Alex Sims thinking, I lost out to the race leader. He's taken the lead. He's got the rub of the green in traffic. And as we cross the bridge halfway around the lap, suddenly I've got the other 3 all on my tail. And Earl Bamber's escaped.
But it's a great piece of footage we're seeing there from the helicam. But that run down to Adenauer and over the bridge, and you go, the helicam shot shows it perfect because the bridge is literally over the road of the village below. I think that's where Sabine came from, wasn't it? Adenauer originally. That's her hometown.
They ran a hotel,
literally there, and it's always a great bit down there. And again, it's almost a little bit of breathing. You talked about that coming off the Grand Prix circuit, going on to the Nordschleife. You have got this heart-racing, pulsating run down to Adenauer, and you sort of kind of slow down, turn left, go over the bridge, and it's kind of like right onto another bit. It's another section up through the Adenauer Forst. I think a slight change of position. I think one of the Falken Motorsport Porsches there I'm not sure.
It's lost a place. Nico Menzel, the Pro-Am class leader, has gone through for Huber Racing, having a really, really good season. Bright blue car with the yellow wing mirrors. Was that traffic, or was it the straight overtaking manoeuvre? There you go. So 6th became 7th, 7th became 6th for Nico Menzel. In behind, the Grello Porsche is another car next back, because I failed to mention the car in between, which is Daniel Kalvitz in the WTM Ferrari. That's running in 8th place. The Grello Porsche in 9th, and Fred Vervisch for Phoenix Racing, Audi Sport Team Phoenix. He's sharing that car with Dries Van Tor and Frank Stippler. Ooh, that's quite a lineup. So expect them to go forward. But what we're seeing in these early stages, not just the improvement in the weather, but the changes of fortune. And for Alexander Sims, first became second. Second has now become third because Katzberg has gone through. There's been a change behind. Hold on, one of the Rover Racing BMWs now behind the second Fricadelli Porsche. So Patrick Pilet's gone up a position. But all along, the lead Fricadelli Porsche, Earl Bamber, is escaping. So it hasn't been a brilliant second to third lap for Alexander Sims, and his traffic hasn't helped him at all.
Well, that goes back to that piece we saw a few moments ago, Bruce, where Whitman in the 98 Rover Racing BMW suddenly pulled those lengths back over his teammate, and of course they had that little battle at the beginning, didn't they, on literally three turns into the race, 3 corners into the race. But I said at the time then, not realising it was going to take such advantage of it, Pilet in the Fricadelli Porsche just managed to go with him, so he hung on to his coattails, went with him, and again, it's that opportunity, that's that typical driver, that mentality of go, didn't see that, didn't expect it, but thank you very much, I'll take it, it's on a silver platter for me. You make the way through the traffic, I'll follow you and sit there. He hasn't had to do any work, and all of a sudden, he's in prime position to pounce, which is exactly what he's done. That's now just worked the opposite way, as I'm not quite sure where they are just on the track at the moment, but they're not far out of the carousel, are they? And they've come across 2 bits of traffic spaced out 5 cars apart, and it's slowed that gap up again. And this is what we say. It is your catchphrase, or one of your many catchphrases, apart from betting my house, is that it's traffic giveth and taketh, and we've seen it there we've seen it twice in the space of 5 corners for the same 2 cars.
But you also have that moment where you think, okay, bit of caution here, you backed off and suddenly the seas open. And you thought, if I kept my foot flat in, and a great move that Patrick Pilet, he is the driver of the early stages of the race. He's picking them off one by one. Sims now back to 4th and about to lose another position because the second of the Rover Racing BMWs has got the drag on him, and towards the end of the run back towards the pits on the outside line as they get to the kink. Oh, he's nothing but brave and trying to catch and pass both of them. Nico Menzel got a double toe, so the Schubert BMW went behind the Rover Racing one, got its nose back in front. You BMW drivers, said Menzel, I'm coming through, and he's up into 5th place. Great move, but Pilet's been the one who's been making the real moves. In fact, he's up to 4th place now.
Well, he certainly has Menzel, as you said, just a double toe there. Just saw that one coming and sat behind. There's not one but 2 holes being punched through the air in front of him. Took great advantage of it. Sat to the right-hand side of him, dotting a hoa, and just sat there and picked up the draft, quite literally, and then just got the speed, pulled out and went past not 1 but 2. And poor old Alexander Sims, at the end of the last lap, we were just saying he was crossing the line in the lead, had that little run-in with the Fricadelli Porsche around the outside at the first turn, and all of a sudden now he's 6th, isn't he? So from 1st to 6th in 1 lap.
So let's just reiterate the order at the end of 3 racing laps. It's the tail end of when I say the tail end, I mean the sort of 15th, 16th, 17th. So it's the midfield GT3 class, SP9 class. Goes into turn one, all side by side. But it's Bamber from Katzberg with 4 seconds between. That's been a phenomenal lap for Bamber. And Katzberg worked his way to 2nd place. So it's Porsche from BMW. Then Patrick Pilet makes it Fricadelli Porsche's 1st and 3rd. He's up to 3rd.
We've got our first code 120 just after Flansgarden, and it looks like it's for the number 57 car, which I make the Black Falcon Porsche. Now, was that the 57 car that had the issues on the outlap? It was one of the Black Falcon Porsche.
No, that had a bigger number. That was
so it's still the Black Falcon Porsche in the VLN class, so the SP5, 6 and 7 category. Unfortunately, and if it's number 57, that's the Niels Langveld and Paul Harkma car. That's the Black Falcon one that appears to be at the start of the track there for, well, it's well into Flansgarden, but there's yellows on the way in, and then it's code 120 all the way through. So Flansgarden to the approach to Schwalbenschwanz. So our first code 120 of the day. 120 is not too bad. Sorry, my apologies. It starts as yellow flags, becomes a 120. It's now been upgraded to a code 60 at Schwalbenschwanz.
One of the things I was just talking about was before we got up to full racing speed, when we were on the formation lap, we were riding around with one of the production class cars. I said, just imagine the view through their windscreen. We were looking through their onboard camera when the SP9 cars come through. We're now being treated to those images, and it really is racing from another planet. It comes past at great speed with noise as well, and it's bright green and yellow. It's the Grello Porsche, but that's down still in 9th position. Lars Kern doing a decent job in it, but not picking off the cars ahead. But the speed differential is phenomenal, and you could check with the driver of Little 620, just simply checking the mirror. Oh, got to check my racing line and try to keep it on the straight. Well, it's never straight, is it? The Nordschleife. Well, it definitely is narrow, but Audi A8's coming past in a bomb burst. 2 Phoenix Racing Audis fighting as hard as they can. And what the drivers need to do in a slower class car is hold their line. Gosh, it's sudden, when I said there were 2 Audis coming past, I meant 3, 4, 5, and then and then Raffaele Marcello in the top Mercedes being chased by Maro Engel. But for Marcello and Engel, they very seldom have a position that says 15 or 16. They don't normally have a position that has 2 digits in a race. So the Mercedes really struggling in these early stages. They pass the Renault Clio Cup car.
Well, that Renault Clio being driven by Stefan F, the number 620 car, as you say, with the camera on it now, as you say. And it's, if I say a buzz box, I don't mean that at all derogatory, but you can hear the engine. It's a little Renault Clio, and it's just revving all the time, constantly changing gears, and all of a sudden you hear this deep, throaty grunt, and an AMG Mercedes goes by at however much pace quicker, and you just think, oh, breathe in, leave the door mirrors where they are, please.
Yes.
I might need those at some point.
And breathe and wait for the car to settle again.
In fact, you need my door mirrors more because I need them for you.
Yes, that's a good point, well made. But drivers working very cleanly through traffic, but certainly great overtaking manoeuvre from Earl Bamber, quite forceful to take the lead between the first and second corners of lap number 2 from Alexander Sims. Sims now back in 6th. We've got Klaus Bachler all over his tail in the number 4 Falco Motorsports Porsche. So his race going downhill a little bit, but in behind, all nice and clean. And as I say that, sudden at Arenberg, there is an incident there on the tracker map. Hopefully, I can't tell you just exactly yet who has come a cropper there, or is it simply being cleaned up. But for Earl Bamber, he's worked the traffic well. He hasn't got anybody immediately on his tail. And that's a rare thing with 165 cars starting the race today. We haven't done all the maths, but we're fairly sure the one that we haven't got out there is the number 63 FFF Racing Team Lamborghini that unfortunately went off, brought out the first of 2 red flags in qualifying. Didn't see that make it out onto the circuit, but I still feel they may be able to at least get some running later in the day if they can repair the rear impact damage. And a Porsche Cayman 718 Cup Class car dives into the pits. So that will be the end of its 3rd racing lap. That would have started in the second batch of cars. Oh, the 63 Lamborghini, bless its little cotton socks, is going to come out into this race. I mentioned it. I wished really hard and crossed my fingers, and here it is on the pit apron, not yet quite ready to go in the race, but looks like they're going to go out and get that all-important track mileage because, of course, FFF Racing Team would be very, very keen indeed, as would all these top teams, get a great result in the Nürburgring 24 hours. And to do that, it helps to qualify at the front of the grid. And next weekend, here on the Nordschleife, is where that qualifying race meeting will be held. So track time now could be worth its weight.
It's just data, isn't it? It's just gathering data, information all the time. Especially this place, we've mentioned frequently. I know it's one of your favourites, the weather, and I'm obviously wishing for a previous career that you never quite achieved. But looking back longingly, but the weather is so important here, and there's much data as you can get for this kind of conditions. It might be the same in the N24. It might not. It might come. It might change. But if you've got more and more, the much data you've got, you can have in the background sitting there. Guys can work out strategy, and there's nothing. We think strategy is important in a 4-hour race. In a 24-hour race, it's actually supreme. I would say, in some ways, the strategist is the key role in the team. Never mind the drivers.
Peter, you think about how in a 4-hour race, through the course of qualifying, it's all on one day. One of the beauties of the NLS, your temperature can change in spring. But you think how your temperature can change in the course of 24 hours, day and night, in the height of summer. So you've got an enormous temperature span. So any knowledge about how your car performs on a track at this particular temperature, you need to know.
It's a reference. It's a knowledge base, isn't it? You can sit there and say, right, in actually, albeit this time it would be a week ago, but you've got this reference. If you look at the back, you look at the ambient temperature, and then looking at the track temperature. We see how tyres work, how the engines perform, what they might need to do to engine mapping, all these sort of things. There's so many variables to these cars these days. But as you say, more and more and more information. You've heard it if you listen to sort of Formula One, so they talk about going to simulators and setting things and running circuits in a way so they've got information before they even get there. And they'll go and do it. So it's exactly the same thing in this. You say, in a Grand Prix, I mean, they're sprint races, they're over in a matter of minutes. It's all done, isn't it? These boys, our ordinary races are 2.5 times a Grand Prix. And then we have a 24-hour race just to throw into the mix. Oh, and a 6-hour as well.
Okay, don't want to jump the gun. Looking down from above, there's a red car with a white flash up it at the side of the track. I'm just trying to work out if that might be the Glickenhaus, the SCG. Admittedly, it's a bold thing. There are probably quite a lot of red cars with white stripes on them in this 165-car field, but certainly the header cam showed a car stationary by an exit point at the side of the circuit. And while that's happening, Still some fantastic battling, and the Porsches are just going better and better. Not the one that's in the lead of the race, that's made its escape, Earl Bamber, but certainly the one with green wing mirrors. In fact, that is our race leader. What's happened is Nicky Katzberg has had an astonishing... I thought that was a battle a bit further back between Pilet and Wittmann, but what's happened there, of course, that battle was split by Nico Menzel with that brilliant overtaking manoeuvre last time around. Right, one shot shows the race leader, still Earl Bamber, Katzberg in his toe as they go through the kink towards the end of the lap, and catching a toe off him and making potentially Fricadelli first and second at the end of 4 laps of racing. Maybe not quite close enough to go around a BMW. Oh, fantastic. And in behind Menzel and Wittmann right there as well.
Bruce, we've seen this before. The Porsches, not mega fast down. They can hold their own with the BMW down Dottingerhöhe. But it's this next stage. They've cleared the traffic. See what's happened to go into the first turn. But our race leader, Earl Bamber's got a little bit of a gap there. And looks down the inside, he's done it. Second place is the Fricadelli Porsche. Dived down the inside. He's now run deep. So Nicky Katzberg, Pilet, got down the inside of Nicky Katzberg. Katzberg trying to go around the outside. Traffic's going to make this, and he hangs him out and puts him into the traffic there. Pilet, beautiful manoeuvre there. Just blended out to the right, and basically there's a back marker there. And if you stay where you are, you're going to have to back out of it. So Alexander Sims there, his battle to have that place back again thwarted by a back marker, as in it's got to go somewhere. He's got to move around it, unfortunately. So
Katzberg,
now got 2.
That was Katzberg, not Sims. Sims a little further back. But
sorry,
Patrick Pilet, I said a few laps ago, the Lamborghini is on the track. The lights are flashing. It's going nowhere fast, but it's going somewhere. And that's good. So a test session for the 63 Lamborghini. Well done to the crew there from FFF Racing Team for getting that fixed after its fumble in qualifying. But has this top 3 cars covered by 1.1 seconds after 4 laps around the Nordschleife, and in behind, not far back to Nico Menzel, having a great run, the number 25 Porsche from Huber Motorsport. Then Marco Wittmann and Alexander Sims being separated a little bit from the battle. But Pilet, I said a couple of laps ago, or a lap and a half ago, he's the star of the early part of the race, and he's worked his way forward and forward and forward from 6th place on the grid up now into 2nd. Let's see what he can do about his own teammate, Earl Bamber.
What I really did in all my excitement there, get the 2 Rover Racing BMWs confused, you say, because we'd seen the other one up at the front, Sims up there as well, so I'd got them completely the wrong way around. So my apologies up to Nicky Katzberg, who was doing a great job up there.
And the Lamborghini, by the way, did not an outlap. It went round and come the back entrance into the pit. So I think we'll see a number of those until they start doing some longer runs. It was just to check that the 4 wheels are square on the circuit. And hopefully they are. But it's the story of the race so far is Alexander Sims started on pole position in the Schubert Motorsport BMW, got shuffled back to 2nd by Earl Bamber just as they went out onto the 2nd lap, and since then has fallen back a little bit further and a little bit further still as the Rover Racing BMWs have passed him, and both of the 2nd Fricadelli Porsche, and those Fricadelli Porsches are now 1st and 2nd, and in for good measure the Huber Motorsport entry, car number 25, with Nico Menzel running very strongly in that bright blue Porsche with the yellow wing mirrors. In the Pro-Am class, it's Nico Menzel, I just mentioned. The SP9 Am class, the class leader is it's now Moritz Krantz, the Get Speed Performance AMG. He shares with Janine Schaffner. And I'm pleased to report that I was wrong in my identification of the red and white car inside the circuit, because the Glickenhaus is still going. Thomas Mutch has got 4 laps on the board. And who was the first to pit? I said occasionally we get cars pitting early on. 4 laps on the board, and the Falcon Motorsport Porsche number 4 has made a pit stop. So that's the first early pit stop. I ought to be writing these down when they make their pit stops. I will do that, because we get people off running 7, typically can be 8 laps, weather conditions providing. But those who stop early in the race will be doing longer stints later on, and vice versa. But the first to make a statement, stopping after 4 laps, was the number 4 Porsche.
I think we've got another code 60 at Arenberg. I'm just trying to see what car that is. My track map has just decided to freeze for a minute, so we'll come back to you in that in a moment.
Great little battle between the KTMs, and last time we looked it was Reinhard Koffler leading the way in that class, and it still is, and a little bit further back. The red one can say, because they're largely black or unliveried. We saw them at a standstill before the start of the race. But there was one very helpfully with a red livery just coming up to complete another lap. I think running in second position in class, second and third in class. Lights ablaze as they come onto the tail of some production class BMWs, but Reinhard Koffler a long way clear in class. He's almost 20, he's 20 plus seconds. Second place in class is car number 920, which is actually starting, it's Hendricks, it's Konstantin Scholl showing with Hendricks still. Third in class, right on his tail is car number 913. I would like to furnish you with some facts, but it's Mullig at the wheel, but that's a car extra to the entry list. So it goes to prove, putting 165 cars on a list, there are definitely some extra ones. There may be some missing, but it'll take a while to work all that out. But 913 chasing 920, but both of them trying to see what they can do about their class leader. 922, Reinhard Koffler leading and leading comfortably.
I'm just trying to get a quick update on that code 60 as my track mapper reloads and reconnects.
Yeah, so it's when you try and stretch your screen, pull it out to see what's what, it's you can often find yourself on a different corner. But really the story of the race has been that Schubert Motorsport made the most. We said in qualifying that of course when the qualifying was curtailed with the course vehicle just going out now, so someone else has had a little bit of a moment somewhere. Something's off at Schwedenkreuz by the looks of things.
Yeah, and Brunchen as well.
Was the simple fact that the grid was a little bit maybe not accurate. It was accurate, of course, according to the clock, but with the session being stopped twice. And for Alexander Sims, he started on pole, but he's been shuffled back to sixth place. And the next car that's going to be setting about him, or the next car in line, is the number 22 Ferrari, Daniel Kalwitz. WTM car back up in the position from which it started the race. So, and we're still waiting for the charge of the Mercedes, but they're only in 15th and 16th position. So instead of advancing from Raffaele Marciello starting 13th, he's lost 2 positions on the opening lap, and since then has not made up ground. He's just half a second down on Christopher Haase in the number 32 Audi. Haase, Audi, those two words go together over the years, seemingly the decades as well. He's running for the Audi Sport Team car collection crew with Dennis Marshall and Patrick Niederhauser. But that's the target for Raffaele Marciello. And then ahead of that, a whole string of Audis with Kelvin van der Linde in there as well, Frank Stippler, Fred Vervisch. Oh, it gets busy. The Glickenhaus enjoying the racing, Glickenhaus Racing SCG, tucked in the tail of the SP9, just outside the top 10 of the SP9 class. In fact, to tell a bit of a fib, just outside the top 20 in the SP9 class. Such is the talent. If you weren't here at the start of the broadcast, start of the race, we've got 4 hours of racing action. Last time we were perfectly content with 20 cars in the top class, but we decided to up the ante. 33. We worried it might have been diminished to just 32 with the FFF Racing Lamborghini crashing in qualifying, but that has ventured onto the circuit a few moments ago to just get some track time ahead of next weekend's qualifying race for the Nürburgring 24 hours. Right here on this channel, on the screens. Definite slow sectors around the circuit. Helicopter picking up, and often if the helicopters are tracking a car on the track and they suddenly hit the brakes, you know why. Great little Alpine A110, rather kindly running the number 110 on its doors. Janis Voldau, Max Lameche and Andreas Patzelt. They're running in SP10, that's the class of GT4 runners. They are on the wrong side of an incident, so they've been made to back off. Now looking for place changes, first and second. It's still the 2 Fricadelli Racing Porsches. Are we about to have a change for position coming to the kink towards the end of the lap? Not on your life. One in second place remains in second place, and round they come through the chicane. They can see the pit buildings in the distance, and it's still green wing mirrors ahead of yellow wing mirrors. It's still car 30 that start on the outside of the front row. That's with Earl Bamber on board, but Patrick Pilet, he quite fancies another position gain. He's in the slipstream down the start, finish straight down to turn 1, not quite close enough to make a move. Patrick, don't try it. He didn't try it. To turn 1 they go. No point tipping your teammate off. And in behind, Huber Motorsport, Nico Menzel. What a brilliant opening few laps. Got his nose ahead into turn 1 in third position, but I think he might have been shuffled back to 4th. I think Nicky Katzberg will put him back into his position, just waiting for him to come in the shot. Yes, Katzberg, by the time they get to turn 3, has got the nose of his Rover Racing BMW back into third place. But Menzel's just having a great run for Uber Motorsport. And in behind them, Marco Wittmann still in fifth. Daniel Kalvitz has now got ahead of Sims, but only because Sims has dived in after 5 laps into the pits, making his pit stop after 5. So their tactic is stop early. Their rivals doing things differently. You expect most of them in these sort of conditions to run longer, but certainly last time around, the number 4, Falco Motorsports Porsche, decided they were going for a short, early stint, and later they'll go for longer ones. So Menzel still listed in 4th place. We saw him fleetingly get up to 3rd. He leaves SP9 Pro-Am class. The next car in that class is Patrick Niederhauser, driving the number 24 Car Collection Motorsport Audi. He's showing that with Patrick Cole and Lorenzo Rocco di Torrepadula.
I knew it'd be there. I was surprised it had taken that long to get it in, and I do practice that one in front of the mirror, the bathroom mirror at home, to make sure that I do get the odd expose and get it in there. But the fear is it's all very well. It's sort of like, you know, doing it at home. It's sort of like Britain's Got Talent. It's all very well practicing at home in front of the mirror. It's when you're actually there in front of the live audience, and I've got to do it in front of you. I know that the moment I start that, or you begin to sense it, or even the slightest inkling I'm going to do it, the eyes are on, the pressure will be on, and the sweat will start rolling down my forehead, and I'll just get it wrong.
It's good to keep you on your toes.
And there's me, great oval explanation and a brilliant summary. That's what Bruce does. There you go. Welcome to the world of Bruce Jones, and welcome to my world.
Deadpan. But, you know, we talked about the strength and depth in the SP9 class, 33 starters. It's some great battles, and you suddenly look and think, are they fighting for 6th or 7th? And find they're actually fighting for nothing like this. They're fighting with 13th or 14th positions and on down the order. But right now, this race really in these early stages, we have a few early pitters, pit visitors in the top class, including the car that started from pole, which only now is just starting to get under power to leave the pit lane. Most certainly at the moment it's Fricadelli Racing, bragging rights on their home circuit. 1st and 2nd, Patrick Pilet in 2nd. Started the lap just 1/3 of a second down on his teammate. But Earl Bamber, he has the bragging rights. He took the lead right at the start of lap number 2 with 5 laps on the board. He's at the front of the race. Fastest lap of the race so far, set by the car in 3rd position, Nicky Katzberg's BMW.
Oh, once again, the BMW there having a little moment thing with the Schubert Motorsport car, just having to wait there. It's just Cronin at the wheel of that, just around the pits, I think it is, and just being held up by a back marker, having to wait to say that thing we talked about so much earlier in the race, or before the race actually, of how you've got to behave and what you've got to do on this Nordschleife, and it's a back marker there, absolutely right away. And you're the quicker car. It's your job to get around the slower car. They've got as much right to be there as anybody else. So just had to back out of it for a minute there and just say, oh, maybe not for now.
Yeah, we talked before the race. We talked before every race in the NLS about moments to do the right thing and the wrong thing, and it's pretty easy to move one swiftly towards the other. So, these early stages of the race, it's all about Patrick Pilet giving chase, getting up to 2nd place, but his teammate Earl Bamber leading the proceedings.
Zwei Familien. 40 Jahre Firmengeschichte. Unsere Produkte entstehen zu 100% in Deutschland. Mit Herzblut und Hingabe. Wir schaffen den Technologietransfer von der Rennstrecke auf die Straße. Handwerkskunst, Erfahrung für diesen einen Moment. Das ist die Nürburgring Langstreckenserie. Das ist H&R. Performance made in Germany.
Sicher ans Ziel. Auf allen Straßen, bei jedem Wetter. mit den zuverlässigen Sommerreifen von Falken. Jetzt Falkenreifen kaufen und Tankgutschein sichern. Weitere Informationen auf tankgutschein.falkenreifen.de. Falkenreifen.
Direkt neben einer der legendärsten Rennstrecken der Welt baut die Hubert Haupt Immobilienholding einen neuen Premium-Gewerbestandort für anspruchsvolle Motorsport- und Automotive-Unternehmen. Sichern Sie sich jetzt Ihren Platz auf der Pole Position.
Ein hartes Duell. Kollision zwischen den beiden. Damit ist das der Führungswechsel zu dritt nebeneinander.
Maximale Reaktion.
Da brennt der Falken-Porsche.
Drama. Das Auto hat einen längeren Boxenstopp. Vorsicht.
Und hier kommt der Gesamtsieger.
Der Rowe NLS Rückspiegel. Am Sonntag um 18:30 Uhr auf diesem Kanal.
Huber Motorsport starting to make a run of it. It's been a really good effort, very fleetingly up into third position. But Nico Menzel now back behind Nicky Katzberg, but close enough to be seeing what he could do. The Fricadelli Porsches have been split a little bit. They'd made their escape 2 seconds clear at the start of the lap. It's only 2 seconds now, but a helicopter shot is showing us one of them. Just checking, it's still the number 31 in the lead, one with the green windscreen. Oh, Patrick Pilet in second place, just been blocked comprehensively, and that will allow the two chasing cars to close in. It happens, Peter, time and again.
It does indeed. Just going back to the Nicky Katzberg car there, the fastest car on the circuit is 7:56.465. My apologies. But once again, it's that run down the Dottinger again, that toe, number 31 Porsche just sitting behind a different class Porsche. I think it is just in there, and then the Rover BMW following. This is for second and third place, isn't it?
One of the things about the Nürburgring Nordschleife, you cannot have a camera on every corner of the circuit, and as a consequence, by a million miles, a huge factor. So the use of the Helicam has grown and grown and grown, and it's just so incredibly physical looking down at the cars. It's so demonstrative in speed, the closing speed, but also it just shows the fact the helicopter pilot can keep a straight line. One of the Fricadelli Porsches is into the pits, just waiting for the timing screen to let us know. I would presume that's Patrick Pilet. Yes, he was just in the front of that battle. He was second, third and fourth. We're getting quite close to him. So suddenly Nico Menzel does get that third place. Pilet pits after 6 laps. So we've had the number 4 Porsche coming in after 4 laps, the pole starting Schubert Motorsport BMW after 5 laps, and now of the Fricadelli Porsches, the less well-placed one, well, it was second, comes in to make its first pit stop after 6 laps. Just seeing if any others are copying. Well, the 98 Rover Racing BMW, Marco Wittmann brings that in. 6 laps on the board for him. Kelvin van der Linde, the 29 Audi Sport Team Land. Audi comes in from 9th. Frank Stippler, who's down, actually entered in 2 cars. The number 5 Audi, entered by Phoenix Racing, that comes in after 6 laps as well, etc., etc. Patrick Niederhauser brings the 24 Audi in as well. So some people running outside the top 10 are now in the top 10. Their elevation is artificial. Just to complete that, so Raffaele Marciello comes in as well. So he's coming from, I think it was 15th position, listed as 12th, because we've got a shuffling. And David Pittard, we haven't seen that much from. He won some rounds last year, and his walk-on-horse BMW has been at the back of the pack, but he's bringing it in after 6 laps as well.
We coined the phrase, didn't we? Sort of Pittard the pitbull last year in terms of some of his very aggressive, but clean, fair and professional, don't get me wrong, manoeuvres, as in he just got his elbows out and got that M6 really, tonking around there. And he just, just hasn't appeared this year. It's not like it's a BMW issue, but so we've got most of the front runners, appreciate not the first 3 cars, and we've got quite a lot of the front runners, top class, into the pits now. Hershey, that's the number 26, Octane 126 Ferrari, that's into the pits. Car that did so well last time, and Much in the SBX class, number 54, is also into the pits. That's the SEG car.
Now the interesting thing, just looking at the timing screens, is the fact that Earl Bamber is sitting on a lead of best part of a dozen seconds. He worked the traffic really well, got the challenge from his own teammate Patrick Pile, managed to find a bit of a gap. And that last lap must have been a really, really good one. But again, yes, he gained 10 seconds on those behind. However, that's not necessarily 10 seconds of pressing the pedals a bit harder. That's also finding the slow zones in the right places. And that is always, we talk about the weather, we talk about the track temperature, we talk about the narrow track. But another major factor is where you find slow zones. If you're just through before the flags come out, hey presto.
Absolutely no disrespect to the pedaler, but we're probably talking half to a second of actually pedaling it, and 8 to 9 seconds of traffic worthwhile. That's what can happen, as you say. It's that phrase you've used before so many times, Bruce. Traffic giveth and taketh, and it does exactly that. And that's why you've got to look at the screen so carefully, look at the sector times, and look at combine it all with the Helicam. You may suddenly, we saw it in the last round. Nicky Team just suddenly put in that extraordinary last lap in the Audi. You know, in a tired car, not that much fuel, pretty good tyres, okay, granted, but the car's done the 4 hours, and on the final lap of the race, he put in the fastest lap of the race and nearly took it into second place on the podium. It was that close.
He was just having so much fun. Yeah. He didn't want it to end.
It was because it was his birthday, wasn't it?
It was indeed.
So he was celebrating. He got to do it. So now I celebrate. I do the fastest lap, and then I'll go and party.
But of course, he tried to confuse us.
Sorted his hair out first, of course.
It's done. Yeah. Right, but you know, we were confused because it wasn't an Aston Martin. It's funny when a driver gets aligned with a manufacturer, you just become accustomed to it. And it's, you know, commentators are old dogs, and that might be a new trick trying to work out he's in an Audi. But effervescent as ever, and you know, great fun to have around in any team. Nicky Tim, shame he's not here this weekend, but I'm sure he'll be back again. He was fleeting on our timing screens before the start of the race until I worked out the results of the previous round. Quick scramble, get everything reset. But over the years, in the commentary box, you never know what's going to appear on your screen. And the biggest concern is when the cars are going down to the first corner on the opening lap and you're presented with a wall of darkness. And you have to talk until your screens may recover or they may not.
It's just night commentary practice.
Yes, exactly. That's enough about May Road. We've got some very slow-moving vehicles out on the circuit. Drivers running line astern as they go past at a bated pace. But the flatbed seems to be being followed by a course vehicle. That will find a point at which to pull off, but it's not like a normal circuit of say 5 kilometers where you can pull off and get into a road, an inner road that takes you somewhere. The inner road doesn't really exist on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. It's just forest. Always reminds me of many moons ago racing in Formula 3000. Well, probably, you know, best part of a long time ago, when Alan McNish, different circuit of course, same country though, Hockenheim, he had a problem out on among the chicanes on the full loop of the circuit, and decided to walk back. He saw a lot of nature as he was convinced he'd left the circuit. I think there was so many trees, so little clear route back to the pits. Different days, different circuit, but still great to have these amazing circuits still being used and loved.
And of course having a Grand Prix as well sometimes. I'm sure that'll change again though. Imagine the current Grand Prix cars on the Nordschleife. Now there's a thought.
Well, you know, from time to time the fans are asked for a vote. They need to really think quite carefully.
Yeah.
And put their hand up. Right, in the V4 class, it's 7:05 all the way, but only by 4 seconds. That's not bad after 50 minutes of racing now. 7:05 leading the class, which is Team Avia Sorgrensport. Emir Asari and Morin Gott at number 1. Well, they haven't got the one on the door for nothing. Brink and Nice, last year's overall champions. Of course, you don't have to win the top class, you can win your class. If you race in a big class, today, for example, the V4 class for production cars between 2 litres and 2.5 litres, there are 14 of them. So if you win that class, you get more points than if you win a class with, let's say, 10 cars in it. So being in a populated class, that one for BMW 325i's, it's been happy hunting ground for Adrenaline Motorsport. Sorgrensport always in the mix with them as well. So there were some great little battles. Just 4 seconds between them just proves that very point as we get towards the end of the opening hour of 4 here on the Nordschleife for the 3rd round of the 2021 Championship. Really keen, Snowy, to find out exactly what the gap is between Bamber and Katzberg. The last few laps have been very good for the race leader. 11.786 seconds the good last time around, but the car that still has the fastest lap of the race is the one giving chase. Nicky Katzberg, the number 99 Rover Racing BMW. The sister car made a pit stop a while back, and Martin Tomczyk is now on board, and that's fallen back to, well, it's inaccurate. That's its position when it was sitting in the pit lane, listed as 6th. Bit of debris on the circuit, just as the cars go around the Grand Prix loop. That has to be watched for. Very hard to clear off the circuit for obvious reasons at the moment, because the cars are pretty much nose to tail forever.
You say it's been Earl Bamber's had a great race so far, but so's Nick Katzberg. Say P4 he started on the 2nd row there, and he's the fastest man on the circuit still with that 7:56. There's only interestingly enough though, it's Martin Tomczyk, number 98, the team the sister car. That's a 7:56.9. That's the only other car that's in it. So those M6, those Rover Racing BMWs, certainly up to speed. No pun intended, but they're the 2 fastest cars on the track at the moment, or have been all race so far. They're not leading. No, Earl Bamber it is. His best lap is a 7:58 now. 11.7 seconds last lap. It's now 8:51. I would say no disrespect to Nicky Katzberg or Earl Bamber's in the pits.
Okay, Bamber into the pits. Good call. So he's got 7 laps on the board coming in from the leader race. Number 30, Fricadelli Porsche race leader. And everybody else comes in.
My apologies, I totally misled there. I read the last lap time of 8:51, not the gap. My apologies.
No, that's fine.
7 seconds and Earl Bamber in the pits. It couldn't be 8-second gap. And Katzberg and Menzel. So 1, 2 and 3 into the pits. My apologies for misleading everybody there.
I rather enjoyed that actually, but you know
what?
Just
see if the listeners are awake, that's all.
I'm very much awake. I shouldn't.
I mean you. I know you're awake.
I'm slumped on the floor of the commentary box. No, it's absolutely fine. So it looks though the bulk of the people running a clean race from the start of the race are going for 7 lap stints today rather than 8. Occasionally you can see 8, but conditions hot. A lot of them have got to cycle through a lot of drivers. So 99 in the pits, Nicky Katzberg, little Dutchman, out of the car. I'll give you a choice of drivers who can take over. John Edwards or Nick Yellerly. Let's wait and find out. American or Brit has taken over. Great shot, looking across the Michelin tyres, put down on terra firma while the wheel changes are being made. Not a huge number of crew members for each of these teams, not just for keeping costs down, but also social distancing. All mechanics will be wearing masks at all times in the pits, but we practiced this last year and made it work so we could go racing. So full marks to all involved. And sometimes in this you think, oh my gosh, the car's being wheeled back into the garage. It's being swung around because you've got to fit a lot of people into the pit lane. They get the wheel changes done and often angle them through 45 degrees, but nothing looks too rushed. There is a minimum pit stop time, more of which later, because we've got a sliding scale. It's something that we will introduce towards the end of the race after we've got to probably the 3rd and 4th pit stops, because the later you pit in the race, make your final stop, the shorter your minimum time in the pit lane will be, and vice versa for your first pit stop and second pit stop. But there is a scale, so you do need a mathematician in the team and someone with a stopwatch who can use it and read it. And it really hurts whenever you have to report someone who's a crew or driver's just got it wrong and they've come out beneath the minimum time in a pit stop, and then they get the time penalties, and all the work for 4 hours is thrown out the window. So, the first car to have made a pit stop was after 4 laps of the front runners. That was Klaus Bachler. He's listed as being up in 9th position, but we've just got to wait for the staggerers, those who drive in the pit. Is he going to be back? If everyone holds station, he should be back in around the same position he was when he left the circuit to make that first pit stop. Just around, I think he was 7th position. Not too far behind the erstwhile pole starter, the Sugar Motorsport BMW, that was Alexander Sims. So if they come back in a similar position, we'll see. But of course, they've had different length pit stop times because they came in on different laps.
I think Earl Bamber may have stayed in the leading number 30.
He's listed as such.
So he may well have stayed in that car. as opposed to handing over to Mathieu Jaminet. But it looks like Earl Bamber's out in that car waiting for the second place car. So now in 25, we have Stefan Aust takes over the Porsche.
And it was John Edwards, just to confirm it was the American, not the Brit, Nick Yellerly, taking over the 99 BMW. The Ferrari number 22. Why do I call it, yes, the Ferrari number 22? It's a Vice, but is it George or is it Leo? So drivers changing all over the place. I don't know why, for some reason, on our timing screen, Jesse Krohn is listed in inverted commas. Maybe it's slightly faster that way. Jesse Krohn, great Finnish racing driver, competed all around the world. And he's sharing the BMW that started from pole with Alexander Sims, who led away, Steph Dusseldorp and Jens Klingmann. So according to the entry list at least, which can be, how should we say, flexible, this race with an enormous number of cars, 165 cars on the entry list.
Regularly updated. And
just to let you know, the bit of debris on the Grand Prix loop is just as the drivers leave the chicane. It's it's a third of the way across the track. So as the cars are starting to move from the apex across to the left, it's just where some of them might want to make a attempted passing manoeuvre. It's always interesting when cars come into the pits together in one order and then go out again. The order is shuffled. It's been shuffled the other way. I'm talking of, to wit, the John Edwards driven BMW's just taken it over, number 99, and he came out behind the Huber Racing Porsche, but has immediately got that up and running rather better than Stefan Aust has. Snowy just mentioned Stefan Aust. Stefan being a little more cautious, and he's lost about a second, and in track position there are 2 cars between them now, so the BMW said thank you very much, and the more experienced John Edwards has really had a very good little run around the Grand Prix loop, because he got it done early while his rival was just sort of getting comfortable in the car, effectively. And the move was done before they went on to the Nordschleife, and he's already gained, I'd say, 3 seconds, and his rival is using the slipstream but losing position. Oh, he's got it wrong. An aerial shot is showing he can't get past an Audi R8. Now he can, but lost a bit more time, and he's being challenged from behind.
And Janine Schoffner into the number 9 Get Speed Mercedes. That was started by Marita Krautz in that car, obviously now over to Janine Schoffner in the AMG Get Speed car. They are currently not 8th, so just inside the top 10. So most of the front runners pitted now. 7 laps completed. Still our fastest lap of the race is the car that's now for John Edwards. Of course, it was the previous driver of that number 99 car. Takes us with a 7:56.465, still the fastest lap of the race. Earl Bamber has done the first stint. He is in the leading number 30 car. That's our Fricadelli Porsche, numbers 30 and 31. The leading car had a 21-second advantage over Aust coming out of the pits, going into the pit stop. We had 11.7 seconds going in and 21 come out. So we'll just keep an eye on that for today. But Earl Bamber stayed in that car, so he's obviously double stinting, goes without saying, but that's exactly what he's doing, staying in that car, and continuing the good work he's done at the start of that race.
Just as soon as you say that, they then put the name Jaminet up at the top of the screen. It's been a slow flick.
Exactly.
They do that.
So we'll just do all that bit about him double stinting, and he's not.
But he could have done had he sort of felt so inclined. But I'm just about to ask you, how would you split your race if you had 2 drivers? Because the pit stops don't have to be particularly quick. There's time enough. I'd do 1 in, 1 off, 1 in, 1 off. Obviously not both in the car at the same time, but you know what I mean. I'd alternate them to keep them. It's a long stint, an hour.
Well, we'll break social distancing anyway. Wouldn't be allowed to do that. But of course, it's a very, very good point. And we come back to it again. There are some things that we always refer to, Bruce, and one of them is this data collection. And you can't put enough emphasis on this. It's nice and comfortable. I hate the word nice, but it's comfortable. It's there. It's working. Okay. One school of thought is don't change it, but the other school is get some more information from the other driver. because it is a long race. We're only just over an hour in, 3/4 of that race to go still. So get some information from the other driver. He may have a different view on it. He may drive it differently, he or she. In this case, it's two he's. Drive it differently, bit of intel, come back and say might use tyres differently. And these teams will know about their drivers already, what their strengths, what their weaknesses are. So okay, let's do a bit now. And it's almost, I hesitate to use it, but it's almost a banker stint. We talk about banker laps in qualifying. I get the one in, so it's on the clock. It's a banker stint. You've got nothing to lose. You might seem odd at the beginning, leading the race, but you've got information from both drivers, all things being equal. Let's see where we are in an hour's time.
If you go to the doctor, you're not feeling well, you'd rather have two opinions rather than one. So they tell me.
Always get two quotes for work. Exactly, the same principles play. It's a metaphor for life, you see.
Well, sad to report some cars back in the pits. That's not sad. What's sad is I just spotted one sitting up on a flatbed. It was a dark blue BMW with a red stripe and white flashes over its roof. I did actually notice that earlier in the race. I reckon that could be my process of elimination car number 721. Peter Dennis and Greg Eichmann's Belgian duo. Could be theirs. There's the dark blue with red and white, but it might not be the only one. But anyhow, for them, their race has been interrupted. Nothing interrupting the run of our front runner, though, because that 30 Fricadelli Porsche is looking very, very good indeed. But we'll see how close the sister car, now in the hands of Maxime Martin, can go. But at the moment, Mathieu Jaminet, who took over from Earl Bamber, listed at the top of our time charts. But they can change any moment, because when you've had drivers doing very, very different stint lengths, from the front runners, they've varied 4 laps through to 7 laps. Every single one of the front runners has made a pit stop now. And their order will be shuffled. Sometimes we get the production class cars, not so thirsty, they stay out longer. Obviously, they're a lot further back down the field. 165 cars listed on the start list. Yes, I did say 165. A lot of people will be blown away by 65 cars taking part in a race, but with 28 kilometres on which to play on this combination of part of the Grand Prix circuit and all of the Nordschleife, you can fit a lot of cars, and a lot of people want to come racing on the NLS, so that's exactly what they do through the course of the season. This is the 3rd round. The first one was started, well, the race wasn't started, the meeting was started, and then the snow fell, and that was that. So this is effectively the 2nd race, but looking good. Looking really good at this point in the race, particularly if you're running a BMW or a Porsche. Not so good if you're running a Mercedes or Ferrari, and definitely not any good if you're running the only Lamborghini in the race that didn't even get to start the race, but now at least has come out onto the track to get some lapping in.
You say there's plenty of length to fit 165 cars on. Yes, there certainly is, but there's not a great deal of width to fit 165 cars on. Sometimes 3 into 1 definitely won't go, even sometimes 2 into 1 won't go, as we find at various pinch points on the circuit. And we're just looking at a helicam shot now, and just demonstrating to us perfectly what we said. 2 BMWs in production class backing it out one another, and I think it's the number 1 champion car. It is indeed the number 1 and
705.
705, I think it is. And they are absolutely duking it out and swapping positions all the time. But with the helicam following it, the best way to describe it is it's that ribbon of tarmac through the fields. You described it earlier as an access road, Bruce. It almost is in some ways from a longer shot. But you can see it there now. I think they're coming down. Is it towards Adana? I think, but maybe not. Might be already. But they're one of the quicker cars going through. And it is just, sometimes there's not even a car width of grass at the side. So there really is no room for error. There's some curbing, red and white curbing a little bit. You can use that on the way in, unloaded. That's okay, fine. But you can't run wide on the exit because there is a strip of green that's less than the width of a production class car. So considerably less for a GT3 SP9 category car. And then it's barriers. And cars and barriers. It's never been a good mix of motor racing, I've found.
They do mix, but they shouldn't.
Well, indeed.
But talking of access roads, talk about the day falling into my lap. I was trying to find a way to park at the Red Bull Ring. And I was flagged in one I wanted to go to, that they sort of flagged me into the gate before. So I'm okay, well, I'll go up there, a bit disgruntled. I went up and
Did you have grumpy head on, did you?
No, I just thought, well, never mind, I'll just have to walk down, and I planned to meet someone. I thought that's going to be, hold on a second, that's been flagged onto the old Österreich-Ring. So, of course, I then drove on through the meadows, thinking I was Carlos Reutemann in a Brabham BT44, and it was just...
Absolutely.
I'll take that with both hands. Sort of came up to the top of the hill, then I had to go onto an access road because I couldn't join where the current circuit goes up to turn 2, and I had to turn a really sharp line. And because I knew that road, I took it the next day after the racing was over, and I went up and had a beer with a friend sitting up there overlooking the circuit. There are fantastic moments when we get released to go racing all over the world again.
Well, I have to admit that I'm old enough to have actually raced that circuit when it was a proper circuit still and driven it, and it is quite extraordinary. I do think they emancipated it, to say the very least. But we'll move on from that. Back at the Nordschleife, the champion is still having his battle with his fellow BMW right in front as they come through that great bit of carousel, the Caracciolo carousel, which is obviously the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series logo from above. That's exactly what it is.
The good thing about this little battle at the front of the BMW production class is the fact the director knows he can come back to it in an hour and they'll still be fighting each other. Might have changed the drivers, but for the number one crew, the Rink and Lyson, they just know each other so well, know this circuit so well, so they don't take risks, bide their time. They're doing exactly that, but just such a great little scrap. It's what racing is all about. They don't care there are other people in other classes that have faster cars, other people in other classes have slower cars. This is their battle. And the scenery is moving, and they have to just do what they can and try not to lose ground when the quick cars come through, and try not to lose ground when trying to overtake slower cars. So it's a constant battle. And as I said, when you're in the cars that can't overtake many but can be overtaken by a lot, you've got a lot to do to make sure your little battle isn't interrupted. But just a fantastic scrap. And they've got more than 2 hours remaining to do some more.
As we said earlier, of course, it's where the champion comes from. We mentioned it, but it's not to be overlooked. This is the battle. It's for the championship. These guys, this is what they're going for. They've got a one on that car, as you said, for a reason. And it's great to see that there. It's really good for the Helicam to focus on that for us for a little while, just to illustrate. Never mind the leading cars. This is the V4 category, the production wagons. Up to the 2 to 2.5 litre cars.
A race within a race. Now, there's also another different way of doing the racing, and that's when you make your pit stops. And by dint of pitting very early, after only 4 laps, Falcon Motorsport are at the front of the field. Klaus Bachler was running 6th, possibly 7th at the time he dived into the pits early. He has resumed the race in the lead, but he had a short pit stop. The others had longer pit stops because they pitted a little bit later. It'll go back the other way, but currently he's leading from Fricadelli Racing's number 31 Porsche. That was the one that was a little bit further down from the race leading sister car. And the order at the moment is 4, Klaus Bachler, Falcon Motorsport Porsche. 31, Maxime Martin, Fricadelli Racing Porsche. 20, Jesse Krohn. That's the car that started from pole, the Schubert Motorsport BMW. And 30, the car that was run into the lead of the race by Earl Bamber, now in the hands, the second Fricadelli Porsche of Mathieu Jaminet. So that is your top 4, and just half a second further back, in fact, the next 2 cars very close indeed. Martin Tomczyk, the 98 Rover Racing BMW, and 911, the Manthey Racing Lars Kern-driven Porsche, now in the top 6, ominously for some, working its way towards the front of the field.
40 Jahre Firmengeschichte. Unsere Produkte entstehen zu 100% in Deutschland. Mit Herzblut und Hingabe. Wir schaffen den Technologietransfer von der Rennstrecke auf die Straße. Handwerkskunst, Erfahrung für diesen einen Moment. Das ist die Nürburgring Langstreckenserie. Das ist H&R. Performance made in Germany.
Sicher ans Ziel. Auf allen Straßen, bei jedem Wetter. Mit den zuverlässigen Sommerreifen von Falken. Jetzt Falkenreifen kaufen und Tankgutschein sichern. Weitere Informationen auf tankgutschein.falkenreifen.de. Falkenreifen.
Ein hartes Duell. Kollision zwischen den beiden. Damit ist das der Führungswechsel zu dritt nebeneinander.
Maximale Reaktion.
Da brennt der Falken-Porsche.
Drama. Das Auto hat einen längeren Boxenstopp. Vorsicht.
Und hier kommt der Gesamtsieger.
Der Rowe NLS Rückspiegel. Am Sonntag um 18:30 Uhr auf diesem Kanal.
I could send Peter on an errand to find out the interval times across the circuit, across the gaps. Is Klaus Bachler? I can tell you, he stopped after 4 laps. He's got 9 on the board. He's on lap 10. The gap was 22.5 seconds on the start-finish line last time around. What I want to know if Maxime Martin, having taken over the 31 Fricadelli Porsche from his teammate Patrick Pilet, it was quite a shuffling of the driver order and even the driver identification combinations of the Fricadelli crews, but Maxime Martin, is he going to be closing down? His car, of course, has got more fuel on board, whereas the fuel load will be lighter at this point in the race, this point of the stint of the early pitting number 4 Walker Motorsport Porsche. One car that's taken a bit of a tumble, Peter, down the order in that sequence of pit stops is the number 99 Rover Racing BMW. We had its pit stop filmed. We had Nicky Katzberg hopping out, John Edwards hopping on board, but that's fallen back to 14th position.
I'd noticed that largely because on the screen, because its fastest lap of the race is highlighted in purple, where everyone else is in white, and it's very easy to see that. And I just thought, why is that car so far down? Its lap times are respectable now. It's doing 8:01s in the hands of John Edwards there, so 8:01.5 its last one, and it's considerably quicker than most of the cars around it.
Okay, some of the cars ahead of it made an earlier pit stop, so their first pit stop time was shorter. That's an element within that. We'll keep an eye on that. The sister car, which came in a lap earlier, came in after 6 laps rather than 7, handed over from Marco Wittmann to Martin Tomczyk. Don't forget, these cars were fighting in that lead quintet, weren't they? Lead quartet for a while. But that's much better place. It's 5th, whereas the sister car with John Edwards, as I said, is down in 14th place. We'll keep checking on that progress, but this is the beauty of an NLS race, because what you see is not necessarily what you get, it's what you get towards the end of the race that really tells the story.
Yeah, but you say that quite rightly. That sister car is quite happily placed in 5th, but it's 2 seconds a lap slower. And that's the point. The John Edwards car, he's doing 8:01s in that car at the moment. Everything else above it is 3s, 4s, 2s, 5s, 5s, 4s. There's nothing else, but there's only the second place car that's in the 8:01 category, and that's Martin in the number 31 car in second place. So, and that's 22 seconds off Bachelor. So it's an odd one. That we'll just we'll keep an eye on that. I think John Edwards might just suddenly jump up to around about sort of 8th or something quite soon.
Again,
it
keeps us on our toes, as if commentating on 165 starters isn't enough to keep us on our toes around a circuit with so many infinite elements of variety. And what we have to try and spot in this stint is when you've got a battle, is somebody working their way up through the order within that grouping. But right now, it's Falco Motorsport leading the way. 22.5 seconds to the good. So it's Porsche at the moment from BMW. So Schubert Motorsport back into third position. Don't forget their car started on pole in the hands of Alexander Sims. Just doing a little bit of housework. Who's leading the SP9 Pro-Am class? Because the top class, 33 cars, split Pro, which is the vast number of the cars, vast proportion. Pro-Ams, that's being led by car number 24, Car Collection. Lion Speed by Car Collection. That's one of our camera cars, so that needs to keep going. And it's Patrick Niederhauser at the wheel at the moment. That's in 8th place overall. SP9 Am. Scroll. It's Janine Schoffler, car number 9, down in 24th position. She's been showing that with Moritz Kranz. Black and white, great livery on that car.
That's one of your favourites, isn't it?
I like it because it's crisp and it's well, a lot of them are really crisp. But we've all talked about this over the years. What liveries do you like? Some really look fantastic when standing still. Some, for some reason, seem to come alive on track, and some cover it all. The Grello may not be a beautiful car, but the green and yellow Manthey Racing Porsche, both in sort of acid shades of either of those, stands out in any form. Speedy, at full speed on a grey day on the Nordschleife or in the pits in bright sunshine. But some of the really crisp ones, the black and white liveries, I think work really well. And the Get Speed number 9 Mercedes, I think stands the test of that.
And as you say, it's not necessarily what looks good in the pit box, in the garage, or in the workshop when you build it and you first present it to, let's say, your team, your sponsors, everywhere that's involved. Again, it's that bubble. It's your own little insular world. You think it looks great. You get impassioned about it. Then you go and put it in the pit lane or put it in the track with all the other cars, and you go, it doesn't stand out. Looks great in a workshop, doesn't actually stand out there. That Grello, to me, I love that phrase anyway. I think it's just good, but it just stands out. And it's kind of, if you go back to the days of the Formula One Benson and Hedges when they sponsored, and they did them gold because the fact packets were gold, and it just didn't work on television with a car. Paint it bright yellow, which wasn't their colour, and suddenly it was visible. It was there. Gold was subtle. It probably looked fantastic as a piece of art in a workshop. But a racing car isn't a piece of art. It's a working piece of machinery that's out there to win races.
Gold only in a very, very small occasion can look good on a racing car. It just flattens. In fact, they had to really struggle to get the black and gold, or was it really gold, on the John Player Specials? Well, it was. It dyed with the black.
It was originally, wasn't it? But then, if you notice, if you look at them later, and we get to the Senna period, the mid '80s, it's far more black and yellow.
Yeah, absolutely. So, but these things. I do remember going down a pit lane in I think it was Sepang one year, and these two amazing-looking M4 class BMWs. Looked sensational, but their livery was far, far too small and intricate. And once the cars were at speed, it just became no longer crisp. You just lost the edge of what they were trying to do. I mean, you could see them a lot because they were always leading the class. BMW Team Studi Japan entries, but their livery, though, was fantastic on the team shirts, fantastic on the wings of the car. It just didn't work at speed. Oh no, our battle between the production class 325i BMWs has been split because the champions of last year have continued on their way, and the rival's quite enough for now.
Can you not do that again when I look away and then suddenly shout, "Oh no"?
Oh no, he's come back.
I was just looking at the iPad and thinking, well, what? It's like, oh right, okay, so one's gone into the pits.
Right, the gap between our class race leader, Klaus Bachler, and Maxime Martin was 22.6 seconds. It's now 24.6 seconds. 2 seconds gained, but it's down to respective fuel loads, possibly a bit of traffic too. Now, what is making a move? Lars Kern has just moved up to 5th place, and that means Martin Tomczyk in the BMW, second of the Rover Racing cars, has lost position. In fact, when I say the second of the Rover Racing cars, it's the first of them, because that's the better placed of the pair. So, Klaus Bachler, number 4 Porsche, leads for Falco Motorsport team. Maxime Martin, 31 Fricadelli Porsche in 2nd place. Jesse Krohn, number 20 Schubert Motorsport BMW. He's 7 seconds down on Maxime Martin. And car 30 starting on pole. Sorry, car 30, I beg your pardon, is the other Fricadelli Porsche. Mathieu Jaminet took that over from, when I say pole. I mean, it's from the front row. Of course, it was started by Earl Bamber. He took the lead at the start of the second lap, but he's 18 seconds down. So suddenly our first few have really spread out there. We've really lost. But so Klaus Bachler's doing things very, very differently. His car came in after 4 laps. Maxime Martin's the car that pitted, car 31, in that general after 6, and the bulk of the ride was after 7. So not quite. It's a bit like a 400-meter race. The stagger around the first turn, it will unravel, unfold as we proceed.
In your defence, Bruce, that the car on the front row is next to Pole.
Indeed.
So it
had a good view of Pole.
Yes, you can tell you whenever a driver they think front row and Pole's the same thing. Weatherman failed career, driver failed career. No,
yeah,
it's a good job you're good at commentary, isn't it?
I won't mention anything else I've done. Nothing.
Multitasking. Yes. A CV on a post-it note.
Took a job for a laugh for a couple of years after university. Still doing it.
Yes.
Avoided all careers all along the way.
There was a friend of mine once described doing this. He said, started at the bottom and liked it. Which was very cutting. Yes.
Could have been cruel. Yes. Started at the bottom and was very well suited.
There's no dessert for you, my friend.
At the start of the day, when the clouds were low over the circuit, all the people up and down the pit lane were wearing thick jackets. It seemed as though spring had been deferred, but it seems to have sprung now. Lovely day around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And really making things look very good for the Falken Motorsport crew. We were due to have 2 cars from that team, and we do. They're first in the hands of Klaus Bachler, who started the race in that car. He's keen not to relinquish the steering wheel. And 13th, the number 3 entry, Dirk Werner at the moment, at the wheel of that. So again, teams splitting their strategies. And just to reiterate, if you weren't with us at the start, in the lead up to the race, qualifying was interrupted twice by red flags, and so we didn't get a particularly representative grid, because obviously you don't fit many laps in when the session is resumed, because the lap here is so long. But certainly those that started at the front end still seem to be pretty well suited in this race. I expected some of the others to start making progress. I think we might find out a little bit more just when we get to the second round of pit stops. But we know, I would expect at the end of this lap, or possibly the next one, Klaus Bachler will come in from the lead, because that car did 4 laps, it pitted. It's on lap 11, and all of the other front runners, well, the vast majority of the other front runners, their pit stop after 7, so it suggests 7 laps is sort of the maximum stint length you can squeeze out in this race of a tank of fuel. Bright, sunny spring weather on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Klaus Bachler, well, looking to add another win to the illustrious list of wins in recent years for Falken Motorsport in the races on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, the long distance races. And he's going to see if he can make that happen. And just worth pointing out, that car, number 4, started 11th. So it was automatically wanting to find a different route to the top. Wasn't going to blast away from the front of the grid, because it wasn't at the front of the grid. But Falken Motorsport, they have worked out how to win races here in the past. In fact, it's been a while now. The last one, according to my records, was the final round, unless I've momentarily fallen prey to poor eyesight. Yeah, Klaus Bachler, Martin Ragging paired together today. They won the final round of 2018, which was the Munsterland Pokal.
So they had a great season last year, didn't they, Valkenhorst and those BMWs? We said we talked about David Pittard earlier. That's just a name we just haven't really mentioned that much this year. But they had they were up there all the time last year. It was one of they were a contender, as I would say. I think Rocky said.
Yeah. Just going back to Falken Motorsport, I mean, they of course, made life interesting for themselves to prove their Falken tyres by running 2 different makes of car last year, which can't be easy for any team. They looked similar with that turquoise and dark blue livery, or mid-blue livery at the back end of the car. Now talk of Walkenhorst Motorsport, 2 of them side by side down into the first turn. Oh my gosh, so close to colliding. 36 keeps its nose in front, but that was a very, very tight. Indeed, 36 is the white and multicoloured one, and the one with the Alpecin sponsorship tucked in behind. That's the car that is shared. The Alpecin car is Jorg Muller, Mario van Bolen and Sami Matti Trogen, who did great things in the digital Nordschleife series last year. Whereas 36 in more regular livery. The Total livery is Henry Walkenhorst, Friedrich von Bohlen and Jörg Breuer. But unfortunately for either of them, they're not fighting at the very, very sharp end of the field at the moment. Breuer listed in 29th position. So hold on, is there a lap? There can't be a lap between them. Just trying to work out why I can't see 35 on my timing screens. More later. Get back to you on that one. Has there been a big delay for 35? It's just scrolling up and down my screens, but unless you can see them, I can't see them in the top 20, 30. I can see 36 in 29th position, one pit stop to its name. I'll set Detective Snowden on that one. Still got a little bit of car debris sitting just on the exit of the chicane before the drivers leave the Grand Prix loop and go onto the Nordschleife. No opportunity with this many cars on the track for a marshal to run out and grab the offending piece of carbon fibre. So there it sits.
Does make you think, doesn't it, that we're just over an hour and a half in and just 10 laps completed. Really gives you an indication of just how long this circuit lap is. We keep mentioning it and remember corners, the amount of time it takes and whatever, but 1.5 hours racing and we're only 10 laps in. Let's go do a 10 lap on the Nordschleife. We've got an hour and a half to spare, have you, in a GT3 car?
Yes. I think you get a very long list of people signing up. And
yes.
Well, in fact, the proof of the pudding is we had 33 who could be here today, and there'll be other teams who would like to have been here but committed to other racing programs around the planet as the SP9 class, GT3 class continues to rule the roost.
The number 35 Valkenhorst N6 is indeed 148th on the timesheet.
How many pit stops has it had? Does it give you that on the right-hand side of the screen? 3? 3. Okay, the drivers have done what? They're
actually, no. Apologies. Sorry, that's just its laps. It's done. Sorry, it's only done 3 laps. It has done. Let's scroll away from it now. What did I say? 135th, didn't I? It has. Lost it now.
Okay, well, it didn't qualify in the top 20. I quickly scribbled down those at the start of the day, but I'd seen it running in qualifying, so I just maybe that was one of the fallers, or maybe it had a problem right at the start of the race. But 3 laps on the board, but race leader 11 laps on the board. So I said Klaus Bachler might come in at the end of lap 11. He hasn't. He's continued in the race. But I think this time around he will be pitting, and the advantage over the chasing Maxime Martin, the 31 Fricadello Racing Porsche, as you would expect, because the fuel load on the race leading Falcon car is getting lighter and lighter, just enough gas for this next lap. But Maxime Martin potentially has another 3 or 4 laps. Might have been a bit of traffic, but 6 seconds gained by our race leader. 30 seconds, just over 30 seconds to the good. Great little Audi scrap going on, 3 of them almost nose to tail because they go between these turns 1 and 2. It's a battle for 7th, 8th and 9th positions. It's not Lawrence Van Tor. Let's even try Dries Van Tor, car number 15, car number 24, Patrick Niederhausen, the lead runner in the prime class. And then 23 in this trio of Audis is Nico Muller, right on his tail. A tiny bit further back, we've got an HRT Mercedes flashing its lights in the background as well. That's Hubert Hout, the man himself, the man with the name over the garage door, flashing his headlights. He's got to pick off Porsche Cup class car and see if he can catch up. He is in the top Mercedes, 10th overall, not where Mercedes expect to be on a circuit where they've had so much success of late.
We're saying actually no pit stops for that Valkenhorst number 35, so I think it might have been a late starter. It looks like it's just an hour or so, so it's only just started late. So it might have been a bit like the Lamborghini we hoped and had a little bit of an issue and started a bit later.
Oh, good grief. Well, the third of those Audis I was just talking about, which was Nico Muller, I think just clattered the piece of debris that's sitting in the circuit. It ran on outside it, overtaking a slower car. But hopefully we'll pick up no damage from that. I think it might have just glanced the right-hand side of the car. Where is Grello? Grello is 5th. Driver on board, Lars Kern, weaving his way out of Hatzenbach. Showing that just a two-driver lineup. He did the first stint, he's doing the second stint. We'll hand over to Michael Christensen. And the 911 Grello car from Manthey Racing started 9th, up to 6th. So little by little up to 5th, making progress. Nearly 7 seconds down on Mathieu Jaminet in the number 30 Fricadelli Porsche. So Porsche's coming good bit by bit. One's leading the race, but that's the one that made the very short opening stint. Did just 4 laps before pitting. Klaus Bachler started it, is on board. His race will be run fairly soon. I think the end of this lap, he should be bringing that turquoise and blue Porsche from Falcon Motorsport into the pits, surely, unless he's found a magical shortcut around the back of the lap.
Well, the Edwards car moving up a little bit. It's what, 13th now? Is that a slight improvement? I'm not sure. Has it moved up one or not?
Yeah, it's gone up one place.
You've gone up one place. Yeah, okay. Well, it's the right direction.
It is.
That's the key.
It is.
That's the key, and it's ahead of Juncadella as well, which he's.
And I tell you something else.
Still 4 seconds a lap quicker. That's the point.
But he apart from the race leader, which is about to pitch, or with a really light fuel load, that is the fastest car on the circuit. So John Edwards, we saw, not only did he just immediately go into battle with the Huber Racing Porsche and immediately pass it to gain position, he really has pressed on very, very well indeed since then. And John Edwards, just no stranger to BMW, no stranger, of course, to the Nordschleife, and just loves his transatlantic jaunts. Been doing it for a very long time now, and very, very successful. Up front, 30 seconds and more, the gap between Klaus Bachler and Maxime Martin. But Martin will continue on his way with his fuel load getting lighter at the end of this lap, and I'm convinced that Bachler will pit. And at that very moment, seeing one of the Falcon Motorsport Porsches flash through turn 2, I thought, no, that's the sister car, thank goodness. In fact, the sister car with Lance David Arnold has just come out of the pits, so that's done its second pit stop very early indeed. So what the team is doing is both having an early pit stop at the end of the first stint and the sister car after the second stint, and then they've got long pit stops, long runs before their pit stops from here on in to the end of the race. So just remember that 30 seconds is the margin that Klaus Bechler has from Maxime Martin. The pit stop will follow for the number 4 Porsche. On closer inspection, it's a little bollard. Well, it's quite big if you hit it in your car, that's lying on the exit of the chicane. I thought for a second it was a cone, but it's a bollard that's been ripped out of a mounting point on the circuit.
The danger of picking that up is that it seems easy to light and just get rid of it. It's not a problem. It's a bit of bother. If it gets stuck underneath or into an air duct and starts to overheat a radiator or something, and it's they've had enough laps of it being there now to see it. But it's just that thing where you just get slightly caught up. I think when you first mentioned it, Bruce, as to what it was and being identified, I think it was one of our Porsches who was sitting behind another SP9 category car, and just sort of blending out to the left, you have a little look around. It's just that it can be moving in the mirror just to disorientate the chap in front, and all of a sudden there's that time you're not intending to overtake, you're not doing manoeuvre, you've got nowhere near the car in front, you're just doing that sort of playing cat and mouse, scratching around inside his head a bit and moving around in the mirror. You just move slightly over, and all of a sudden there's something there, you pick it up and you think, I've run over something, what was that? And all of a sudden you've got the team saying, don't know, we'll check, confirm, whatever, and they start looking at temperatures and things, and all of a sudden it gets caught in a wheel or something like that, and it can just change the whole face of the race so easy. It's just like an innocent bit of cone, that's all it is.
But the heat of battle, it's not enough struggle just getting around the Nordschleife, on your own, but you've got traffic. You come round 8-10 minutes later, whatever, according to your class. You might expect the next time you're there it won't be there, but it is there. It's now logged in your mind. And that was a close one. You had to go around the outside of it, put yourself too wide. But you've just got to have the team also telling you it's still there, it's still there. As you come past the pits, it should be saying, just remember, when you get to turn 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at turn 8, before you go on the north, when you come out the chicane, it's still sitting there. Do be careful. Who's being careful? Well, who's leading the race? Falcon Motorsport. Pitted early, about to come in the second time around. The number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche has already made its second pit stop. It is outside the top 10. It will probably be outside the top 20 by the time all of that is completed. But what I want to see is where Klaus Bachler will be in about 4 laps' time. Will that number 4 Porsche, he won't be in it anymore, but will it be at the front of the race, or would it be Fricadelli Racing Porsches, the Rover Racing BMWs, and the Schubert Motorsport BMW that's still going very well indeed?
Fastest lap for the Klaus Bachler leading car is an 8-minute, 8.00378, and he's just popped in an 8:01, which is pretty well the fastest lap on that previous one. Put it this way, everybody's last lap they've just done, 8:01, Bachler, okay? He's pitted, he's just pitted now, as we say that now, but prior to that, 8:07s, 8:08s, 8:06, 8:10, 8:12, 8:06, you get the idea. The fastest man, the second fastest man on the track, is still John Edwards in the 99 car in 13th with an 8:02, and he's only 8 seconds behind Beretta.
Right, much as we saw.
5 seconds a lap slower.
Yeah, much as we saw last time, the final lap of the race, the fuel load almost down to nothing. One of the fastest laps of the race set by Nicky T. Expect drivers, as long as the conditions don't become untoward, to set their fastest laps right at the end of their stints. They're in the swing, fuel load is lighter and lighter and lighter. By then, hopefully they've managed the tyres well. The tracker map is the image that we've got a problem with. Code 120 between Heracht and Wipperman drops down to code 60 just on the approach to Wipperman. But just before that, looking at the tracker that you can find on the VLN website, you can find it all sorts of places around motor racing. VLN.de, you can pick it up. But the fact of the matter is that if you tell a friend or tell your family what you're doing at the weekend, you're commentating at Nürburgring, that's fabulous, yes. And then you ask them to look at the tracker map. They go, how many cars were in the race? And then you go, do you know why I spend all week revising? It doesn't show, but just trying to get it right. So, number 4 Porsche, nice and easy for us, except they changed the driver lineup. We'll let them away with that because it's going very well so far. Klaus Bechler out of the car, didn't see him get out, but the car surely has got a new driver on board. And he was a winner, as I said, the last round of 2018, sharing with Martin Ragninger, and I expect his fellow Austrian to be taking that car over. The pit stops seem always, don't they, Peter, to be almost agonisingly long. The car just sits there and sits there, but there is a minimum time that they have to be in. If they transgress, pit in to pit out is covered in a elapsed time that's shorter than that magical number, then they're going to get time penalties. And to have to come into the pits, and say you went out a second short, you've got to come in and be at a standstill for 1 second. If you're 10 seconds short, you've got to be for 10 seconds. But with the pit lane speed limiter, the time of the standstill, the pit lane speed limiter and out, you've blown the lot. Thrown the baby out of the pram.
You certainly have. We don't want to be doing that. No, not in this world. It's that, and again, it's that thing about drivers having to be patient. We've got the job to do, but it is. The reason you're racing a car, whether you're a pro driver, an AM driver, fully AM driver, or somewhere in between, is you want to drive the car fast. Sitting stationary in the pit lane is not what you want to do, and it is frustrating. But it is so much part of what you've got to do. You've got to get your head around it.
It is. It's just part of the equation. It's very complex. It's complex enough just doing anything that's to do with an equation, but it's part of the package. Another one that's taken an interesting stint length, 6 laps and then 6 laps, has been the number 24 car collection line speed by Car Collection Motorsport Audi. That's been going really well. Patrick Niederhauser just brought that in. 6 and 6. Okay, different forms of doing maths. But really the standard, the majority of the front-running teams has been 7 laps of their opening stint. Of course, thereafter they could choose how they split their remaining stints. Will they be 7 laps, 7 laps, 7 laps, and then 4? We will find out. But the number at the end of 4 hours last time was 29 laps. So we got... we'll see how they get that to fit, or will today be a better race? I'm trying to remember how much yellow flag we had last time. We did have quite long sectors of it, but was it for long? It starts to fuse into one a little bit as you look back over the race. He's delighted to report that SPX, 22nd position overall, but leading that class. Well, should lead the class. It's the only car in that class, but it's the very special one, dear to fans of the Nordschleife, the SCG 004C. That's from Glickenhaus Racing. It's the Glickenhaus by any other name. And Thomas Much has handed that over to Felipe Fernandez-Laza. That means Frank Meyer ought to be waiting in the pits for his turn in another while, but setting some decent lap times. What did I say? They were sitting in 23rd positions, become 22nd. Okay, waiting for the next lap. That was an out lap. No, it wasn't. 9:02. Well, that's indicative. It's tell you what, that's an awful lot slower. There's been a slow zone, of course. That's what I was going to say. Shouldn't be dapping in 9 minutes flat. Capable of far better than that. In fact, 8:08 was its best lap. I was thinking it might be lapping at about 8:10. Okay, so that just shows again, doesn't it? The way your pace, your lap speed can fall away enormously if there's been an incident. Now, there has been an incident. If we're looking at a Hyundai, that's the one we saw right before 496 at the start of the race. Front end damage back in the pit garage. having those rolling. When I say front end damage, let's add rear end damage as well. So for the crew, great to see lots of female mechanics as well getting involved in that. We saw them before the start of the race.
That's the Wagner tuning car, isn't it?
Yeah, Wagner tuning car.
Hyundai i130N. It's had. Looks like it's potentially either. Let's not include somebody else unwittingly, but it looks like it might have been biffed, turned around and touched something else, or they've gone off and managed to just kiss front and back. Well, it doesn't look heavy damage, I've got to say, but it's certainly it's both front and rear PUs are not as they left the factory, shall we say?
No, and I think what also happens here in the Nordschleife, it's very easy because it's from one barrier across the track to the other. It's remarkably close. You can either bounce front and back down one barrier, or simply be bounced across the track from one side to the other. You again, we talk about variables, but your list of possible things during the course of a spin and an accident, they've got plenty of other things you can add to colour the story.
The Nordschleife pinball.
Yes.
That one, yes, and it.
Tommy plays pinball.
Yes, indeed. One hit's bad enough. 2, it's not looking good. By the time you get to 3, it's probably not very good at all. Unless just kissing and just taking off a little bit of speed. But yes, that Hyundai not looking not exactly looking factory fresh at the moment. But I'm sure it'll be back out again. There's the good old tank tape, gaffer tapes come out again. Noticeably colour coded black for the right bits. So they can't do it over the orange; it wouldn't fit. But I'm sure it'll be back out again very shortly.
Right, confirmation that Klaus Bachler has indeed reported for a cooling drink, followed maybe by a really powerful coffee. I shouldn't need that, pumped full of adrenaline, but tired. His stint is over. Martin Ragginger, as predicted, has taken over the number 4 Forker Motorsport Mercedes. Still Porsche. Still listed at the top of the timesheets, but of course with that second pit stop and its rivals still yet to come in, everybody else will move up several positions. 911 Grello, Porsche.
I was going to say Grello going very, very slowly there, but you can hear it going down through the gears. You hear those straight cut gears, knocking down through the box, and that's because there was an intervention vehicle suddenly pulling out on the track to go and do its job. And great observation there by 911 by
still Lars Kern.
But that was a definite moment. We've talked again of these permutations, haven't we, Bruce? It's in their money, their business, and we just went to on board. And why is he going down through the box so hard? It's an intervention vehicle pulling out in front.
Now, of course, the real key there, Snowy, is how long that period will be slowed down. Because just ahead of that intervention vehicle was a bent Porsche, obviously taking a clash against the barriers, the aforementioned barriers, with a tow vehicle and another vehicle behind protecting it. But how long will it take for that to be shifted? If it's still having to be moved off the circuit in 8-10 minutes time, it affects everyone. But if it gets moved after only 4 minutes, it only affects the people in that half of the lap. So some people will gain 10 seconds, and that's a gift. It's gift wrapped.
But again, we were talking earlier, weren't we, about the traffic and observing the traffic and second guessing. And you said quite rightly earlier that if you come across slower traffic, watching Lars Kern on board 911 here, you've got to hope the slower driver stays where they should be. And it's just a perfect example there. I didn't see quite what it was currently behind it. I think it was maybe a CF, but it might have been a Honda. But it was, as we come behind it, the most logical thing to do. The car was on the left-hand side of the track. The obvious thing is to go around to the right-hand side of the car, but it isn't, because that car needs to do what it should do and go from left turning point over to the apex and back out again. And let's say, okay, so he waited, Lawrence Kern, and waited until the gap opened up for him and went through it, rather than going around the outside. And that's the sign of somebody that's experienced, because that initial driver should do exactly what he's doing, stay where he is. They've got every right to stay on the track. We always say it's a golden rule of the track. It's not even etiquette, it's just a golden rule of the track. It's always the faster car's responsibility to get around the slower car. So you just stay where you are, and just one thing that you do have when you're at higher class racing, just it's mentioned in the driver briefings all the times. Do your thing and do the right thing and stay where you are. Stay on the racing line, and the faster cars will get around you. And in fact, perfect example of their demonstrator to do it. Just stay where he was, just held back, waited, and went through.
Grello into the pits, Schubert Motorsport, BMW into the pits. So we've got promotion of everyone else, and it's Fricadelli's first and second now. 31, Maxime Martin leading the way after Klaus Bachler handed over to Martin Ragginger, who's listed as coming across the line. Not yet. It won't be for a while, because they've had 2 pit stops and expect to fall down outside the top 6, I would suggest. So it's the Fricadelli Porsches leading the way. The gap between them, 17 seconds between Maxime Martin and Mathieu Jaminet. Just remember, though, that Jaminet took over from Earl Bamber a lap later. He'll be running a lap longer in number 30. That's the one with the green flashes around its windscreen, the yellow flashes on the sister car. As I say, 17 seconds up the track, but lap speed's different, vastly different between them on that lap. Nearly 9 seconds difference in terms of pace, but it was a course vehicle on the circuit, 3 course vehicles on the circuit. It's where you touch those slow zones on the circuit, and you have to hope if you lose with one, you'll gain with the next one. But for Fricadelli Porsche, they qualified very, very well on the grid for their home race, 2nd and 6th, now 1st and 2nd on the track. And a whole host of others diving into the pits, including, just to reiterate, the car that started from pole has come in after 13 laps. Its first pit stop for the number 20 Schubert Motorsport car was after, that was an early pit stop, but that was after 5 laps. So it's done a 5-lap stint, an 8-lap stint, whereas the Manthey Racing Porsche, I didn't write down, I think it came in after 7. Anyhow, that has also made a pit stop. So
3rd and 4th into the pit now. And Mathieu Jaminet in the Porsche, having a number 30 Porsche, having little exuberant use of the exit curbs on the Grand Prix circuit there, and just picking up a fair amount of dust. Nobody behind, all entirely on his own, but just running a little bit wide there. Will have just got his attention, and just thought, not really a mistake, but it's just a little bit more of the track than you want to use.
Well, there's also the other element, as now finally the number 4 Porsche comes onto the start-finish straight. Don't forget it started this lap, well, in the pits, but from the lead of the race. But it's running a short first pit stop tactic, and it will start to work its way in the order, coming through listed, just waiting 18th position. But it's got its 2 pit stops to its name, and only a handful of cars ahead of it, about half a dozen cars ahead of it, have done a second pit stop as well. So could well yet, if Ragginger can continue to press on through this stint, after the double stint from Klaus Bachler, work its way up towards the top half dozen. Again, from the outside, it could be quite confusing if you didn't know which laps the drivers made their pit stops on. Because the difference between pitting after 7, 8 laps and pitting after 4 or 5 gives a sort of confuses the image to start with, but then we know the pendulum swings back the other way when they have to do longer stints later in the race.
And it was Mertens at the wheel of the Hyundai 496 that had the little off-road on that we saw in the garage with its... That's Daniel Mertens. We've also lost currently car number 180 on the BMW M4 GT4 cars, and the number 45 Mercedes AMG of Espenlaub and Lewis. None of them caused code issues, but thank you to Time Certain Clock for updating us on those exactly with your notes from that little bit. Just a little bit of update there for us.
Now, we talked earlier in the race about drivers like Alexander Sims hopping from cars and manufacturers and different Formula racing in Formula E as well to this, and having to constantly adapt. But some of the drivers in this jumped from one class to another. We had Ben Tuck dropping down to drive a BMW M4. He's back in one of the M6 GT3s this weekend, and that experience will be invaluable because it will also make him appreciate the strengths and weaknesses of the M6 when he comes back to it, because the M4 is a super nimble little car. The M6 a much more brawny, meaty, attacking sort of car. So good experience for the young British driver there. And now he's back with the big guys.
There's another layer to that as well, that as it's so recently, it also gives him the opportunity to see what it's like to be lapped by a car he's normally driving, have that experience of just running at a slightly different pace. But as you said quite rightly last time in that round, it's a BMW drive, it's a BMW junior team drive. That's what's important. And it's not to go and think you're being demoted or a lower class. If anything, I would say it's a huge advantage. Go and do it, go and do a good job. The team are going to think the world of you for that. You get on with it. No ego, just get on with it. Good old Bento did a great job in that car, but it's a fantastic opportunity to sit there at a slightly lower class and get the idea, okay, where is a good place to let a GT3 car come through here? Or where do I hold it up? Do I not? Whatever, and just get to understand it while still saying you've got a right to be on the track and do the race.
Look, it's only in multi-class, well, it's only in GT racing predominantly and sports prototype racing where you have the opportunity to drive a car in a different class and get to appreciate the differences. If you're doing touring car racing, there's very seldom a difference, and single seaters absolutely not. You unless you're doing some old-fashioned Interserie or Formula Libre race, you will be racing only against identical or cars of a similar performance. So
Formula Libre, that's it. Yeah, run what you brung.
Well, the more I sort of look back at the history of, in the days when Formula One teams in the 50s and 60s, majority of the teams were privateers. Those cars could be used in Formula One with decreasing competitiveness over 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 years even. Look at the Lotus 49, that went on forever. But then they get in the hands of privateers who then run them in championships that have different rules. So suddenly you could find a car that ran with a little engine in the back with a great big Chevrolet V8 or something, and so rather disappearing off the radar, but going an awful lot faster than it ever did in period, with the driver sort of hanging on at the front. But again, it's rather nice when the shovel has a new handle.
Or even better, putting Formula 5000 cars in Formula 1 races and surprising some of the Formula 1 cars.
Step forward, Peter Gethin.
Exactly, yes, and Tony Trimmer and the likes of those. Those were the days. Like, okay. But so multi-class single-seater racing. That's something I'll never catch on, Bruce. You were definitely born out of your time.
What was it I said last weekend? We were looking at the Eifeland March, the 721 with Luigi Colani bodywork, and I pointed out it was never copied. The ultimate full stop on that particular sentence.
Yes, I'm sure Mr. Marriott raised an eyebrow at that one.
I think he was just conjuring up another story about chimpanzees at Formula One launches or whatever. Just a wealth of stories. So if you want something for Christmas this year, there should be the life story of Andrew Marriott coming out soon. So much knowledge, so many decades, and so much fun. And it's the behind-the-scenes stuff that really just is going to add to the pile.
Well, I'm having dinner with him tonight at Donington's for the Historic Festival tomorrow, and I'm scared already. As you say, you almost dare start a conversation because, as you say, just wind up, let him go, isn't it? Because he has so much, such a wealth of knowledge, and I think our colleague Joe Bradley refers to him as a force of nature, both on and off air.
Bring it on. So
just another one of the Audis here. We've got the number 40 Audi.
That's Klaus Koch driving.
Yeah, and that's got a little bit of damage on the front there, which we hadn't spotted before. It looks like it's got some tape just holding the front part. Yeah, it has, on the front left.
Well, it's a little way down the order. It's in the
SP9
Pro-Am class. In fact, that's still being led now by number 25, which is way down the order from where it was. That was running much higher early in the race. Stefan Ost took it over from, Nico Metz was brilliant. He was the pro in the Pro-Am lineup, Huber Motorsport Porsche. Grief, of course, that was the one that got up to third place overall. Worked onto the tail of the top 5, picked them off, some great fighting. And that was the best tow of the race, wasn't it? It was a 2-car tow. Fricadelli Porsche diving into the pits. It's the one with the yellow flash on the windscreen. Look at notes, that's car 31 from Maxime Martin from the lead in the race. Also in the pits from the top class of cars. Car number 50, haven't seen that grey Audi too much. That's Rudy Adams, Arno Klaasen, who started, and Michael Heinrich at a standstill. But the important thing is, after 14 laps, the number 31 Fricadelli Porsche has made its pit stop. So it did a 6-lap stint and then an 8-lap stint. So it does mean I think later in the race we'll have a short one. But continuing on for one further lap, maybe 2, but I would think only the one. Car number 30, Mathieu Jaminet. He was taking great chunks of time out of the sister car, and the Frenchman, Mathieu Jaminet and Porsche, they seem just wedded. They're just such a good mix. And I just find it very interesting, the opportunities that come the way of these drivers, and suddenly having done all their career pretty much racing in Europe, they can race anywhere on the planet in huge demand for that. And Jaminet, very popular young driver.
Driver change for the sister car. Martin out of it and plugging our second driver in, quite literally plugging in radio connections and lines and water bottles and things like that. As our Rover live helicopter hovers over the pits and just shows the number 31 car, the leading car, Martin, in there. 14 laps completed. Its best lap for that car is a 7:57 so far. I'm just trying to see who they're plugging into it, Bruce. I can't quite see.
Well,
I think you
it's
probably
got the name Dennis Olsen on the roof, but he wasn't on our entry list. Patrick Pilet started that, meant Maxime Martin. Could be Pilet. I think his helmet's yellow and blue. Yeah, that looks, I think, like Patrick Pilet on board. About to be proved wrong. Also in the pits is the number 98 Rover Racing BMW. That's Martin Tomczyk took that over from Marco Wittmann, so Conor de Filippi ought to be about to take that over. Michele Beretta in the pits, number 5 Phoenix Racing Audi. That's been working its way up the order bit by bit. The Italian had such a good racing season last year. European Le Mans Series GTE champion. Again, Fricadelli team, so popular up and down the pit lane. I mean, any team that's named after a sort of foodstuff, the meatball team. They race with great humour. And no little success, to put it mildly. But of the front runners, continuing on its way, probably to be the last of the front runners to make a second pit stop, the number 30 Porsche from Fricadelli Racing. Mathieu Jaminet took it over from Earl Bamber, started from the outside of the front row, not on pole, as I decided earlier, but on the front row. And don't forget, didn't stay in second position for long. At the end of lap 1, it was still Alexander Sims, our pole starter, the Schubert Motorsport BMW. But between turns 1 and 2, so early on the Grand Prix loop, the move was made around the outside by the Kiwi Earl Bamber. That took the lead of the race. And he then worked the traffic really well to immediately drop the quartet of cars behind him. And it's really building on that ever since.
Now, interestingly, Bruce, the number 31 car, a little slow to restart. It made no real difference to its time in the pits, and it is Pilet back into that car because it's mandatory pit stop time. But it just took the mechanic just a couple of times, or the mechanic giving the signal, and it took 2 or 3 attempts for that car to. You could see it. The camera was mostly down there. You could see before it erupted out of the exhaust and had some emissions, and then got that Porsche engine going again. So just not a heart-stopping moment, but just certainly sitting there as oh, really? What now? Yeah.
But it's the sort of moments where the mechanics afterwards look across each other and shake their hand and blow out a bit. Fantastic battle between 2 BMWs, the number 20 car that started the race from pole position against Klingman at the wheel now, and right under his tail in the second of the Rover Racing BMWs, Nick Yeloli. So it was Yeloli who took it over. No, hold on, we had Edwards in that, didn't we?
Yes, John Edwards was in that.
Oh, it's made it second pit stop, of course, yes.
Of course it has. That's the car back to 14th. That's the car that's done. It's the fastest lap of the race now, isn't it? The 7:56.465. And still still putting in good times, that car. I'm surprised the car couldn't have that second pit stop, as you say, but it's in a good battle out with its counterpart.
That's very impressive from Yeloli because, I mean, Jens Klingman probably knows the M6 GT3 better than any other driver who's been sort of with that project from the outset. It was blink and think it wasn't that long ago, but it must be 5 or 6 years now the M6 GT3 came out to play. And alongside the Audi R8 LMS that was the sort of most popular car of the time, it just seemed enormous. And the drivers just disappeared inside it. And then when the Bentley Continental came out, it was the same sort of thing. Drivers just sort of seemed in the middle of a really big tub. But had its great moments early on, of course, those victories in the Spa 24 Hours. That's been their race, their real sweet spot, this M6 GT3. And now we're being treated to the view of that from the 911, the Manthey Racing Porsche right on its tail of the Schubert Motorsport BMW. Not only catching that, but in turn, running to get round the Schubert car. Ooh, Klingman bounces off the curb as he takes the first of 2 lefts to turn onto the Nordschleife. I want to see what they can do about Nick Yeloli, who is just starting to escape a bit. But I must say, looking at this battle, it does seem that the Manthey Racing car number 911, now with Michael Christensen on board, the big Dane, the great Dane, I think it's going to start making really good progress. He's been kept back in the pit garage in that little darkened room at the back where you put your super quick drivers, like a horse with blinkers.
Keep him like a coiled spring for when he's needed.
Yep.
All charged up, ready to go, fed and watered. Plug him in and off he goes.
And again, you're out there, you've got not the rush of blood to the head, but this is what you're here for. And then immediately you're out onto a circuit with umpteen different classes of cars, but you've got a battle ahead of you. 2 BMWs, got to pass them, and you've got to wait and pick your moment. But Christensen, even in the Grand Prix loop, was just catching that little battle up ahead. They had been battling. Yeloli had got ahead of Klingman, but it's now maybe settling down a bit, but he definitely wants to pick off Klingman.
Well, that's why you've got to learn as drivers what they've got to do is they've got to learn to go out and read the situation as quickly as possible, because you are joining the middle of a motor race with a lot of cars, a lot of classes. You can't go out and mess it up. Obviously, as you say, that's your moment. You're on. It's your go now. It's curtain call. Out you go. But equally, you've got to get in there and read it and where you are. And you might be in at any point of the race. You might be inserted into the middle of a production class battle. You're not. You've got to forget that you're in. If you're in an SB9 car, yes, you are in a GT3 car, but that's not the only race. That's fact. That's actually it's only 33 of the cars of 160 of them.
Yeah.
There's another 130 cars having their own race as well. So you've got to learn to get out of the pits, get on. It's that fine balance of you can't have a slow outlap like, oh, what's going on? Have a look around, check the mirrors, and tune into Radio 4 or whatever it may be. Or obviously they'll be tuning into us about the radio show and listen to the commentary, understandably. But you've got to work out where you are in the grid in the field, and equally the team will probably have told you some of that as well as to where you are about that, kind of like in a spotter kind of way, just to help, because it's the big picture. That's what matters. Where you are in the race.
And look, for some of the drivers like Michael Christensen, they'd have been out probably in qualifying this morning in the mist on a greasy circuit. Many hours later, they're coming out into bright spring sunshine, totally different place. But I do think one of the biggest things is if you've got a hot young GT racer, they've never been in the NLS before, almost never even been to the Nürburgring before, on the Nordschleife, it's almost you don't have to tell them much about the circuit, but you just got to explain exactly what they're doing, how easy it would be to drop it. You're a professional racing driver or a very talented racing driver, you can do that bit, we'll give you bits of advice, but it's about handling the traffic and understanding how this race can be made or broken by the length of by your pit strategy, the length of your stints or the timing of your stints. But above all, it's about traffic management.
If ever you want to get an understanding of what that is in the different disciplines, I know it's a slightly different discipline of Formula One, but at the motor racing point is the principle. Jackie Stewart's autobiography of Winning is Not Enough, and everything is the title. Winning is not enough. You see how many race wins or class wins at Nürburgring, whatever, on the CV, but that's the result of so much more. It's the other bits that matter that allow you to do that. It's not just going out there at one, it's so much more. Great battle here between the Falcon Porsche and the Ferrari.
It's 4 chasing 22 to take the last position in the top 10, but don't forget, we want to see where 4 would slot back in, but don't forget they will be running effectively 4 stints, so 3 pit stops, and the Falcon car that led before the second round of pit stops did a very short first stint, more of which later. But what I'm going to talk about right now is, Jackie Stewart. So Jackie Stewart is worth listening to in detail, and he does give detail about anything to do with motor racing, but if you want one of the great performances in a Grand Prix car, here, it was 1968, in the mist, he had a wrist strapped up, I think he'd broken his wrist earlier in the year, and he won the race by 4 or 5 country kilometres. It was an astonishing performance, and it was the cars didn't disappear into the Nordschleife, but they just disappeared into the fog.
Onto this circuit as well.
Exactly, onto this circuit.
Exactly. Yeah. I think this battle between this is Ragginger and Weiss, isn't it? It was 4.2, 4.9, call it 5 seconds last lap. It ain't 5 seconds now, and in fact now it's the other way around.
Yeah, I mean, I expect the speed of the Porsche in Martin Ragginger's hand. He's been racing Porsches for a very large number of years, doing a huge amount of racing here. He was always going to get past. I'm not sure which of the Weisses it is. Is it Leo or is it Jorg? But either way, they begin to be not easy pickings, but they were people he should have been able to pass, and he made it look very not easy indeed. He picked his moment, which is be a bit like a circular loop, but making sure you do that at the right place is good. How long has Martin Ragginger been racing Porsches? Since he did the Porsche Super Cup in the German Porsche Series as a Porsche Junior back in 2007. That's a pretty good relationship, isn't it? Spa 24-hour winner.
It's enduring, isn't it?
Back in 2010. So, we've got a course vehicle on the circuit. That's not necessarily newsflash because it happens a lot during courseless races. And that's running down just the final kilometre of the circuit, sort of towards the twister at the end, the kink, and then the left chicane on the start-finish straight. But and of course, having just been past, the number 22 Ferrari dives in from 10th, 11th position to make its pit stop. And I think very few, that should be the last of the pit stoppers after 15 laps of any cars in the top class. Also due to come in will be the Huber Motorsport number 25 Porsche that ran so well in the hands of Nico Menzel's hands. Probably had to be handed over to Philipp Neufer, and then maybe Nico will do the final stint. That's fallen when Nico is driving it some way down the order, but that's now making that's had a long stint.
Just had a quick look at Martin Ragginger's CV going back to the Nürburgring 24 hours, the last 2 or 4 years. 9th, 20th, 10th, 11th and 10th. it's in there all the time, isn't it? But it just needs to go that little bit further. And young Austrian there. Well, I say young. He's 33. He's gold rated driver.
Yeah.
And started with the early days of BMW, Formula BMW, and Bubbling World, and GT3 European. Great series. Know it well.
It's when you look at any professional racing driver's career, it's just as easy, if not easier, to pick the wrong team, the wrong formula, even the wrong potential sponsor. We all know how many sponsorship deals are promised, not delivered. It's easier for a career to be tipped up. So for drivers to get works backing, get on the works books, and particularly the German manufacturers are very good and faithful with their drivers. If you keep delivering, they will, as long as they've got the budget, keep you going. And but it is still a game of snakes and ladders, and it often doesn't feel like a game when you've gone down the snake. But for every one of these drivers who's come here, not necessarily with a great deal of family money, enough to get them started, but they've had to do the hard work in between. Stay as an ambassador, keep performing. Of course, they're always looking over their shoulder, who's the next young gun coming in to steal their thunder. But if you've been a works driver for 10 years or more, then you're doing something right, not just by chance.
But 100%, and you've seen enough of that over the years, Bruce, in your former work, and certainly the young drivers coming through, and the amount of work, and many a driver there that's been entirely capable of driving the car. And it goes back to what you just said about Jackie Stewart, and another thing, winning is not enough. I'm not saying that Jackie Stewart and the likes had, good luck. I'm just saying that they got it all together, got it all aligned properly, but it was what they did off track. And there's many a driver that hasn't had the opportunity because they haven't got the right car, the right sponsor, whatever. And it's two golden rules I've always said, and I often say it to some of the younger drivers I meet through some of the other things we do. They're talking about sponsorship, they're talking to this, they're talking to so-and-so. And yes, it's great to see the interviews of them. You don't want to dampen that, because you want to see, if they've got some talent, you want to see them have the opportunity to express that. But there's two things I always say. You've got the sponsorship when the money's in the bank, and you've got the drive when you're sitting in the car. And the rest of it, unfortunately, is a lot of hyperbole in between. I could use a different phrase, but it's a sort of live show, so I won't. But you know what I mean? And that's unfortunate. And there's many a driver, you must have witnessed many of your career of journalism, Bruce, where they deserved it, unquestionably. Their pace in the car, the ability, did the right thing, didn't do anything wrong even. But still, the car, the stars didn't align, they didn't get there.
1 year out, where you back the wrong horse, it's so hard to regain momentum after that. And many of the time, you suddenly haven't noticed in this melee. You look how many professional racing drivers are in this race where someone's missed the boat for a year, particularly last year, for example. People might have had a brilliant deal lined up, and the pandemic struck. They've lost that sponsor potentially, and it can become very hard indeed. You've got to really have everything lined up indeed. So
Stefan Aust into the pits.
Stefan Aust into the pits. So the last of the front-running cars in the SP9 class into the pits after 15 laps of racing. But the first one over the finish line was Earl Bamber after 15 laps of racing, 1 minute 18 seconds to the good over the number. So that's the number 30 Fricadelli Racing Porsche, the 32 car listed in second place. But I think that was possibly in the pits. Let's have a look. It's the team car collection. Christopher Haas, Dennis Marshall car. Patrick Niederhauser started off. No, that's Patrick's in two cars, just to keep us confused. He's in the Lion Speed by Car Collection Audi. There's car 24 in the Pro-Am class, and in the Pro class in number 32, also from Car Collection. Number 9, up on the jacks in the pit lane. That's the Get Speed performance car, Janine Schaffner and Moritz Krantz. I would think going back into the hands of Moritz. Dark.
Definite driver change there, Bruce. That's definitely happening. Cleaning the windscreen, as you always do, part of the routine of the pit stop.
Neat and tidy, ready to go racing all over again.
40 Jahre Firmengeschichte. Unsere Produkte entstehen zu 100% in Deutschland. Mit Herzblut und Hingabe. Wir schaffen den Technologietransfer von der Rennstrecke auf die Straße. Handwerkskunst, Erfahrung für diesen einen Moment. Das ist die Nürburgring Langstreckenserie. Das ist H&R. Performance made in Germany.
Sicher ans Ziel. Auf allen Straßen, bei jedem Wetter. Mit den zuverlässigen Sommerreifen von Falken. Jetzt Falkenreifen kaufen und Tankgutschein sichern. Weitere Informationen auf tankgutschein.falkenreifen.de. Falkenreifen.
Direkt neben einer der legendärsten Rennstrecken der Welt baut die Hubert Haupt Immobilienholding einen neuen Premium-Gewerbestandort für anspruchsvolle Motorsport- und Automotive-Unternehmen. Sichern Sie sich jetzt Ihren Platz auf der Pole Position.
Ein hartes Duell. Kollision zwischen den beiden. Damit ist das der Führungswechsel zu dritt nebeneinander.
Maximale Reaktion.
Da brennt der Falken-Porsche.
Drama. Das Auto hat einen längeren Boxenstopp. Vorsicht.
Und hier kommt der Gesamtsieger.
Der Rowe NLS Rückspiegel. Am Sonntag um 18:30 Uhr auf diesem Kanal.
Bright sunshine and the field of 165 starters or cars on the entry list probably thinned down a little bit, but the number of incidents, they seem to have been smallish ones. But back on the track, we've suddenly got the Manthey Racing Porsche right on the tail in a battle with Nick Iannoli's tail. 6th and 7th at the moment. 911 chasing 99 up in front is a Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. That's moved out of the way. That's running in a different class, so it's let them through. It's a lap down, but a great little scrap here between Iannoli and Christensen. Their laps and times last time around, within half a second of each other in terms of lap pace. That's an 8-minute lap, and over the start-finish line they go. 99 now up into 4th, Christensen in 5th, and going he's only being offered one line. Peter, it's the outside line. He gets his nose ahead into turn 1. Can he get the braking done?
Well, that was slightly strange, because I've got to say there that the change of direction, it was not once or twice but 3 times by the BMW. I've got to be honest, I think that was a bit naughty. He covered the inside by the pit wall, that's fine. He then moved out towards the centre and made him go in the wrong way, and then moved back again. It's sort of like, yeah, hang on a minute. So I'm actually quite pleased that 911 Cole got away with that, not got away with it, got that job done, because that wasn't. I don't think that was particularly clean racing, if I'm absolutely honest, for the number 99 car there.
But it's
easy to say, but there were 3 changes of direction there on pit straight.
But the difficult thing for both of them was that when they were into the braking zone, deep into the braking zone, there were 2 cars from a less high performance class that could potentially have stopped the overtaking manoeuvre, could have stymied Christensen, but Christensen read the situation correctly, got past. He's now about 3/4 of a second clear. As they get towards the chicane coming out of the Grand Prix loop, they have the double left-hander Nordschleife that takes them out onto the Nordschleife, but the break has been made, still going past the bollard. It's been there for a good hour now on the exit of the Grand Prix loop chicane. They've negotiated the traffic well, but you can see how easy it is for it to come undone.
But we've seen this a few times, haven't we, this season in the NLS series. These Porsches seem to be mighty at the beginning of the lap there. Just even those first 4 or 5 turns of that Grand Prix circuit, which we know isn't quite the full, but they just seem to be mighty in that technical section. And a lot of the circuit is fast, a lot of it is technical, and they just seem to be really. That just seems to where they come into their own, that bit there. So he got the run on the brakes. He went around the long way, but knowing then the right, the left, and the left, and then the right again. He's got the traction. He's got the confidence in the chassis, so he could use it.
But one thing that always strikes me is when you see the cars through the Grand Prix section, the loop, it's not all the Grand Prix circuit, you're actually seeing them further away because, of course, the track is much wider there and you've got runoff areas and stuff. And the fact you can see from sometimes 1, 2, 3 corners together, whereas on the Nordschleife, it's very hard to see the flow of the car between several corners. And so I think it just accentuates the advantage they have there. But I think the advantage, as you said, there will be corners of a similar nature out on the Nordschleife, but it's just harder to pick them up. But certainly the Porsche does look very nimble indeed. Right, what's leading the race? Well, you said Porsche. It is a Porsche. It's Martin Ragginger. Here I go. My little riding clause. Of course, he's deeper into his fight this stint, having taken over from Klaus Bachler. And one would suggest he'll stay on for the next stint as well. That seems to be what Falco Motorsport is doing. Double stints for both of their drivers, but sitting 13 seconds the good. But it's almost like he had a certain amount of pocket money in his bank, and he took quite a lot of it at the first pit stop. It was a short one, but he can't take so much at the final pit stop, which will be a long one. So he thinks the advantage is his. I'm trying to build an analogy here. It's quite clear. Yes. Well, no, it's just going to cost him. It's a bit like that little test they did with children. If you can take, a certain number of sweets, you can take as many as you want, but it'll be diminished. And do you take them all to start with, or do you bide your time? But for Falco Motorsport, they weren't starting at the very sharp end of the grid. That car was starting, number 4 started down in 11th position. So they decided before the start of the race, we're doing a short first stint. And it doesn't mean their final pit stop will be longer. And just to give you an example, we've probably got an hour for me to do this, but I will do it right here and right now. Say you stop, for example, with 69 minutes remaining in this race. You'd have to be at a standstill in your final pit stop for 357 seconds. So let's call that 6 minutes. If you stopped half an hour later, well, let's say your difference is 4 laps. 4 laps here, 8 and a bit minutes each. Let's call it, half an hour later, bit more. Call it 35 minutes later, 36 minutes later. Your pit stop is 2 minutes shorter. Did you stay with me on that?
I did. I'm still reflecting on the phrase you used a few minutes ago when you said we're into the final stages of this third NLS race, and there were 1 hour 40 minutes left on the clock at the time. And I thought, if we get into the final hour, and you're talking about the final stages, I understand that. But
I'm giving people a chance to digest this early, and then we will revisit it for those who weren't paying attention at the back of the class.
I knew there'd be a method in the madness. So we're currently doing a bit of onboard footage with a different class for us here. It's nice to see, which is our 75 car. So some footage going through the notes to try and find the 75 car.
I'm going to have to hurry you.
Yes, you are, because I can't find it on my entry list. I mean, now highlighted it. Well, that's not embarrassing, is it?
No, it's an enormous pause. But there have been, in your defence, many extra entries, such as the demand for this. I think a lot of people weren't sure they could manage it. That's one of about 5 cars we found that are extra to those on our job lists.
I'm glad it's not just me then.
I know precisely which is. I'm just making you swing.
Thank you, Bruce, for being my safety net and saving me there.
Found it. There we are. It's the production Porsche Cayman in the 17-car class. All its rivals are numbers 940 plus. Car 75, Schmickler Performance, Horst Baumann and Kai Riemer. Yes, it's a bit of an anomaly. We do like championships where the sort of cars of descending performance have ever higher numbers, and you have, Class A numbers 1 to 20, etc., etc.
Well, as you say, you quite rightly look at the Cup 3 class, which that car's in, and they're all numbered from 940 through to 960. And you wouldn't expect a car for 75 to be in there. That's why I couldn't find it.
No, it's that moment of panic. It's that moment of panic. Of course, they were actually numbered up to 982, such as G-Tech Competitions car, 981, 982. This is a good class. 17, that is a stonking class. Right, talking of the classes, who's leading the SP9 Pro-Am? It's not car number 9. It's in fact car number 25. Car number 9 is... sorry, that's the AM class leader. I beg your pardon. I was looking for the classes. That's the AM class leader. Moritz Krantz took it over from Janine Schaffner. The SP9 Pro-Am class leader is back in the hands of the class lead. Car number 25, which is the Huber Motorsport Porsche. Philipp Neuffer at the wheel. And expect possibly the driver who got it up to the 3rd / 4th position right at the start of the race, Nico Menzel. He'd have enjoyed those opening laps, duking it out with the very front runners, right, with the Rover Racing BMWs and the Fricadelli Racing Porsches. Had his fun early on, built up a big class lead. And Philipp Neuffer is back in that. But he's, what's he got? He's got 100-second advantage, 1 minute 40 seconds advantage over car number 24 in the SP9 Pro-Am class. It's the Lion Speed by Car Collection Motorsport Audi. And it's Patrick Kolb at the wheel of that, second in the Pro-Am class. Third in Pro-Am class is the car we haven't seen a great deal of until we had a shot of it in the pits, car number 40. Also Car Collection Motorsport. Indy, Milan Donche, not Indy, it's the younger brother Milan, Klaus Koch and Peter Schmidt. And it's the Dutch racer Donche at the wheel at the moment, third in the Pro-Am class.
Well, we both got our commentary careers on the line at the beginning of this, didn't we, Bruce, about the Get Speed number 2 car being sort of out of position, 13th. How often do you say a Mercedes is down, outside of the top 5, outside of the top 10? We said it was actually 13th. Number 9, Mercedes has been not reading the back marker very well there at Hatzenbach and just having a little bit more than 2 wheels on the grass, a good half the car. I would say the central badge in the centre of that grille was overseeing the track at that point, had it got its camera on, as they do on the road cars. But the number 2 car just not making the progress we predicted. It's got Maximilian Goetz at the wheel now. It's still outside of the top 10. It's still 12th. You and I were predicting at what part of the first lap it would be inside the top 10.
What did we know?
Well, clearly, absolutely.
Well, it's up to 12th, and behind another Mercedes. So we've got a Mercedes almost in the top 10. It just took a little longer than we thought. Adam Christodoulou back here, loves the Nordschleife. He's in car 16, took it over, started by Maro Engel, handed over to the boss, Hubert Hout, and now it's Adam having a go in that. So that is it, car 16, his car. Racing team in 11th place, 12th place. The rival Mercedes camp, Team Get Speed. Car started by Raffaele Marcello, then taken up by Danny Junckerdea, and then Maxi Goetz. So Italian, Spaniard, true blue German. Here's the sequence in that car.
Now, Porsche and Mercedes absolutely nose to tail coming up into Tiergarten. Flashing the lights there, the Falcon Porsche flashing the lights brightly at the BMW that we saw racing in the production class for before he's
yes, it
out
was.
the way.
Yeah, it was the class leader.
The 751 car that was the number 1 champion, wasn't it? He's kept out of the way, but hasn't heeded either of those two. But the Falcon Porsche using the flasher to some great extent there to try and get that car out of its way, which they've read and done.
Fighting furiously over 16th place in the race. Lance David Arnold in the Falcon Motorsport Porsche, and in behind Jules Gounon in the race taxi, the bright yellow and black livery Mercedes number 8 from Team Get Speed, the team from literally just across the road out of the circuit gate. Turn left, turn right, you're there in Moist Path, in that amazing development of teams, manufacturers, tyre suppliers. The motor racing does like its little clusters. People talk about the Silicon Arc around London, with all the Formula 1 teams from basically Woking, McLaren in the southwest, and then in Surrey, and then swinging all the way around. But Germany's centre of excellence most definitely here. And if you told someone that even 40 years ago, they'd have looked at you, why not in a city? But because the Nordschleife is here, it's like a magnet, draws people in.
I was going to say, why not next to a track? Most obvious place for it now. The track taxis are Jules going to run out there over the exit curbs, just using every bit of track he can and all the intimidating taxis he can, just flashing the lights on the straight at one point, or the straight between the two corners, just to say, I'm still here. And he's just placing that Mercedes all the time in the mirrors of the Falcon car right ahead of him.
No, the reason I said why not by a city, I meant because you look at where the German manufacturers are, you'd sort of think they would pop up next to those. Of course it makes more sense, but many moons ago, why would you put it in the field by the Nürburgring? It wouldn't have been a consideration because nothing else is here, but you get that sort of gravity, you get sort of a critical mass of suppliers, and then it makes perfect sense, logistical sense. And
it's an excellent point, Really, it's a cultural thing, isn't it? You used to, you build it somewhere where the engineering was, and then go to the track. Whereas now the engineering has moved to the track.
Yeah.
That's because it's right next door, it's on your doorstep. And of course, there's places you've said you can drive around it. And I haven't done for a little while, but I'm destined to do that awful thing in July where we're going to have memorial for a very good friend who was very involved in this place and did lots of hours here and stuff. But part of it is going to be based there, and it's bring your track day car along and have a go around there. I thought, I'm not sure. I commentate on Nürburgring. I'm not sure I want to drive it again.
Yes. Now you see what really can happen out there. But yeah, well,
I thought those days are gone.
Well, there you go. Never say never. So let's have a little run down the classes. Of course, outright victory is not going to be settled until 4 hours of racing is over. We've got people taking their races in very different sized chunks, and at the moment it's the team that pitted first, the number 4 Falken Motorsport Porsche, came in after only 4 laps. So a nice number 4 coming in after 4 laps. So sitting on a lead, but what they've gained early on, they will have to hand back when they have a longer final stint and therefore a longer final pit stop. I'll get my chart out again later, but sitting on a lead of 10 seconds, but they are being caught quite quickly. 3 seconds last lap, almost precisely gained by Patrick Pilet, number 31 Fricadelli Porsche. The sister car is another 10 seconds back, but that's going faster still. Last time around it said its fastest lap of the race, whipping off a minor 5 second margin of the sister car. So far through the course of this meeting, the 30 Fricadelli Porsche just seems a tiny bit quicker than the 31 sister car, but as we get towards the sharp end of the race, let's see how that goes. But certainly Earl Bamber, who started from the outside of the front row, took the lead start of the second lap, has not put a wheel wrong so far, and he's showing great form in that car right now. He's dropping the Grello Porsche, which it was never really close enough to be on its tail. It was 20 plus seconds down the track, but most notably catching the sister car in second, which in turn is catching our race-leading Falken Motorsport car. I think Falken Motorsport's it's not time, its race isn't up, but you have to say, if it's being caught at this stage, it's going to have a much longer final pit stop, then it needs to have more of an advantage than just 10 seconds.
Indeed, and 10 seconds first to second, and indeed just 10 seconds second to third as well. So an awful lot to go. Yellerly only 3.9 seconds behind Christensen. New fastest lap of the last lap of the race. Not the fastest lap of the race, that's a 7:56 still for the number 99 BMW Yellerly. But Earl Bamber's just popped in a 7:58.2. And just put that in perspective, that's 5 seconds quicker than Patrick Pilet in front of him.
Who in turn is 3 seconds quicker than...
Exactly.
Yeah, so it's squeezing right up, but even if it wasn't, we just know that Falken Motorsport Porsche is going to have a much longer final pit stop, so there's a big issue. So if we get down to single figures in second, well, we're on single figures as good as now, 10 seconds the gap. It's going to close right in. The SP3 class, Toyota GT86. This is a lovely one to pick out, car number 270. It's bright yellow. It's got different red, blue, and green stars down its flank. It's small. It's nimble. Just does what it needs to do. Doesn't
All
it?
in primary colours.
That'd right.
Yeah. It's easy.
Choosing Smarties. That's running the SP3 class for VLN Specials, 1750 to 2000 cc. Only a 3-car class. And there's a rival Toyota GT86, and the car that, with the driver with the least likely name, Doom, in inverted commas, but it's a Dacia Logan. And you know, what car would you have in the race? That's not one you see at the top. But that again is the eclectic mix of cars is just fantastic in the NLS. And any car that goes past in a production class in particular makes you look twice, makes me smile. It's just entertaining to know they're out there having fun. And for Dacia, great for them to have a car in the race, but certainly you compare the budget for running one of those across the NLS season versus even fractions of the bill for running a car in the SP9 class at one event, and you're looking at a major difference.
We've got a yellow flag that's just become a code 120 down at Hatzenbach, and that's for the 499 Renault Megane. The MSC Wahlschelt Kievan Sport and Racing entry. That's I'm not quite sure where that's parked or just pulled over at the side, whatever's happened to it there, but it's definitely off at Hatzenbach, and it was a yellow flag, and that's now become at code 120, so not too much of an effect there, but it's a narrow part of the circuit there, and it is, as we've said many a time already, Bruce, it's that mental bit where you, like it or not, there are two circuits here. You do the GP bit, albeit 2/3 of it. We don't do the quite full Grand Prix circuit they use. You do that loop back and juke the back up through the Schumacher S and onto it, and then you do the bit onto it, and there's that sense where you loop around, partly because of the way it is 180 degrees back round yourself left, and you do sort of go over that brow and go, right, here we go, flick, and all of a sudden you're on the Hatzenbach, and it's a narrow bit, it's a fast run down the Hatzenbach, so there's a long line of sight ahead of you. It's where you can start to get some real speed up. So it is really that roller coaster. Here we go onto the Nordschleife, and all of a sudden there's a Code 120, and there's not a lot of room there. You can't have you can have an intervention car there, but it's tight to go through there and suddenly have to be. And of course, the Code 120 can very quickly at a narrow part of the circuit become a Code 60 very, very quickly.
Yeah, it's the narrowest part of the circuit. Right, talking of narrow, let's talk narrowing. Gap between first and second came down from 10 seconds to 5.5 seconds. Patrick Pilet closing in. Actually, that lap, he almost swapped lap times. In fact, he gained a third of a second over the chasing Earl Bamber. Again, we know traffic can affect all of that, but the Fricadelli Racing Porsches are closing in, and that would be a result that would, if that manifests itself in not just victory, but a 1-2 for the local team, would make everyone associated with the team. Klaus Abelen, most particularly, of course, his late departed partner, Sabine Schmitz, very, very proud indeed. But certainly they look to have done their sums right so far today.
And you mentioned the name of Dennis Olsen on one of those cars there, and it's still carrying Sabine Schmitz's name on the roof as well.
Yeah.
The last round, quite rightly too.
Carry it with, but so number 4 leads the race. It's the sister car number 3, the second of the Falcon Motorsport cars. Lance David Arnold down in 16th place. They had a different sort of run of tactics on when they'd make their pit stops. One did its first pit stop after 4, number 3 came in after 6, and at the moment it will gain back some of that disadvantage, but it's got plenty of company out on the track, being chased by the race taxi Mercedes. I fancy a bit of front end damage on that, might not have spotted it. We saw it right, Gunnar right in the thick of a battle earlier on, but no, it's not. I think it's just the black flash behind the headlight on the driver's side of the car, left-hand drive car. Yeah, I thought the black bit was an indentation. So
it does appear to have different colour headlamps, that car.
It does a little bit.
A white and a yellow. Now we've got a recovery vehicle going out onto the track from the back of the pits, just as Rose Leaders come through there. I think that's for the 499 car, which Time Certain Clock has very kindly told us it's not actually at Hatzenbach. It's even worse. It's at Hatzenbach approach. So you said it's an hour, even more so as we just start to get into that lap there. And indeed, we've got the number 3 car. Very slow there. The Falcon car, that's picking up speed now. So I think that's just cleared that area. I didn't get to see what was there, but I think it is that 499 car we mentioned, the Clio. Sorry, Megane.
So again, it's always what we tend to happen when you get a flatbed out on the circuit. The organisers have a car running behind it to warn you that you're about to approach a flatbed truck going around the circuit, which is very, very sensible indeed. Because as you know, many points around the Nordschleife, your line of vision isn't entirely long. You don't want to go around a tricky, fast corner on the circuit and find a flatbed truck. So it gives you, with the flashing lights on the safety car that follows it around, the course vehicle that follows the flatbed truck around, it gives you the warning that just keeps things much, much safer. Right, SP10, that's the class for GT4 class cars. It's a Porsche Cayman leading the way, number 178, having a really, really good run in that. And that, at the moment, it's shared by it's an Allied Racing Porsche Cayman, Allied Racing Dennis Vetzer and Nikolai Moller-Madsen, a European GT4 champion in recent years at the head of that class. And 191 giving chase. It's a Hoffa Racing by Motorsport, BMW M4. Michael Fisher, Gabriele Piana and Michael Schrey. They've had some great success over the years. That's second in class, but it's 22 seconds down, but still half a minute clear of third car in the SP10 class, which is the Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes. That's sort of lemon yellow. Marcel Marchewitz, Merrick Bockman and Fidel Leib running third in class.
I thought you said limoncello then.
It's amazing what you can choose to hear.
After show party, that, isn't it?
Yes. So the gap, just remember that at the front of the field, we've been looking at the classes further down the order, but out front in the SP9 overall class, it's Martin Ragginger. 5.5 seconds to good at the start of this lap, but he had nearly 4.5 seconds taken out of him last time around by the chasing Patrick Pilet, who in turn has got Earl Bamber trying to catch him. So those Fricadelli Porsches Second and third, we mentioned the little run as you go between the Grand Prix loop and you get onto the Nordschleife being the narrowest part. And if you get an incident there, well, there are waved yellow flags there, and the cars are just leaving the Grand Prix loop, just putting their mind to must try harder, stay focused. I'm going onto the Nordschleife, and they had to slow right down. Well picked up by all the drivers. Caught those flags very early on. Of course, we'd seen the flatbed truck heading that way a short while ago. It's possibly gone through the corner. I couldn't see it between the first and second parts of Twisters, but again, drivers needing to stay right on their toes.
We mentioned at the beginning of this, Bruce, about it being a bit of a BMW day. And look what we got at the beginning.
Porsche.
1, 2, 3, 4 Porsches. 1, 2, 3 BMWs, Audis, and a Mercedes. It's all German. We've got no Italian influence in this at all until leading for us the Octane car, isn't it? In 15th.
15th place, yeah. Bjorn Grossman. Yeah, well, 22 is rather tumbled down the order. That's in 19th place. Jochen Krumbach driving that. I sort of sense they might be going back a little bit today, but the Mercedes chipping away. The Porsches, as I predicted before the start of the race, would come good. No, I didn't, did I? I said at the start of the race it's BMW and Porsche. You just look down the top few rows of the grid. Then Audi was sort of tucked in there in, I can't remember, they were 8th on the grid. Yeah, the Lion speed car. But Mercedes still just tail of the top end, 10. Yeah, car number 5 is, no, it's an Audi, of course it is. The next one down is Chris Dulu in 11th and Maxi Götz in 12th, and they're Mercedes. So still not sweet for them. But they are heading one of the classes, the SP9 AM class. Moritz Krantz leading that by over half a minute. And the car that's giving chase, car number 39, second in SP9 AM. That's the Racing One Ferrari. That's the dark one. Christian Kohlhaas, Stefan Kohler, and Mike Jaeger, who's at the wheel at the moment. That's the Heller liveried car. Right. Just looking to see the timing interval.
In the pits.
Just so I look at the screen and you say that? You're quite right. Into the pits. So note that one down. Money Penny after 19 laps into the pits. So that was giving chase of Martin Ragginger. Earl Bamber will probably do another lap before he comes in for his third pit stop. But bear in mind, the gap had got down to 5.5 seconds before the 31 Porsche came in. So it's done a 6-lap stint, an 8-lap stint, a 5-lap stint. Just no consistency these days.
I'll let you go and tell him that.
A misheard call, clearly from the circuit. So now it's up to Earl Bamber to hunt down Martin Ragginger. Both done 2 pit stops, but the runs for the number 30 car have been longer, so they'll be sitting on a shorter final pit stop. Yet more slow zones out on the circuit. Rickenhouse has just been through one of those.
And Pillay car number 31 out already, and looks like he stayed aboard that car. That had a 9.3 second gap to Martin Ragginger in the lead when he came into the pits. I say just 9.3 seconds it was, and really quick pit stop there. So in fact, I'm very surprised to see how quickly that car's gone out.
Well, let's hope that doesn't lead to being just too quick in going out. Don't expect it to. Hugely professional team.
Yeah, I just mentioned more of what have they actually serviced on it. I wasn't suggesting it was a time infringement, but what they've serviced on that car. It seems to have been, no sooner than we said it, and you were saying a few minutes ago, it's agonisingly long in the pits. Well, that wasn't. That was almost agonisingly too short.
They're just numbers with a big effect.
I was going to say, yes.
BMWs have just enjoyed a lot of the racing today. You know, the Porsches have managed to sort of get past them and pull clear, but most times the TV director looks for something to entertain us with, and it's entertaining us royally. And we've now got a great battle with the better placed of the Rover Racing BMWs, running a slightly different race strategy to the sister car. Just going to the Nordschleife now, Nick Chiololi at the wheel, car number 99, in 5th place, Jens Klingmann. Right on his tail. In fact, really closed up a lot around the Grand Prix loop. Was 6.5 seconds down when they started, went over the start-finish line, and I'd say 1.5 seconds behind when they turned left and headed out into the country. So maybe a bit of traffic helped, or maybe at this point, Jens Klingmann in the Schubert Motorsport car is really, really on it, and the tyres are right, and the fuel load's right. because it makes a huge difference if you're due in next time around, the amount of fuel you got versus someone who's planning to come in the time later. They're carrying an awful lot more fuel than you, so maybe Yeloli will be due a longer stint here. He's running a heavy car at the moment, but we will see. Klingman catching fast.
Well, it certainly is. I'm just trying to see if there's no messages regarding the Patrick Pilet pit stop. So we'll just see where that one settles out. They did seem to be in for an inordinately short amount of time. It might just be a very quick service or something, but it might have just been... It's wrong. Certainly the wrong time of the race to be doing a splash and dash. I doubt it was doing time. I just wondered if it was so short because it has, correctly served, let's say, a time penalty that we're not aware of. I can't see any record of that at the moment.
Well, keep an eye out. These things can have many twists. You do need many eyes to look at many screens, and a Twitter feed and a Skype feed, and probably to anybody who's tweeted in with information. Peter's been far more on top of it than I have, but there is an element that, as the Glickenhaus Sentry goes past, double waved yellows, that you blink and you can miss things.
Some aerial shot from the heli cam there of a lot of truck. Just seen the car. That's the code 60 part. Where is that the Glickenhaus I can see? Or yes, the of it all being slowed down there with the intervention vehicle on the left-hand side of the track and being recovered. Was indeed it was the Glickenhaus that were now having a great aerial shot of the Glickenhaus Racing entry in the USA. Driven by, at the moment, it's got Frank Malou at the wheel of that car, but it just gets to the end of that lap. I've just seen it all the way through as it goes up. The camera pans out away for us. The Hadicam, and great shot, really nice bit of close-up on that Glickenhaus. It's a fantastic looking car, almost evocative of almost 60s, 70s Ford GT sports racer Porsche type thing, but it's a real nice close-up, and what they've just done is very clever. They just zoomed out with the helicopter away from it, so it's got smaller and smaller, but what that's done is allowed all the background and the landmark to come in. All of a sudden you get what the Dotting Gahoe is about, that straight Tiergarten and onto pits, and that's just zoomed back in again to the Grand Prix circuit. So there is hats off to a helicopter pilot there. That's exactly in itself.
Brilliant. And also hats off, I just said we'll have a quick scout around the information. Very kindly, Jill Payne has said she'd send us information about Ben Tuck and keep informed, and he's showing, of course, this weekend M6 GT3 number 34 for Walker Horse Motorsport with David Pittard, who we mentioned earlier, great success last year, Christian Cronjes, and lost in among all the qualifying was they had a puncture on their good lap, and they only got one good lap because of the red flags, and they started 32nd. So obviously that puts you completely out of kilter. Christian Cronjes, Spa 24-hour winner a few years ago, at the wheel at the moment, and the car up in 13th place. So that is a drive of merit for Ben Tuck, David Pittard and Christian Cronjes. They've been quietly going about their business, getting their 9.5 seconds down on Maxi Gotts, who's in the second of those Mercedes. So 13th for Cronjes, coming in the 34 Walker Horse Motorsport car. So the two Brits and the Norwegian doing a very good job there. And again, thank you for information being sent in, but it's sometimes quite hard to keep checking all the various streams to get the news that comes while looking at the moving pictures. Car 499 will be going no further. We saw the yellow flatbed truck heading out from the sort of little link road just behind the pits to the start of the Nordschleife, and that's found its target. 499 being a little Renault Megane RS. Christian Albinger, Kevin Wolters and Andreas Tascher. And unfortunately for them, the race is run. See any damage on the rear end of the car as it disappeared behind the pit garages, but whatever it is, I'm sure they'll get fixed for the next time it's needed for action here. More slow zones out on the circuit. Wipperman, Per Acht. Name your corner, there's something happening at the moment, but let's hope. Yes, in fact, looking at the lap times, they're all, even among the fastest cars, about 5 seconds back where they would ordinarily be. And some of these slow zones will slow them more. And again, look at my tracker map of the circuits. The only part of the track that doesn't have any traffic on is from halfway along from Dotting Gahoe to the end of the lap. Every other inch of my screen is covered with car numbers and little dots as they circulate this most magnificent circuit that runs clockwise around the Eiffel Forest in south of Germany. 9.3 seconds, the gap from first to second place. That was Patrick Pilet, though, in the pits. Behind him just is the element that remains, which is Earl Bamber. He was 13.4 seconds down on Martin Ragginger's race-leading Porsche and catching it last time around. Of course, Pilet listed there, but he was making that extra pit stop. In fact, it's only listed as 2 pit stops. There's something else for you to chase, Snowy. That was the 3rd pit stop for the car, wasn't it?
The one which
but it seemed very quick. And now it's only listed with 2 pit stops. Let's see when the screens refresh, when they come back round all over again. Because it certainly had an orange band across the screen. I was looking at a timing screen, but you saw the car leave the pits, or was that just a symbol on the timing screen? Did you see it with your eyes?
No, I didn't.
So okay, it might have been a timing screen. No, it's now listed as in the pits this time around. You see into the future.
right. I'll write down the first 6 numbers that come into my head then. Yes. We'll split it. Didn't say 50-50, I just we'll split it.
I'll learn your ways. Right.
It's just a matter of bet.
No, sorry. I tripped myself up because the time numbers on the screen have changed, because it's now Earl Bamber leading the race. It's Martin Ragginger who's made a 3rd pit stop. So Patrick Pilet, though he's fallen back to 3rd, is still listed as only 2 pit stops. That will be investigated. I don't think he did serve it. Well, anyhow, what we can tell you is Earl Bamber is now leading the race in the 30 Fricadelli Racing Porsche that started from 2nd on the grid and has literally not put a wheel wrong since. The order has ebbed and flowed because the Falco Motorsport Porsche that Ragginger has just brought into the pits, of course, nothing's in sequence, but that car did a very short opening stint, and its subsequent stints are going to have to be long ones, and the stagger will unwind through the final round of pit stops. The later you make your final pit stop, the less minimum time you have to serve between pit in and pit out. So it is a huge factor. You could go into the final round of pit stops, pit a lap later than arrival, and serve, for sake of argument, half a minute less. Yeah, do some maths, half a minute and more. So it's a huge difference. The later you can make that final pit stop, but of course to achieve that, you would have had longer, earlier stints and picked up the sort of subsequent difficulties in your first pit stop, because the later you make that first pit stop, the longer that has to be. And the flip is the case later in the race.
It is, and we are now approaching, we are 6 odd minutes off being into the final hour, where that little aggravator of yours, I know you're caressing fondly there. I know you like to...
It's come to the front of my file. I'm not going to read out all the numbers. Not yet.
They'll be preparing yourself. You're getting warmed up.
I am.
You're getting warmed up for it, I can tell.
I put the sheet of driver information to the back of my hand and wait with great interest to what lies ahead.
A bated breath.
I know, it's with an hour and a bit to go. I'm not going to keep my breath bated for that long. Great little scrap. I mean, the Schumann Motorsport BMW that started from pole position has just been scrapping. Doesn't matter if it's anywhere in the top half dozen, but now plenty of company. We've got Christopher Mies all over its tail. Christopher driving the number 29 Audi. A whole cluster of Audis just didn't seem quite at the sweet point. That's for Audi Sport Team Land. He's taken over quite a team, actually. Kelvin van der Linde, Matthias Drudy and Christopher Mies, all over the last handful of years, super fast in Audi R8. So Wolfgang Land's team looking quite pleased, but it has to get past the Schuber Motorsport BMW, and not managing to do so just yet. You've got to pick your moment, and you've also got to be aware there may be incidents around the next corner. Her Act has got a code 120 that drops into a code 60. You turn right, little kink to left. When you get to the 3rd part of the corner, it's about halfway around the lap, suddenly it's down to code 60. You've got to be right on your form to understand exactly how to get down to that speed and then get up again as fast as possible when you're liberated to do so.
Well, so that's the whole point. You go into the code 60 for safety, but you come out of it for racing, and that's the equal measure now. The Audi getting a nice little toe there, just for a moment, just closing up the BMW, punching a slightly bigger, somewhat more brutish hole through the air, I would suggest, in terms of just its natural shape, and M6 not being quite as svelte as the mid-engine Audi it's based on, the R8. But it's just, you get that little ebb and flow again. We're seeing the differences in 2 very different types of machines there. Big front-engine BMW, mid-engine Audi. They're going to handle differently. They're both very efficient, very quick, but they're definitely going to ebb and flow in their performances and dynamics on different parts of the track. And it's I would have the BMW is going to be pretty obviously front heavy, and that's obvious because that's where the engine is. But what that means is it's harder work. It's going to understeer, or want to understeer, or it's going to be harder work to dial that out of it. It's a lot of cold start. Whereas and it's pulling itself out of the corner. That big engine there, obviously rear-wheel drive, but the Audi, it's mid-engine, it's lighter. It's a better concept. It's purer, if you like. It is a road-based car, but the BMW is very much a road-based tourer.
I would be immensely sad if all cars in GT3 racing stuck the engine behind the driver's shoulders. Yep. It's the variety that makes sense, and you can have a grid of 30, 40 of these cars, and anyone looking over the fence in the paddock will have a particular favourite, and some get enhanced their body shape by their race liveries, some don't. But you do have your favourites, and it's the variety that always, I think, in motor racing, you look across the decades, it makes sense. You're sort of doing some research on former years, the more 24 hours, and you've forgotten some of the cars, but the reason you've forgotten them is that you tend to remember the really famous ones, but the variety is what really, really adds magic to that mix, and even more so, I think, when you look back ever further in time, just because it is rich. Some of the concepts were completely bonkers and were never going to work. Others were simply running in different classes, but the variety just is great. And in fact, if you've got multi-class racing, you can try and pick out a favourite in each of the classes to keep yourself interested. So it's always good. And
it's funny you said about favourites. I've been very privileged to race a whole variety of different cars over the years, and I do regard it as an absolute privilege. But
Van Diemen RF78, ever tried one of those?
No, because it hasn't got a roof.
Oh, sorry, yes, I keep banging on that.
No, I said the Audi's right up behind the M6, looking to the outside of it. He's going to go and they're squeezing him. The BMW really did squeeze him to the left-hand side of the track. The Audi got all the way around the outside there. I wasn't sure he could actually do that, but he did manage to achieve it.
You know what?
He was already pulled out a 2-3 car length gap.
Jens Klingman left him just about enough space, but whenever you see Christian Mies, who just pulled off that fantastic overtake, he's always beaming away, smiling away, and John Watson, who's commentated on him an awful lot, calls him the smiling assassin, because the smile goes when he gets in the car.
Absolutely.
And he really, really showed that he was coming through. It had some... You can see the level of attack for the previous, probably 30 corners.
Yeah, but that was...
Small part of the lap. Definitely the body language was, I'm squeaking every tenth of a second, or fraction of a second I can here, but he wasn't taking no for an answer there.
That was set up for the run through the left-hand of Bergwerk and all the way down up to the carousel. That's where that was set up. Quite a manoeuvre there. But we're straight into a code 60 again. It's a little bit...
Well, in fact,
that's just negated it completely for him.
Yeah, he's still got the position, but suddenly instead of pulling away, and he's got some class drivers ahead. It's a course vehicle sideways across the track, and another car we can't quite sideways on the curbing, nose into the track, tail towards the outside of the circuit. But I mean, literally, it straddled all of the grass though. But as we've mentioned many a time, the field is released beyond that. The code is cleared, but. There is so little space. The car is spun. I can't even see if the tail end of the stricken car is against the barriers, but the nose is out onto the circuit. That is why, full marks to those organising the rescue vehicles. It's a logistical enterprise in its own way, but you have to do it for the driver's safety, and they do it incredibly well here, because the potential, frankly, if you've got a circuit of this length, this narrow, with this many cars, if someone puts a car sideways and slightly blocks the circuit, you can have a log jam behind it. People weren't warned. It could be very, very nasty indeed. But right at the end of the lap,
FK Performance Motorsport Porsche Cayman from the BN Cup 3 class, number 976. I think that's the car that's across the track sideways. Don't quote me 100% on it, Bruce, but I'm not betting anything on it, not at this stage, and certainly not with you. With 1 hour to go, but I think that might be the Cayman there. But that's what caused the code. Well, certainly something causing the code 60 there, sort of say 45 degrees or 35 degrees across the track there.
That was sort of towards Galgenkopf, right towards the end of the lap. At which point you're already starting, much as when you go onto the Nordschleife, you put your brain into a different thing. When you get to Galgenkopf, you're pretty much starting to think, that's all right, we've now got the long run from Dottingerhöhe all the way back home. Slight chance to breathe, unless I'm trying to overtake someone trying to get a slipstream, but you've gone through the... Yeah, exactly. You've done the tough bit. Oh, right. Now, who's coming into the pits? We've got movers and shakers, but not the people running at the front end of the field. It's Earl Bamber leading the race by 7.5 seconds from Patrick Pilet. Still got to get the foot. I don't think he visited the pits. He's still listed as twice. He wouldn't be only 7 seconds down with the third pit stop visit. So I think it was a glitch on the timing screen, but you have to sort of give it time to sort itself out. But what did come into the pits in the background of the shot was Michael Christensen, the Manthey Racing Grello Porsche, in from third place to make its third pit stop. That will drop it down the order. Also coming in, I think, is Nick Yaloli, was car 99. Yes, into the pit lane, waiting for the timing screens to catch up with what we saw with our eyes. But the number 4 Forco Motorsport Porsche continues on its way, now up into third place overall.
Great shot of the number 120 Porsche in the pits there. And we were talking about colour schemes earlier, Bruce, and it's in basically Lotus 49 Team Lotus colours from the 60s.
Yeah.
Of British Racing Green with a yellow stripe on a Porsche.
Yeah, even more like sort of the Lotus 33 and the 25 Forerunners.
Now we've got weaving down the Dottinghoe coming up to Tiergarten from our AMG Mercedes blocking the BMW behind it, and so this is the track taxi. This is Jules Gunon at the wheel still, isn't it, of this car, I believe?
Yeah, and he's, if it's number 8, let's double check, it's the race taxi.
It's definitely race taxi,
yeah. And the car in behind, the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, dives into the pits. That's Christian Cronjes coming in from 13th position. So that's the car that qualified only 32nd after a puncture in qualifying this morning, and has been quietly going about its business, but certainly becoming more and more noticeable. And that was the car in front was Maximilian Götz, who's holding down 11th place.
The other race taxi.
The other race taxi. It's helpful, isn't it?
So we were right in defining there's a race taxi, which was the other one.
Yeah.
Not 8 but 2.
2 and 8. Race taxis, both from Team Get Speed.
Sound like a bingo caller.
Yes. Two fat ladies, 88.
I knew you'd go. I just knew.
That's the only one I know.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Not being a great aficionado of the bingo hall, maybe I should.
We know you're actually in the curricular activities. We know you're a bingo fan.
Right.
So we now have 3rd, 4th, 7th, 8th, and 9th places all in the pits. Christensen, Yellerly, Stipler, Klingman, and Christodoulou all in the pits.
And doing the maths, how long to the end of the race? 57 minutes.
Yes.
So.
And Crohn's, of course, in 12th.
Okay, so they've come in after 21 laps. So if you do the maths, 3 lots of 7. One more to go, but they might have a longer final stint, you see. Could be 8. Sort of quite critical, the difference between 7 and 8.
Absolutely, it is here. Christensen in the 911 straight out. That's the first one out.
What else is out? I've got my chart out. Right, 57 minutes to the end of the race. They have to be minimum time in the pits 326 seconds. Let's call the next lap 9 minutes. Could be an incident. That would take you down to 302. That's a big difference in seconds. 24 seconds. If you can make an extra lap for that final pit stop, 24 seconds, and you look up and down the order, that can shunt you a fair few positions. But you paid the price, you paid the penalty earlier in the race, and you will get the benefits later. That's why in the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series race, the order can really take a juggle when you get to that final round of pit stops. It's already been juggled early in the race by those who did a short first stint, possibly even a slightly short second stint. And you might get some who've decided to do an average length rather than doing a short and two long pit stops. But one thing we can say with certainty is that Fricadelli Racing have been right on top of their game in this race. We've seen flashes of performance from Rover Racing, and they've suddenly worked their way back up. One of them, don't forget, John Edwards, when he came back out into 13th position, the car that had been fighting right at the front. But they're going to gain the benefit from that longer first stint that gave them that time penalty by clawing it back in this final round of pit stops.
Well, they were on pole, weren't they, for the last round, and then led all of the first lap, apart from that little bit where the vital part, as we said at the end of the Dottinghoe, that the Manthey car got ahead and then just never recovered it. They never got it back. They staked the claim. The Manthey car staked its claim at the approach to Tiergarten on that end of that very first lap of a 4-lap race. And we said at the time, okay, it doesn't matter, but there is that psychological way of going from first to second. You're on pole. Of course, when that car had difficulty getting up away from the line, but it did take it up its rightful place. But it just got usurped with those, let's just say, half a car on the grass. It was 2 wheels on the grass to go through to take it. It was a fantastic manoeuvre.
But you just don't discount Kevin Estra when he's on a flyer around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And also, first lap of a race, chance to get bragging rights, grab with both hands.
And hold on to for the rest of the race, and that was it.
Yeah.
That was it to the end. and they managed to hold it. But,
he's not here this weekend though, but Christensen and Lars Kern most certainly are. And it's Michael Christensen who just pitted from third place and got back out in third. Well, no, not into third position, sorry. After he went in from third and is rejoining the race, has not relinquished the wheel. Another slow zone. When you get it caught by the helicopter, the cars almost stop, according to the image, but again, just tracking around the circuit with the Rover Live helicopter to work out exactly where it is, and it's still, well, they've moved the car that was half spun. Oh, no, there's another one that's pulled off behind a fir tree. We couldn't see that. And the car that's half spun has got a flatbed truck in the middle of the track alongside it. The arm is stretched back, and it should soon be winched up and be put atop the flatbed and then removed.
It's partly hidden by the trees, but it does look remarkably like a Porsche. I'm not sure which number it is exactly, but
so we've said it before, we'll say it again, that of course the slow zones around the circuit, they can work for you, work against you. And right now there is definite slow zone 80% of the way around the lap in those final twisters, Galgenkopf, Schwab and Schwanz. They have to slow right down there, and then they can accelerate away from there out onto the well, they're already on the circuit, out onto the Dottingher, and then flat out all the way towards the very end of the lap. But you just hope that, well, first of all, you hope everybody involved in a car that's stricken and the car are as well as can be, and of course that no really good class and lead battles get broken up by one car finding the wrong side of a penalty and the other one just sailing through without it. And again, it does lead to an ebb and flow, but nothing seems to be able to stop the performance of the Fricadelli Racing Porsches. Just looking very, very strong here this weekend. And across the classes, there's been some great racing today. Often some of the best class battles can get a little bit lost, but then you can forgive that with 165 cars coming racing in an event like the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. And with 33 cars in the very top class, it's very easy to keep a lot of our attention there, particularly when the racing is as good as it is now. I said Fricadelli Porsches were going rather well. They're going rather close to each other. They're close to within half a second as they get to the end of their lap, and it's still 30 ahead of 31, but that gap has come down from nothing. But of course 30 now does come in, so that's Patrick Pilet. Sorry, 30 is leading from 31. I flipped myself around there, but Patrick Pilet dives into the pit for what is his third pit stop. There was a bogus one earlier on the timing screens, but that buys another lap. I wouldn't think any more from Earl Bamber to continue on his way. With 52 minutes remaining on the clock, that means this pit stop for Patrick Pilet, maybe a driver change, but it's also going to be 312 seconds. We do another lap with a little time penalty in that. 23 seconds difference. Again, it's big. You might say across a 4-hour race, but you know, in something as competitive as this, Peter, of course, these seconds are absolutely critical.
Certainly are, and just watching this, as I say, Pilet's in the pits. We've just got the Rover, BMW and the Audi once again duking it out, and both in the pits simultaneously, so close to the end of that pit wall barrier there. It's not even got a highlight on it, to the point that normally it's got some striping on it. So it's not, it's just grey metal. And the Audi was so close to the point he's sitting to the left of the BMW. In case the BMW, you've got to come down to 60k, so you've got to pull that up. Of course, you want to, there's two things, that balance. You've got to pull it up before the line, so there's no penalty. But you don't want to waste time, so you've got to time it to perfection. And I noticed the Audi just kept to the left in case the Rover BMW put up a bit short, a bit soon. They're like, oh, you don't go and tag it in the pits, do you? Because that's uber uncool and not very cool and a bit embarrassing.
It's not very sporty, is it really? But what must be said, was it in an NLS race, I think it was last year, where a car was driving into the pits and suddenly its bonnet came up just as it was arriving at that very point, which you've done the big job, you've driven a long way around the circuit with a slightly damaged car and then flipped, suddenly no view. But
it's got side windows, no problem. Just look out the side, it's easy. So I'm told. I have actually experienced that once, but that was on the road. You don't really want to do that.
Yeah, you certainly don't. Oh, the Grello Porsche being pushed, excuse me, very hard by the number 4 Porsche, which is trying to work its way back up the order, because that served its third pit stop. But certainly Klaus Bachler, who started the race and drove really well in the opening stint, is getting closer and closer. The 911 Manthey Porsche, Michael Christensen, we've seen him fighting very hard in that. Quite a distance behind the car listed in 7th place, which is Dennis Marshall, a young German racer in car number 32, which is one of the car collection Audis. He's showing that with Christopher Haaser and Patrick Niederhauser, but that's really across the start-finish line. And the Manthey Racing Porsche yet to finish that long run back to the pits. Through the kink it goes, but is there a good tow being provided here? Not quite enough for the Falken Motorsport Porsche, but certainly Klaus Becker was using every little bit of aerodynamic advantage assistance he could get.
Yeah, but it's interesting just watching that. It's the following the Black Falcon Cayman, wasn't it? And I was surprised at how long it took to get past him. He got a good tow, got out alongside it, and then just stayed there alongside for absolute ages. But nor could the Falcon car get in the way. In fact, to the point that they're there. But there it is with it now. It's not the Black Falcon Cayman, is it? No, it's another 911. That's why.
From a Porsche Cup class car. I was going to say.
That's because I just thought no way to be that slow past a GT4 car. It just wouldn't make any sense at all.
We know the Cayman's very slick, doesn't have all the big wings and appendages, but have the grunts, will it?
Now the two Porsches now, nose and tail, onto the Grand Prix arena section. Very distinctive colours, the Grello and the Falcon. The Falcon almost having to get the brakes at the apex there. He just trying to undercut, and I think the Grello just slowed up a little bit more than he was expecting, and he had to jink slightly left, just as we were talking about those two going to the pits. Similar sort of thing here. And we've said before, these Porsches are phenomenal around this bit of the circuit, the Grand Prix loop. And there was almost a moment there, Grello flashing the lights to say, I'm coming through. That's because he knows the Falcon car right behind. Well, any opportunity he will seize it, and this is where they're going to come out onto, and I think that is a Cayman now, Lesper Wing, are going to go onto the, yes indeed it is, going to go onto the Nordschleife now and down through Hatzenbach, and that's cost them a little bit of time there. That Cayman's still in the way. It's now indicator open. Now look at the Falcon car right behind it, under the rear wing of Grello. This is it. This is going to be the chance from where can he do it down here? Get the tow. It now, I would suggest, no driver errors. It depends on traffic. This is where it really can work against people. Grello under attack now from number 4 Falcon.
Well, a massive mistake from Michael Christensen. He was a bit loose about half a lap ago, but the car just wouldn't turn in, and then it suddenly turned to the right, but the car turned to the left, snapped, nearly hit the barriers on the left side of the circuit, through Hatzenbach and off the power, regathered the car, but the pass easily made while the Dane was sorting that out. He was twitchy. I was about to say this about half a lap ago, just before the end of the previous lap and through the Grand Prix loop. He just didn't seem to have the handling that number 4 Falcon Motorsport car has. So, of course, the Falcon team will say it's all down to the round black things. Falcons.
Yeah,
and why not? That's why they come racing, to prove their tyres. At this point in the race, as we get into the final, 46 minutes, it's looking very good for that number 4 Falcon in terms of handling. In terms of track positioning, we'll get back to you on that one, but expect the Fricadelli cars, I would think, to still be in the lead of the race. Earl Bamber yet to come in to bring the number 30 in for its final pit stop, but by doing it a lap later, or even several laps later than his rivals, he will gain handfuls of seconds as a reward. His final pit stop will be shorter than theirs, and that's a blessing. So the Kiwi leading the race, and it's been a really, really good run for Earl and for his teammate in number 30, for Mathieu Jaminet. Expect Jaminet, the French ace, to go in for the final round through to the finish. He gets slim pickings there. He only gets 30x minutes.
Yeah, we just said, didn't we, that the Grello, it had save mistakes. It was going to be just down to driver stuff, but we're getting a replay.
It's definitely a replay. Turn to the right, coming up.
Yeah.
Does he hit the curb enough? No, he's just wide of it.
No, it's just lost the back for a moment. It's just a little bit of snap oversteer, and he's caught it. Great catch in that part of the circuit on that flip side, but unfortunately, it's given away that position. And our number 4 car, Backler, didn't hesitate. He said, "I'll have that and a bit more. Thank you very much."
Yeah, but at that point where he was going through, the Grello Porsche could easily have snapped to the right and taken him with it, but it's a sort of not do or die, but you're going through, but there are consequences. But anyhow, the overtake has been successfully made up to 11th place.
Zwei Familien. 40 Jahre Firmengeschichte. Unsere Produkte entstehen zu 100% in Deutschland. Mit Herzblut und Hingabe. Wir schaffen den Technologietransfer von der Rennstrecke auf die Straße. Handwerkskunst, Erfahrung für diesen einen Moment. Das ist die Nürburgring Langstreckenserie. Das ist H&R. Performance made in Germany.
Sicher ans Ziel. Auf allen Straßen, bei jedem Wetter. Mit den zuverlässigen Sommerreifen von Falken. Jetzt Falkenreifen kaufen und Tankgutschein sichern. Weitere Informationen auf tankgutschein.falkenreifen.de. Falkenreifen.
Ein hartes Duell. Kollision zwischen den beiden. Damit ist das der Führungswechsel zu dritt nebeneinander.
Maximale Reaktion.
Da brennt der Falken-Porsche.
Drama. Das Auto hat einen längeren Boxenstopp vor sich.
Und hier kommt der Gesamtsieger.
Der Rowe NLS Rückspiegel. Am Sonntag um 18:30 Uhr auf diesem Kanal.
Final round of pit visitors, and it's Friccadelli. Porsches were first and second before those pit stops, and it's looking good again for them. Will we have number 31 going into the lead of the race? Also in the pits is car number 32, which has advanced by running longer stops earlier on. It's going to have that shorter final stop. Comes in from second place. We haven't talked so much about Christopher Haase, Dennis Marshall and Patrick Niederhauser. They've all done good stints, but it does seem today is the day of the Friccadelli racing team. Will they get a 1-2 result? Let us see. 31 Maxime Martin has just started his second lap out of the pits, so he's fully up to speed. And Earl Bamber just waiting for confirmation of the handover to Mathieu Jaminet, but it went Bamber, Jaminet, Bamber by process of elimination as the Dacia Logan is passed with considerable aplomb by Manthey Racing Porsche, but it should be Jaminet to take it through to the end of the race.
Well, as you say, we haven't mentioned the Ferrari that's just down in it's just inside the top 10 now. That's the Hershey back at the wheel of that car, the number 26 Octane 126 car, the Swiss entry. I saw a little bit of non-German representation in the top half of this 33 car SB9 category.
Right, we've got a car stopped on
491.
Just shortly before the end of the long run back down the straight from Dottingerhöhe towards Tiergarten. 491 BMW parked at the side of the circuit. The drivers jumped over the barriers. It's the GT Tire Motorsport car by WS Racing, BMW F30. Tobias Wolff, Nikolais Kanborg and Nicholas Krei. Driver okay. Car visibly okay, but visibly stationary. And of course, for the drivers, head down, trying to get a toe down the straight, they suddenly have to look up and see there is a speed restriction down to cut their speed to 120 to go past. So that could have interrupted somebody trying to get a really good run on arrival. And their opportunities to do so are restricting by the minute. We're into the final 40 minutes of this race. Still just waiting to have confirmation whether it's Bamber staying through to the finish or Jaminet, but I'm fairly sure Jaminet owes us a second stint in the car. Bamber took the lead meters into the start of the second lap, and that car's been right in the mix ever since. And again, by dint of having longer first, second and third stints, it means the time in the pits for this final pit stop has been appreciably shorter. They took the pain with those longer stints, stretching them out, and now they've got the delight on the shorter stint on these tyres, plus the bonus of a shorter minimum pit stop time. So if you can, that's what you want to do. You take the hit early in the race when your rivals are having shorter pit stops. They then have to have the longer pit stops, or their pit stops longer before the end of the race, and spend quite a lot of that final stint with a much heavier fuel load than the rivals who pit all the later. Frustrating for 491. The BMW pulled at the side of the track. You know, where did that problem manifest itself? Might have just been a puncture you picked up and you just can't get back. We couldn't see rear left wheel. There might have been nothing left there. It could simply be something electrical, a failure. You know, car cutting out.
Very frustrating if so, and certainly they're so far into the race with 3/4 of it done exactly. We're putting more than that. 37 minutes to go now. It happened a few minutes ago, but Falcon Porsche coming up behind to lap the Ferrari. Is that just jumping out of the way, the Octane car?
Yeah, but it's just had a pit stop. That would drop it. Yeah, it's down to 17th place. What's been noticeable is, well, I just thought that the number 4 Falcon Motorsport Porsche, the better place of those two team cars, might come out after the final pit stops in, I said 6th, possibly 7th. Well, they've done better than that because Klaus Bachler's listed in 4th place at the moment. Just want to see if it stays there. Right, now suddenly the name of the driver has changed over from Marshall to Patrick Niederhauser, the number 32 Audi, in 2nd place overall. This has been one of these cars having a stealthy approach. In the first hour, I'd sense even the second hour, this car was outside the top 10, worked towards the top 10, listed in 2nd place. But the true standings and positions of these cars will become immediately apparent now. All of them have served their 3rd and final pit stop. This next time around, once the leader comes through, we'll be able to give you accurate representation of the positions around the circuit. But expect the Fricadelli team to have a smile on their face. Certainly in the lead, but let's see, where do the slow zones appear around the circuit? Will they interrupt anybody else? Oh, good to hear 491 has been removed from the point it had stopped. On the long run from Dottinghoe, the circuit is fairly flat along the straight, and then it kicks up, and it was just at the top of that rise that 491, the BMW, was parked at the side of the circuit. That's been shifted away, and it means the drivers can go over that little brow, and then they'll see a clear line of sight to the kink to the left as they go into that final sequence of corners. 491 being towed back in, only now just going through that final sequence of chicane onto the start-finish straight, and then it will just peel off into the pit. So that's good. That hazard was removed very quickly indeed.
And that's why we couldn't see any damage to it, because there wasn't any. So obviously something's like a fuse has blown or something, or a wire's dropped off, and they're going to push it back to the pits and plug it in and shout at it and tap the roof, and it'll burst into life again, as these things do, annoyingly. It's got power because its headlights are on, so it's got some form of power, but no form of drive or starting ignition or something. So it can't drive on its own steam, but it has got power. I'm sure it won't be in the pits
how
very
many
long.
How many times though have cars been towed back in and then there's nothing wrong with them? You know, because with the manifest electrical elements in a car now, the scope for something being rattled loose when you bounce over a curb or have a bit of contact is fairly enormous. And some of the curbs around the Nordschleife are nice and kind, and others can really rattle your teeth. So you can imagine what they can do to the electrics.
Well, that irritating bit where it does something when the driver's not there, but it doesn't do it in the pits. So I promise you it's doing it the day pre-data. I promise you it's doing it. Really, sounds good here. Always the most confused. Easy to say, but the most easily changed component of a racing car, the driver.
Can go both ways. So, how's this for a gap? First to second, listed as 1 minute 55 seconds. I don't believe Earl Bamber's lead is that large, but of course his time was tripped in the pit lane last time around. It depends on the positioning of your pit garage. It's when you started your lap, but Maxime Martin expect to be a whole lot closer than the 2 minutes 14 that's listed at the moment. We'll know more at the end of the lap, but just to reiterate, or as some people would say, just to reiterate one more time, the later you pit, the more you gain in your pit stop. And that is what Bamber did against his own teammate, so Maxime Martin, will be giving chase, but just right from the outset in this race, it seemed as fast as number 31 was, and certainly Patrick Pilot did some brilliant overtaking to get up from 5th, 6th to 2nd position. Number 30 just seems to have all the answers. Earl Bamber is listed as not having got out of the car, but we may well, some of the drivers take a while to remember to flip. They seem to be going Bamber, Jaminet, Bamber. That doesn't seem quite right, so we think it must be Jaminet in for this final stint. But lights ablaze. It's looking great for the Porsche. Sunlight that really brightened the day has dropped away a little bit, but right now, as we look at the sister car coming up into the final sequence of corners, we'll get the true guide as to what the gap is. We know it's not actually 1 minutes. I think we're looking at closer to 30 seconds. Let's see. Next car over the start-finish line should be crossing any second now. It should be Maxime Martin. And the timing screen should get there. Right, 13.3 seconds. That's far more like it. Well, certainly far more like it if you're in the lead car, but again, the timing screens only flip over at the end of the lap. And you can imagine with a lap of 8 minutes plus, a lot can happen during that time. And then there's a further look. It's now another 21 seconds back to another Porsche, Klaus Bachler, Falken Motorsport. So the early pit stopper paid the price at the final pit stop, having a much longer pit stop, but he is still 3 seconds to good. So it's Porsche first, second, third, Bachler, and now fourth. Manta Racing across the line. And that 32 Audi that got up fleetingly by dint of having a long run to its final pit stop, in the hands of Patrick Niederhauser, shared with Dennis Marshall, Christopher Hasse, is not in 5th place, because as I say that, Christopher Mies goes through, so he's the top Audi runner. That's car number 29. So he's gone through, but he's 25 seconds down on the 4th place Porsche. So it really is Porsche, then come the Audis.
Which is very strange, apart from Clifford Leapy's just taken one, the Rover Racing BMWs up to 6th place. I was going to say, it's the BMWs have just faded away in this race, unfortunately. They were absolutely dominant. 3 out of the first 4 cars.
See, I say that once as a mistake.
4 out of 3, yes, exactly. Yeah. You got me on your reiterate once again, and I actually got me flipping it around. So, yes, 3 out of the first 4 cars on the grid were BMWs. And now they're sitting down there in, well, now 67, just moved up a little bit there, so definitively in the 98 Rover and Yellow and the 99 are now 6th and 7th.
Now, the weird thing, it's not weird if you sit back and analyse the maths, but Patrick Niederhauser's car, the Audi Sport Team Car Collection Audi, came in from 2nd place. You think, how did it do so well to go from outside the top 10 up into 2nd, or the tail end of the top 10? But of course, it made its final pit stop late. So it was a short one, but it made it quite a lot later than Fricadelli did with car number 30. So Fricadelli 30, Porsche, back into the lead of the race. But unfortunately for car 32, Patrick Niederhauser, he's best part of 2 minutes down, 1 minute 54 seconds down. That puts him in 9th. So though he did that late pit stop, he came in for it quite a lot later than Bamber. So it was an artificial position on the timing screens. I sensed as much. Now, okay, it's the run to the finish. Is there a Mercedes in the top 20? In the top 20, I hope so. In the top 10? No, sir. The best place is number 2, car number 2, Danny Juncadella, getting in for a second stint. He's right on the tail of Stef Dusseldorf in the Schubert Motorsport BMW that started from pole position, who in turn is a 0.15 of a second down on Michele Barretta in one of the Phoenix Racing Audis. That's car number 5. That's holding down 10th position. He in turn, well, he's 10 seconds down. So it's a great little scrap to try and get the final place in the top 10. Not a position that any of them would have dreamt of fighting for when they got here today. And for the Schubert Motorsport car, having started the race from pole, led the race, not what they dreamed. But you know what? We talked about the qualifying session being really stop-start. And clearly it was an artificial position for Schubert Motorsport at the front of the field. They obviously did a very good banker lap, and that got to count. And some of their rivals didn't put one together and started a whole lot further back. And as we heard from the Walkenhorst Motorsport crew, car number 34 had a puncture as well. So that came from 32nd position on the grid. And Christian Cronjes, well, they could be proud. Ben Tuck, David Pittard, Christian Cronjes. Doesn't look as though he's going to gain a position, but he's in 14th. So 32nd to 14th, that's not a bad afternoon's work.
Not at all, and a new fastest lap of this particular, well, not quite an entire race, but the fastest lap of the last lap was the Number 4 car, Klaus Bachler in the Falcon Motorsports Porsche, just popped in, nearly managed to get under the 8 minutes, which is quite impressive at 8.00183, whereas everybody else is sort of 1s, 2s, 3s or more.
Which is your favourite yellow Mercedes? It's not a question I often ask, but we've got two of them fighting together just outside the top 10. Acid yellow number 2, driven by Danny Juncadella, or the more sort of canary yellow of number 16 with the blue flashes on the side, and that's Lucas Stoltz hunting down at the end, but really hunting down.
Juncadella's car, just because it's just day glow. It is that Grello thing. I know it's a Porsche thing. The one behind it looks like a Swedish flag.
Red and green should never be seen. Yellow and blue not quite as fast as the car in front. But they do look great, but they've got traffic up ahead because, in fact, suddenly you've got a whole gaggle of SP9 class cars. You've got car number 20, Steph Dusseldorf, the Schubert Motorsport car. He's got company. He's got Danny Juncadella. Sorry, he's got ahead of Michele Beretta. That's what. Okay, Dusseldorf has gained a position. He's moved up into 10th. Beretta in the Phoenix Racing Audi has fallen down to 11th. Right on his tail now is Danny Juncadella. And I sense Lucas Stoltz catching the lot of them. If anything goes untoward between that grouping, then the Walker Horse number 34 BMW. At this late stage in the race would be welcoming any contributions to its position on the field, because that's running around the next in the line, but somewhat further back.
Yeah, he'd certainly capitalise on it, wouldn't he? So we're already on board with now. We've got a little bit at the number 70.
Just remember, car 75 is right at the back of the order sheet with the 900s. It's in the class of 17, the Cup 3 class for Cayman GT4s. It's a Schmickler Motorsport car. It's treated us some fantastic onboard footage, and I've said it many a time, the onboard footage around here is something to be cherished, something very, very special indeed.
The helicam shot going to the outside of that, lime green and black, looks like a sort of lemon and lime. Sweet, boiled sweet, doesn't it? Going through the trees there, coming up with one of the few cars you said, gold car, one of the 325 BMWs.
Well, it's a production class car. It's quite possibly a production coloured paint, isn't it?
Production class colour as well, isn't it? Exactly. It's straight out of the factory. Yes, at least you can go and get the panels if you need to as well. So we are into the final half hour, 26 minutes and a little bit more just coming up to remaining. Earl Bamber it is. 24 laps of this race completed by our front runners. In fact, 24 laps completed by all the way down to the top 19 runners.
Who's the quickest driver on the track? The driver of the car in third place, just banged in that car's fastest lap, Klaus Bachler. He's got to find 21 seconds. He's not likely to find that in the final 26 minutes, but he's going for the Nicky Team I'll do my fastest lap on the final lap of the race award. Nicky not here this weekend, but Falcon Motorsports, we saw that battle very close with Michael Christensen. Christensen was ahead, had the twitch. Bachler managed to avoid it down through Hatton back. Great catch by Christensen, but it has put him behind, not heading for the podium. Can he fight back? He's lapping within, he's only 9/10 of a second slower last time around than Bachler. So it's possible third position can go the other way, but it's Porsche at the top of the field.
Well, he's some 2 seconds quicker, isn't he, than Martin in front, but you say he's not going to close that 21 seconds down with 25 minutes to go, is he?
Without outside assistance.
Exactly.
We know that outside assistance can come from something benign, but a situation where a car that has tumbled or become stricken has to be cleared from the track. You can gain from those, you can lose from those, but some days, you will come out ahead on average and others behind. You just have to suck it and see. But in so many ways, late in the race, it's all the more cruel if you'll get interrupted. But right now, it's looking very, very good indeed for the Fricadelli Racing duo.
It's looking very good for Porsche.
Indeed, top four.
Top 4 cars, Fricadelli, Falcon and Manthey. So four Porsches run by 3 different teams. So at the moment, it's looking very much like 24 minutes to go, but Porsche o'clock.
It certainly does. And again, just looking at the comparative lap speeds of the 30 and 31, the first and second place cars from Fricadelli Racing. And though they're being hauled in by Klaus Bachler, who's taken another 3-4 seconds out of them, no more than that. He's now within 14, he's taken 7 seconds out of Martin. But in the battle between the 2 Fricadelli cars, it's simply been that every time you had a comparison, the 30 just seems a little bit more speedy around the circuit. It's just taken 3 seconds out of its rival.
It's a slow lap from Martin, isn't it? 8:08 compared to that 8:01. There's just 7 seconds. So, as you say, it taketh and it giveth. And I would suggest that's probably that traffic thing again. It might come back the other way. You just never. 7 seconds in one go. We were just saying a few moments ago, weren't we, that 21 seconds to go with 20 minutes, it's not going to happen. But the 7 of it's been a third of that, 30% has been wiped off in one lap.
Well, I'll keep an eagle eye, or as close to an eagle eye as I can manage, on the timing screens to see if that gain continues from Klaus Bachler. I didn't see any particular footage of Maxime Martin, the second place 31 Fricadelli Porsche, being delayed. Fabulous long shots down the lengthy run from Dottingher. And it's a great little battle just outside the top 10. Stef Dusseldorp, in fact, he is 10th. Of course, he overtook Michele Beretta's Audi early in the lap. Beretta still tucked in behind. And then the two bright yellow Mercedes fighting in their wake. It's still Danny Juncadella just ahead of Luca Stoltz, covered by, well, literally his Destiny car length as they go over the white line onto the Grand Prix loop, flashing past pit in. And maybe there's going to be an overtaking manoeuvre down into the first turn of the lap, because certainly Lucas Stoltz has the toe, but he's only been offered one line. It's the outside line, and as ever, the car in front makes sure it drives wide towards corner exit, coming out of turn 1 and out of the first turn.
It's amazing how that happens, isn't it?
It's magnetic. They're taking the optimum line, but not wanting to take no for an answer, coming down into the third turn. Lucas Stoltz died on the inside, but it wasn't a really serious one. And right in front of them, place changing very, very nearly between Stef Dusseldorp and Michele Beretta, and cars on the dirt, and suddenly gaining one position goes Danny Juncadella, and will Stoltz go through past Beretta. Beretta sideways in the Audi has gone down 2 positions in the space of 2 corners in trying to overtake Stef Dusseldorp. Got slightly off the track, lost momentum, and the Mercedes drivers went thank you and goodbye.
Absolutely. So just BMW, Audi, and then 2 Mercedes, and that's a complete swap. The Audi dropped back 2 places there, and there's lots of dirt being flicked up as the drivers are fighting it all out. And I've got to say, real close quarter racing there, but also respectful. It's great to watch, exciting, and there's been some play change there, but nobody being indiscreet or unethical. Good driving.
Look, what we've had is fantastic driving today, but we've also had, there's always a story within the race about how people run their race strategy. Here we are with just over 21 minutes remaining in the race. We've got 4 cars fighting for the final positions in the top 10, but they're covered by a second. Second 1.2. Just fantastic. And now there's a back marker up ahead of them in the production class car. They're right onto the tail of the Cayman, going around to the right. Again for Klingman. He got through. Sorry for Dusseldorp. And unfortunately for Danny Juncadella, he's had to wait for another couple of corners before he can find a way past. And he goes past. Lucas Stoltz goes past. And in behind, the rather chastened Michele Beretta goes through too. But for Dusseldorp in 10th place, that was a nice game, not just in terms of, well, he'd already got the position, but he's been given a break. He wouldn't manage otherwise. He comes up on another back marker. He's got to wait, and he's lost half of that advantage, as Danny Juncadella didn't have to wait. It's been absolutely flat. He's 2 car lengths back. He's 1.5 car lengths back. He passes the junior class car. He's now, half the length of his car behind Dusseldorp, but the BMW driver prevails. But again, the helicopter cam really showing the gaps closing between the cars. Great work.
Yeah, Dusseldorp, only because didn't have just changed direction a few times and just using the track advantage as much as possible and just using the back markers. It did close the gap, but he didn't have to give them a chance to capitalise behind. So gap opened out a little bit more, but not a great moment. They're coming across 2 more back markers, line astern. The BMW jinking to the left, Mercedes following through with it. The second Mercedes will try and get through. Well, it's one of the GT4 Mercedes, you tell by the smaller wing. Only just getting out of the way, but the Audi's got caught out with that now. He's had to jink from the left to the right. That's cost him 2 or 3 car lengths now. And it's the Danny Juncadella is back onto Dusseldorp.
Right. Well, I mean, in that sequence of about a dozen corners, it's been advantage twice going the way of Danny Juncadella and twice against Stef Dusseldorp. And Beretta must feel, I tried to overtake Dusseldorp, but here I am 2 positions further back, and I've just been monstered again. He got caught out, a 4th car in a 4-car train, didn't get seen, but in fact his pace, he's caught it right up again onto the tail of Lucas Stoltz. Stoltz not accustomed to fighting outside the top 10, but he's down in 12th position at the moment. So sort of uncharted territory for a driver who normally shares with Maro Engel and normally shares a car that's heading for the podium at the very least. And then the whole field bunches right up into a code 60.
How frustrating is that? All that hard work, and it comes up to a code 60. You've got to sit there. What we said earlier though about Bruce, the code 60s, you slow down for safety, but you get going to go racing again.
Yep.
And that's the bit now. They've got to sit there, read where it is, see where the intervention vehicle is, when it ends, and this is just coming down to the left-hand over Adenauer Bridge, isn't it?
And it's never easy without a clear line of sight, but in rugby terms, you'd be told to get your anticipation in first. And unfortunately for Michele Beretta, he was having a mid-afternoon doze there, and he's lost immediately 4 or 5 car lengths. The track formation there didn't help him at all. Two left-handers, up the rise he went. Now he's got to see if he can get on the tail of Stoltz. In turn, Stoltz lost ground to Danny Juncker, and Dusseldorp doing his utmost to just try and break away. There's another car. Can he put it between where he is and the rest? Sort of yes, no, it's all right, didn't lose anything, didn't get interrupted by it, nor did the two Mercedes. But that Audi just wasn't on it when we were talking about anticipation, failed to anticipate the need for anticipation, and has paid the price. He's about 2 seconds off the back of this. Was a quartet, is now a trio.
I think you just did actually say anticipate the need for anticipation.
I did on purpose.
So. Yes, I thought so. Am I hearing myself correctly? I did. I'm glad I wasn't asleep. How could you be with this going on here, though? So, BMW, Mercedes, Audi. So we've got just long shot down the Dottinger here. So we've got a vehicle being towed along behind into intervention vehicle. Just trying to see what car it is. They're pulling over to one side, actually. They're pulling something in, they're going to collect it. But it's yellows at the end of the Dottinger as they approach the Tiergarten. We've got 17 minutes of NLS round 3 to go, and not much is going to change at the front necessarily, but this battle for 10th, well, it is for 10th, but it involves 4 cars, 10th, 11th, 12th and 13th, 4 cars. Dusseldorp, Beretta, Junkerdell and Stoltz all duking it out for what could effectively be 10th place, and there's a lot to play for yet. 17 minutes to go, so we're going to get this lap and another. So, well,
let's check the gaps. We know that Mathieu Jaminet did take over from Earl Bam. It takes a while for the screen to flick over. For this final stint, he was 16 seconds clear last time around over his teammates. Well, small change, 15.7 seconds. So again for Maxime Martin as he chases after Jaminet. How much further back is Bachler? Don't forget he was catching them both last time around. Has he been interrupted by traffic? Has his pace fallen away, waiting for him to cross the start-finish line? It went down to about 15 seconds. It's back to 17.1. So he lost 2 and a bit, nearly 3 seconds on that lap. And at this stage, as we've seen with the aerial shots, it's not necessarily your lap pace is down to what you're doing. It's about how you're handling traffic, slow zones. In fact, with those lap times, there were no slow zones, but traffic is certainly something that's still an element as much on this lap as it is as early in the race as the second lap when the front runners start their lapping for the first time.
Now, we mentioned in the last round about Nicky Thiem celebrating his birthday with that last lap in the Phoenix Audi and putting in the fastest lap of the race in the very last lap. The fastest lap of this race so far has stood for a very, very long time at the number 99 car, BMW, at 7 minutes 56.465. They're all running in the order of 801s, 8 now, so it's remarkable that they're getting close to it. And what have we got?
We've got a
accident
with a very big, a car that looks in really quite heavy frontal damage, quite hard to see from it. It's a very long shot, looking down to Dottinger right under the Audi Sport Bridge, but double waved yellows before they turned onto the straight, and didn't see that, just looked up and saw a car. It's right under the Audi Sport Bridge, and the course vehicle has got to it immediately. I must say, I'm so impressed with the rescue services on this most magnificent of circuit, probably the hardest circuit to marshal and control your troops in the world, and years of practice have made it very good indeed. You need a lot of course vehicles, and that battle in that fight for 10th place has got past it back up to full racing speed, but someone has really done quite a lot of damage to their car. Again, haven't had a shot where we can identify the car or the extent of the damage, but clearly not moving and rather damaged. But talking about the challenge here, he comes. Lukas Stoltz has anticipated that rather better than Danny Juncker. Got a bit of a toe up the first part from Dottinger towards the end of that. He's through long before the King, now right on the tail of Stef Dusseldorp. And for Michele Beretta in the Audi number 5, he's just got to try and catch them up and make amends for not having his anticipation right. And don't forget, just a lap ago, he was the one challenging the Schubert Motorsport BMW, try and take the 10th place. Almost got it, and before they'd even left the Grand Prix loop, he'd lost not 1 but 2 positions by getting put out onto the grass. Oh, Stoltz has got the flavour, Snowy. He took a look at the inside and then went to the outside down into turn 1. He's now going to try and double back underneath. Dusseldorf can't quite get his nose. Yes, he's put his nose, but not quite enough up the inside into the second turn. And Dusseldorf thought, and pulled across on him. So Danny Junkerdare sitting in behind, thinking, what can I gain from this? Don't forget, literally within a couple of hundred metres from here last time, he was one of the two Mercedes demoting Michele Beretta. Beretta this time is in behind, and again Stoltz is not taking no for an answer. Up the inside, just as they get to the double right-hander, which is like a broad right hairpin, to get onto another part of the Grand Prix loop, and very nearly got whacked up the backside by Danny Junkerdare as he's trying to get his braking. So Schubert Motorsport car, not in the wars, but definitely in a little bit of a tussle there.
And just to report, the car that's off on the Dottinger is number 212, the Schmickler Performance Cayman GT4 from the SP3T class, and that's the car that's over on the left-hand side of the Dottinger. And a very strange place to have gone off there, so it's almost as if there's been some kind of mechanical failure and it's just pitched it, because it's heavy front-end damage and there's nothing else involved, and it just looks like it's been pitched left. It's the oddest place on the circuit to have that kind of incident.
Well, it is, because if you were going to drop it when you're coming onto the straight, you'd hit the barrier very soon on the left. But this is, again, even with the foreshortening, it's like quite a distance up the straight on the Dottinger. So Mathieu Jaminet leading the race at the start of this, the 27th lap, by 15.7 seconds. The sister car, Maxime Martin, is in that second place, and he's a similar distance ahead of the car in third place. It's the Porsche from one of the two Porsches from the Falco Motorsport team. That's Klaus Bacher at the wheel. Another Porsche, a fourth Porsche, is just 9.5 seconds down on him. That's Michael Christensen from Manthey Racing. But Christensen was caught out a bit in traffic last time around. He had a bit of a tank slapper. That's when Bacher got through. But let's see if he can close in the final dozen minutes or so in the race.
So 12 minutes to go, doesn't, as you said. So we're going to be penultimate lap now, aren't we then?
Yeah, we are. I just again have to absolutely check the position on the circuit of Mathieu Jaminet. Many a team has been given a nightmare when they suddenly realise the race-leading car is just going to squeak on for one more lap, and they're thinking, we didn't quite put enough fuel in for that. But
now Beretta's just woken up and just found himself a way through what we call the Grello Mercedes, the other gets speed, number 2 car, is that one, isn't it?
Yeah, we don't call that the Grello because it's not got green on it. Yellow and black.
Okay, yellow and black.
We'll make a name up for that, but Beretta seems to have suddenly...
Grello. Yeah. Or Blello.
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 Put Lello in the Blello. But, yeah, Stoltz has got a taste for overtaking, having worked his way past Junkerdare. He's now got very well past Steph Dusseldorf, and I sense he's going to pull away. He did start his escape, then a slower car caught him out a bit, but now he's pulling clear and leaving the battle behind, I think, and I think he's finally going to shake them off, as much as Dusseldorf tries to hang on in that battle for 10th place in the BMW. I think the moment has passed, and now he's got to look in his mirrors because Michele Beretta is suddenly getting interested to see if he can get past this time without losing 2 places and getting spat to the back of the group. And for Danny Junkerdare, he's got to wait to see what he can pick up. The time is ticking around. 10 minutes and 50 seconds remain in this 4-hour race.
Well, I think we might see a change for this position again. You say the yellow Mercedes getting away, but I think the Audi, Beretta, you say, almost had a couple of laps. It's almost as if he was napping, as you said, certainly behind some of those code 60s. But he's found the nitrous button over there now, hasn't he?
Yeah, but I think he got a bit rattled by losing the 2 places when he slightly failed in an overtaking manoeuvre. Then he was at the back of the pack, and I just don't think he was quite paying enough attention. But again, it's line of sight in that run over Adenauer Bridge. It's 2 left-handers, one after another, into that compression, and I think the lead car in that group, which at the time was Dusseldorf, had clear line of sight and was able to anticipate the release of a slow zone and just got it together. The 2 Mercedes of Stoltz and Junkerdare, or in the order they were then, Junkerdare and Stoltz, read it right at the back of the pack, losing out with Michele Beretta. Now he's got it back together, but now he's got to try and stay ahead, keep the slipstream away from Junkerdare, but Junkerdare is close enough 2 car lengths back to start getting a draw down the straighter parts of the track.
Yeah, perfect timing there for Junkerdare, just closing that gap down. It's only a couple of car lengths now, but that's all he needs to do. He's closing it up. Of course, the Audi, Beretta's got to catch up with the BMW in front.
Which it is.
Which it has, which is now going to have all that lovely knock-on effect. So this may just play into the hands. Sit back and watch. So we're going to be heading up towards Carousel in a moment, aren't we?
Yeah, bottom of the hill on the rise to Carousel.
Yeah.
Nordschleife. And again, if they can get onto the Döttinger for the final time in a 3-car group, you could yet see Danny Juncadella get a double toe and go past, much as we saw right in the start of the race by Nico Menzel, and gain 2 positions. But they've lost the toe of the car in front.
Fabulous helicam shot there of the carousel, which of course is the logo of the NLS series. As I said, going the opposite way around. But just all 3 cars just blending in, all 3 different colours. You couldn't get much more difference between BMW, Mercedes, Audi. They all just streamed in, round together and out again. What a fabulous bit of footage there. That should be used in advertising.
No, exactly. And you know what? We slightly take it for granted. We love the racing, but we sometimes lose, or I certainly sometimes lose the picture that in SP9 class, known as GT3 around the world, the performance is balanced, so you can have the different manufacturers racing. So here we are, 3 hours and 50 minutes into a race, and you've got 3 makes of car, nose to tail, on a circuit as difficult as this. So again, it's accolades to all involved, but biggest accolade, how much time on the clock? 8 minutes 12. How fast are they lap? Well, they're back their speed off, just starting the final lap of the race now. Mathieu Jaminet, some Caymans still coming out of the pits after a very late final stop. Did they get the sums wrong, or was it part of their tactic? But Jaminet, what's his gap? It's come down below 10 seconds. He lost 6 seconds last time around to Maxime Martin. Pacing it home, one feels though. 31, Martin giving chase. But again, their lap speeds, it's so hard to keep it measured because we saw the time before they were lapping into 8 minutes and 3 seconds, thereabouts, weren't they? 8 minutes 43 for the race did the last time. That is the effect of slow zones around the course of a lap. What will follow? But 9 and a bit seconds, you've got to be fairly safe with that.
And this battle we've been talking about, those cars going into the carousel there, of course, we're talking for 10th place.
Yeah.
It's absolutely fantastic.
If it comes incidental, yes, to that point, but we're racing drivers racing.
But those cars, Dusseldorp, Stolz, Juncadella and Beretta, 0.2, 0.4 and 0.7 apart. Perfect. 10th place, absolutely. Because that's that top 10. They don't want to be 11th or 12th or 13th. They want to be inside the top 10. It's that bragging right again. No, it's not P1. But in the top 10, there's something about that top 10. Out of 167 cars, let's remember the start of this race. 165, I think. But
yeah, and just looking at the gap back from second to third, and it's not going the way, unfortunately, if you're a Falker Motorsport fan, because Maxime Martin is starting to edge away from Klaus Bachler. There's now nearly 20 seconds between them. It got down to about 15, and a couple of seconds gained one lap, a couple of seconds the next. So, Porsche, Mathieu Jaminet, Porsche, Maxime Martin, Porsche, Klaus Bachler, a theme going on here, Porsche, Michael Christensen. The top 4 places, and Christensen is not likely to be toppled from 4th because 51 seconds is the gap back to Christopher Mies in the best of the Audis in 5th place. The best of the BMWs, Nick Yaloli, another 22 seconds down on him in 6th. Best of the Mercedes have to look down to Luca Stolz. Be coming across the start-finish line very soon indeed. Listed as behind Steph Dusseldorp, but we saw him pass him a while back. We come down towards the end of the lap. Dusseldorp just not able to do anything about it. Beretta getting closer to him, and behind them, Juncadella has popped away a little bit.
I was going to say, just from that aerial shot there, we've seemed to have lost Juncadella. That's Tiergarten, isn't it? Just the end of the lap, yes, it is. Onto the pit straight to the Audi once. Beretta once again were looking quite punchy as we're about to start our last lap. 5 minutes 30 seconds left on the clock for them to start their final lap. And Juncadella there, he's just in the background. Mercedes taking the left hand line. Beretta having a look down the inside. He's now going to switch to the outside. He's going to go and try and go all the long way round, use that extra bit of road there from the BMW. He's quite waiting. He's got the inside line. Has he got it? Yes, he has, but he hasn't quite got the nose ahead. 20 and 5, pushing and pushing still. This is the bit where they've really got to try and do it. I think the Audi would be more stable, more nimble through this part of the circuit. This is where he's got to try and do it, if he can. But just a bit of traffic there running over onto the left-hand side, using all the track a bit more. Lights flashing furiously. There's all sorts of cars doing it. Beretta's down the inside into the hairpin. He's going to look 2 wheels on the grass, kicking the dust up, trying to get down the inside. Couldn't quite slow it down on the grass. He's trying, but he can't do it. And that, of course, is allowed... Guess who? To behind. You got him behind. I think I'll have some of that as well. Juncadella's there. So, well, tell you what, you're busy doing that BMW. I'll have a nibble at your Audi while I'm there.
Again, when you're treated to a helicopter shot, it often cuts off people who might be within 2 seconds. You lose them from the edge. You think, oh, they've fallen out of the battle. But at this point, Beretta, his language is, I'm coming through. But I must say, really staunch defence from Dusseldorp. But now he's got a tiny advantage. They go up the hill into the chicane. The trouble is for Beretta, your chance to pass is really starting to run out. It's much easier on the Grand Prix loop. They've now crossed the white line. They're going onto the Nordschleife. He hasn't got the move done, so it's still Dusseldorf holding on to 11th place. Beretta right in behind. Danny Juncker thought he might have gained if they'd come a cropper in the little cut-through hairpin. He hasn't done it, and all that time, choking the wonderful result of 10th place, but clear in 10th place now. Stoltz is shaking them off his tail. They can fight. He at least has got a top 10.
Well, what a mega last lap to go there. You said they crossed over the white line to go onto the Grand Prix circuit. Juncker then just a little twitch, a little bit of snap over. You just saw the car twitch there from the aerial shot, and that has indeed just lost him 2-3 car lengths. He was right on the back there. That simplest of errors. Worn tyres, tired, whatever it is, just a little tiny twitch, and that's cost him 2 car lengths. He's now got to go down through Hatton back, the narrow bit, where at one point we talk about how much grass verge was here. One part of that, there is none. It is just barriers over a bridge. You don't want to be making that mistake there. And it's flat down the hill, this bit. Juncker has got to get back in touch again. I really thought he got past Beretta there in that arena section. I really think he'd do it. Not the car to do it, a big front-engine Mercedes. I didn't think his nimbles were there as the Audi R8 LMS. But that car, Beretta, now chasing down the BMW, and Juncker slightly out of touch here, but we know what it's like. Back mark, is it all could stay like this? It could get worse, it could get better. But we have just under 3 minutes left on the clock. We're going to switch, I'm sure, from the Honeycomb soon to our race leaders, Jaminet and Martin. That's a 9.7 second gap. They've got to be getting pretty close to finishing the Fricadelli team cars, first and second. What a day for them. What a day for Klaus Avelin as well.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely fantastic, and thoroughly deserved. I mean, it'd be very deserved if it was in a field of 20 top-class runners, but a field of 33, it makes it all the sweeter. And you talked about momentum. It means going into the qualification race next weekend for the Nürburgring 24 Hours. They've got their tails up, and it's
they're on a high.
Small increments, and it really, really can make the world of difference.
I have a suspicion, and it's not for me to say, or you're right, but I've got a suspicion that if this result stays as it is, that Fricadelli might just be saying this is one for Sabine.
Oh gosh, 100%, times 2. And for Fricadelli, such a popular team here, come what may, but they haven't won since the early parts of 2018. They won the third round in 2018. Lance David Arnold, Felipe Fernandez Laza, and the following round, Lance David Arnold, Norbert Siedler. So be very pleased indeed to get back into the swing of winning here in the NLS.
Now, again, that ebb and flow, sorry, Bruce. Beretta all over the back of the BMW there and just lost out a little bit. Now it's just catching up again just in the space of 3 corners. Close with it, lose the gap. Close with it again, and it's just cannot relax in the number 20 car there. But it is being chased by that Audi. Little bit of gap again. Once again, Juncker has just come slightly out of touch with that. But once again, the Audi closes up, and it's another assault. He's not going to give up on this until they've seen the checkered flag, and nor should they as well.
Absolutely not. And it's wonderful. But of course, if you're looking at the lead battle, unless something untoward has occurred, with that nigh on 10-second advantage, you feel that Mathieu Jaminet has got this under control. But as we've seen in the very first lap of the race, there can be incidents that can slow you down. But I think he's got enough of a buffer. And also, how would you feel if you were Maxime Martin, you decided you got really close and you might take a lunge, and imagine if you put both of your team cars off? So that doesn't bear considering, and I wouldn't have thought a driver like Maxime Standard would even contemplate a move that could risk all that. But
it's not a conversation you want to have with Klaus Avelin afterwards, is it?
It absolutely is not. And Lucas Stoltz has really worked the traffic very well indeed. And then Dusseldorf completely blocked by one of the Schnitzelam cars. I think he's trying to overtake 2 of them in their lemon yellow colours, and he got completely blocked there. But fortunately for him, didn't lose the position somehow. Kelly Beretta wasn't able to block it out. But as the clock counts down, we only have 5 seconds to go, and almost perfect timing for the race leading Fricadelli Porsche. Just coming up into the final sweepers, into the final chicane. The green flashes on the red-white. Fricadelli Racing, number 30, Mathieu Jaminet, will be passing his teammate Earl Bamber, who no doubt will be up on the pit wall, punching the air, because it's going to be victory for Fricadelli Racing and the number 30 crew. And then in the background of the shot, within about the next 10 seconds, we should see the sister car with the yellow flashes on its wings. The checkered flag is waved, the lights are flashed, and here comes the second Fricadelli Racing Porsche. What a day for the team. Not just one, but 1 and 2. The gap between them at the end, probably about 10 seconds, 9.758. So it didn't change on that final lap, more than a tenth of a second, but what a fabulous result. And the spring sunshine has turned to a cooler, greyer afternoon, but it's definitely bright, it's definitely shining. Should be Klaus Bachler coming into third place for Porsche. That's Porsche 1, 2, 3. That he does. He's dropped down to about 20 seconds or so off the tail of 22 seconds to be precise. And in the background, not such a good final lap from Michael Christensen, but it's Porsche's first, second, third and fourth. What a remarkable result for the mark from Stuttgart today. It's been a mighty, mighty result. It looked as though it was going to be Porsche versus BMW after rather strange qualifying, when it was a very stop-start indeed. But BMW have faded from the fray, and the best of the rest is the Audi in fifth place. Car number 29 should be next to the finish line. But it was all about the number 30 and 31 Fricadelli Porsches. 9 3/4 seconds between them at the end, and a comfortable margin of 22, nearly 23 seconds back to the third place Porsche. Looking down through the classes, the SP9 Pro-Am class, waiting for them to come to the finish. To get 27 laps on the board, and it should be car number 25 that has the Porsche that just dominated from the start of the race. Nico Menzel started in fine form. It ran as high, fourth, just challenging for third place, but Philipp Neuffer brings it home. Yes, it's fallen down to 23rd, but it wins the Pro-Am class, and that was the job it came here to do.
I'm still intrigued to see what happens in this battle for 10th place between 11th place, Düsseldorf, Beretta and Juncadella. Two Rover Racing BMWs across the line.
Very close indeed for the pair of them.
Yeah,
De Filippi catching Nick Yaloli, but 6th and 7th. That'll be slightly disappointing after their fine form in qualifying when they started on the second row.
Yeah, just 4 seconds apart between those two, but as you say, a little bit disappointing for them that far down. As you say, fine. We thought it was a BMW day, didn't we, sort of this morning, and it turned out not to be. Very much a Porsche day, looking at the top from the podium and the next place.
But we know that one of the BMW set the fastest lap of the race, so the pace was in the car. It may come down also to how they did their tactics. It's always a factor in a 4-hour race around here, but I think in terms of looking at the pace towards the end of the race, the pace just seemed to be with the Porsches, full stop. Car coming through now to take 9th place overall should be Patrick Niederhauser, red and black Audi. That's correct, so he gets it. But 10th, we're looking for the yellow and blue Mercedes. It's into the final sequence of corners, should be out of the final sequence of corners, because Beretta's making a final run to the finish, but it looks like he's going to stay in 12th, and Düsseldorf will take 11th place. Yes, that is exactly the case. Stolz takes 10th. He's got 3 and a bit seconds advantage. Then Düsseldorf just holds off Beretta, and Danny Juncadella in the background behind. It fell away, but under the podium, it's 3 Porsches. You choose your colour scheme, red and white with the green flashes or red and white with the yellow. Today, the green flashes were faster, and Mathieu Jaminet opens the door, starts to unclip all the bits that need unclipping, and he'll be climbing out with a massive smile on his face. That was great. A great result for him and for Earl Bamber, but a humongous result that put a smile on the face of the team that Sabine Schmitz was such a part of. So we lost her with cancer at the dreadfully early age of 51, but her spirit lives on at a 1-2. What a result for Fricadelli Racing, and also Falcon Motorsport. They did things differently, but Snowy, they came through in third, so a good run for them.
Well, as you said, they just had the BMW had the pace in qualifying, and the Porsche had the pace in the race. Just simple as that. And it's there'll be a little bit of head scratching, I'm sure, going on at the BMWs. Fastest lap of the race, maybe. But unfortunately, you don't get any points for qualifying at the front. It's the race bit that matters, and you say not just 4 Porsches in the top 4 places there, but 3 different teams do it. Fricadelli at 1-2, Falcon Motorsports second, and Manthey, which won the last round. So 3 different teams proving that at the moment, today, in whatever today's circumstances are, Porsche was the car to have.
Yep, and again, going down through the classes, Porsche win the Pro-Am class, and in the Am class, you want variety? It was an Audi. Car number 50, Rudy Adams brought that home, showing with Arno Klaasen, who started in Michael Heinrich, so they'll be delighted with that.
And we did get a Mercedes in the top 10, just
in 10th place.
Yes. That being the Stolz car, yeah, number 16.
Sorry, I'd just like to revise what I said. Of course, it was a Mercedes. I didn't look far enough up the chart. Moritz Krantz showing with Janine Schaffner. They won. I beg their pardon. They won the SP9 Am class. And it wasn't. In fact, Rudy Adams' car came home third in class because Jaeger had a good run towards the end of the race in the number 39 Ferrari. That was the dark one with a red flash on it from Racing One. But it's fingers in the air for Earl Bamber and Mathieu Jaminet, the Kiwi and the French racer. Job very well done indeed. Another Porsche triumph for them in a massive Porsche day here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And of course, the finishers will still come through for another good number of minutes yet, because of course the first ones over the finish line in SP9 are the ones that count. It's only after them that anybody else can take the checkered flag. In this case, it was Mathieu Jaminet. He then peeled around the back of the pit lane and came in the back entrance to the pits and is parked under the podium. So he's used up a few minutes doing that. And good to see right at the end of the race, the FFF Racing Lamborghini that didn't get to start the race was still there at the finish, but you'd have to go a very, very long way down the timing screens to start it. It must have been a good hour into the race before the repairs had been effected and that got out to play. But still, it gained some valuable experience looking ahead to what's coming up next weekend, the qualifying race for the Nürburgring 24 Hours, which will happen later this summer. The qualification race is next weekend for that right here. And the fourth round of the NLS, the third race, because we lost the first one to snow, will be on the 26th of June. So not too long until then, but a lot of valuable experience gained today. And you certainly feel the experience has been most positive if you were racing a Porsche.
Look at the FFF Ferrari. Sorry. I can get Ferrari FF there, aren't you?
Yes.
The FFF Racing Team Lamborghini, that you just mentioned, did indeed finish 113th, which is not exactly where it's expected to be, but given that it didn't start for probably the first hour
and a bit, actually, now
exactly,
thinking back.
That's pretty respectable. Yeah. And they've done a lot of intelligence and data gathering there. That may sound very odd to say 113th is respectable. It's actually quite a good result from where they started, and given what that could have been. So they will go into next weekend, hopefully, or the next race, a little bit happier.
And I've just seen the sort of ultimate understanding of the Nürburgring Langstrecken series. We mentioned right at the start there were cars as unlikely as the Dacia Logan. Nobody coming across the start-finish line, even the race winner, has flashed their lights at the checkered flag so vigorously as the Dacia Logan. So you race to your class, and even though it was racing in a three-car class, points in the bag, and you never know where those might lead. But again, the unlikely along with the very, very likely all combine beautifully on this circuit. There's a host of the cars in the junior classes come through. Many of them will be class winners, but just finishing 3 or 4 minutes behind the race winner. That is just according to where you are on the circuit at the end of 4 hours. 28 laps completed. Last time around it was slightly faster. We had 29. That just goes to show we had a few more slow zones. It was really in hours 3 and 4 that we seemed to have a little flurry of slow zones, and we saw they can knock as many as 40 seconds off a lap time.
A little update just before we get too carried away, Bruce. Might be a slight change of this. We'll hold fire at the moment, but there's a suggestion that the second place car, the Pilet Martin Fricadelli Porsche, did not take an imposed penalty. So we'll just have to see if that how that pans out. We'll know within sort of 30 minutes. I'm not quite sure, but I'm just want to.
Okay, we'll keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, exactly. That's not just second guess, but that's some information received at the moment. It's been suggested it did not take an imposed penalty, but that's got to be subject to official confirmation from race control. But
okay, but we did have that element, if we cast our minds back to where we thought it had come in out of sequence and served a very short pit stop, but it never registers as a pit stop. So we put it to the back of our minds, and I'm not going to add 2 and 2 on that combination and come up with anything. But okay, we'll take a look. Good to see that the Glickenhaus Racing entry has made it to the end of the race, leading the SPX class. Thomas Much crossing the start-finish line in 21st positional overall. So a car and a team that's always been popular here in the Nordschleife really cut its racing teeth here, and good to see.
That's why the 31 car returned to the pit lane that way to serve a penalty that was posted at 16:01, but it doesn't say what the penalty was for, but that's why it came back to the pit lane that way, apparently to serve a penalty, presumably in an area there. So I don't think it's going to affect the overall result. It's certainly going to affect the first place. That's still going to be a Fricadelli car, and Jaminet going to be the winning car. But we may have the results being put up on the screen at the moment. But we'll just keep an eye on that one. It's just something a little bit quirky going on there. And just like you, Bruce, I don't want to put 2 and 2 together and get something that doesn't add up. But just a tiny bit of intrigue at the end there with the second place car. But let's see what happens.
Indeed so, and really it was also a lesson in how to manage the clock as well, with the various slow zones. If it hadn't been one of those slow zones that cost them as much as 20 seconds in a lap, they'd have had to do one further lap, but Mathieu Jaminet backed it off in the last couple of laps, just enough to make sure he was the right side of 4 hours, and that was intelligent indeed. So as we run through the results, there is the top 10. It's happy reading if you're a Porsche fan. Porsche's first, second, third and fourth. That's both from Fricadelli Racing, Fulco Motorsport, and then Manthey Motorsport, the best of the Audis. Car number 29 in fifth place overall. And the two BMWs from Rover Racing covered by just over 3 seconds after 4 hours of racing, sixth and seventh. Going down through the classes, it's all SP9 Pro runners until you get to the AM entry. First in class, Janine Schoffner and Moritz Krantz. Congratulations to the Get Speed Performance crew in 20th position overall. And they've got bragging rights because they beat the top Pro-Am lineup in today's race, which came home at the end in 23rd position overall. There it is. And we had a 4-car crew. We were only expecting 3. Patrick Niederhauser, Patrick Kolb, Lorenzo Rocco di Torrepadula and Stengel, Johannes Stengel, completing that trio to win the SP9 Pro-Am class. And then the best of the KTM crossbows, the third generation of the Stuck family going racing, and Stuck and Reinhard Koffler won that nice and easily by a minute and a quarter ahead of the rival entry from Boer, Koffler and Merlig. So foot in both camps for Reinhard Koffler, but if it's a KTM and it needs racing, he's the guy. So he's one of those drivers that did double time in this race, racing 2 entries, finishing 24th and 26th, and more to the point, first and second in the Cup X class. And then once we step outside the top 30, great class-winning performance from Kaya, Piana and Stursberg to win their class, SP4T and SP8T, their GT4 class cars, in the Mercedes AMG. SP10 class, always competitive, and it was Fetzer and Nikolai Moller-Madsen. He knows how to make a GT4 Porsche Cayman go very well indeed. So he won the SP10 GT4 class. And other class winners in the Cup 3 Porsche Cayman Club class, that's the 718 Caymans, car in 37th position. Sandberg bringing it to the close in 37th, but most importantly for him, maximum points in class. And of course, Peter, in this, the results table will keep on ticking. We'll have about 7 more pages before we get to the Lamborghini that would have been hoping to be featuring maybe in the top 10 here, but after being put into the fence in qualifying, it started the race very late and in the end wasn't out there racing for victory. Cup 5, always competitive, the BMW M2 CS racing class. Malini, Fubrick and Griesner. Fubrick and Griesner need no introduction. They've won many, many class events here around the NLS and VLN series. And the top TCR runner in 50th place overall, Jurli Preissig and Coronel. The Coronels can't stay away from racing cars, and that's 50th overall, but winning the class in their VW Golf GTI. But the results will keep on coming, but really the overall result today has a double echo in so many ways, because it was a 1, 2, 3, 4 for Porsche, hugely important for Porsche and their fans, but even more so a 1-2, not just a victory but a first and second for Fricadelli Racing, and they can be suitably chuffed with their performance today, because it was a remarkable performance in a field of 33 cars in the top class.
I think there may be a glass raised.
And so there should.
In Fricadelli Garage tonight in the hotel down there. And I certainly hope so, and so it should. We could go and join them, couldn't we? Nice, cold, refreshing beer with the frothy top on it.
Oh, you've said the key word again now. But I think
so back to results and highlights.
All involved, really, I'm so chuffed that all the pandemic's thrown at us through last year into this year, and you look at the size of the field, growing. We've worked out how to race through a pandemic, and in so many parts down to the great performance from the organising clubs involved with the NLS, because they don't just go racing with 20 cars, 165 plus cars coming out to play on this most fantastic of circuits. And again, it's produced a race superbly filmed, I must say. Some of the footage that we enjoyed, particularly from the Helicam, was wonderful. But what we had to make it look wonderful wasn't just the brilliant circuit. We had some great racing, really, really close. When you get to nearly the 4-hour mark and you've got 4 cars in the top class covered by just about a second and trying to change position, even on the final lap, it makes me smile. That's what it's about.
And it always does, though, doesn't it? I mean, it's I don't wish for it, but I keep waiting for, inevitably, law of averages, there's got to be a less exciting race. And there isn't. It never happens. They never get any more exciting. It's just constant excitement. They just managed to do it for 4 hours. There's always something going on. We were waxing lyrical towards the end there about a battle between 4 cars for 10th place with half an hour to go. Brilliant. But absolutely brilliant.
But you're quite right. But you can almost get lost in that because the circuit just makes it, with the cars from the junior classes acting potentially as a chicane for them, you can really lose out and all your work can sort of start to disappear. But it seems quite a while since the start of the race. But the sheer fact that we're still going through the result screens, we've got to 128th place. And I can tell you the Renault Clio Cup car of Overbeck and Overbeck finished 3rd in the H2 class. So many classes that we can enjoy. But the Dacia Logan, they won their class, the SP3 class, 121st overall. No wonder they were flashing the headlines. And was it doom, in inverted commas, that took it to the finish? He certainly didn't look gloomy. Oh, doomy.
And we'll get the Lamborghini on the next screen.
And there we have it. Those that didn't make it, those that fell. We had 28 laps, the class-leading cars, and some we can see fell because they were 23 laps down and took only 150th position. But in fact, we had 154 cars starting. So we had some extras and we had some that didn't get out there to play. And among some of the ones we lost, the BMW Junior team were out very early on. But looking down the pit lane, cars as far as the eye can see. And that's good news. They've got 4 hours of racing under their belt. It's been a really exciting day here. Can't wait for the next one. The next one of the NLS series is the 26th of June. The next time a lot of these cars are coming out here in earnest will be for the qualifying. But let's take a look back to the highlights. Over 4 hours ago now, the 3 groups of cars. We now know 154 race starters split across those groupings. But the front end of the field, on pole positioning, the Schubert Motorsport BMW. And that had bragging rights all the way down and through the first corner, while the Fricadelli Porsche number 30 was slow away. Nearly got monstered by the Rover Racing BMWs, but Earl Bamber got it back into second place. And the first 2 cars started to set off. And then right at the start of the second lap, through turn 1, the nose of the Schubert Motorsport, Alexander Simmons driven. M6 was in front, but into turn 2, having ridden very wide over the curbing, Earl Bamper put the number 30 Porsche into the lead of the race. Those first 2 started to get away. Falcon Motorsport really started to battle through the field, but the driver making the move for Huber Motorsport, Pro-Am entry, but he was the pro, was Nico Menzel. He was mighty in the opening laps, as was Patrick Pilet in the second of those Fricadelli Racing Porsches, but a double passing manoeuvre, going past the pole sitter and one of the Rover Racing BMWs. Fantastic move from Nico Menzel, but his time came to an end very soon. Into the pits he went, and in came a BMW. First car to make a pit stop was the Falcon Motorsport number 4 Porsche. The sister car stayed out a little bit longer to fight with one of the race taxi Mercedes, but it was Fricadelli all the way. First of their cars to pit was the one from second place, Patrick Pilet, bringing that into the pits. And Earl Bamber continued on his way. Other cars coming out of the pits, but he now had nobody to trouble him. He dropped those pesky people in his way. Running with a different tactic though. Number 4 finding his way back up the order late in the race, putting pressure on Michael Christensen, who cracked going to Hatzenbach and nearly cracked his Porsche into the barriers, but luckily for him he caught it, but he lost the position. And at the end the checkered flag came out. It was Fricadelli racing first, and if you look in the background of the shot, a second one has come through as well, 10 seconds apart at the end of the race, but first and second for Fricadelli Racing. But importantly for Porsche, third for the Falcon Motorsport Porsche crew, and fourth for the Manthey Racing Porsche crew as well. And the best of the rest in an Audi was Christopher Mies, car number 29, in 5th place. It was Porsche's first, second, third and fourth, but most importantly for the most local of teams, it was Fricadelli Racing, first and second. What a massive, massive result. So that's it from us. That's me, Bruce Jones, and Peter Snowden. We hope you enjoyed the coverage. Do come back for the qualification race, the 24 hours next weekend, and the next NLS on the 26th of June. It's goodbye from us.
Goodbye.